Chapter 1134. Girls' literature. Even a venerable would not be able to break this formation. Even a Tao master would have to spend a lot of time to break this formation. But now, the two people fighting in the sky were really terrifying. Even if it was just a battle of divine senses, it was already very powerful. Under the confrontation of these two terrifying people, the layers of space were stacked and became incomparably turbulent. It should be noted that this was under the premise that the space of the 5 counties was extremely powerful. If it was any other place, the space would have been directly shattered by such a battle of power. Even if the Thousand Clouds universe formation was upgraded, it would be extremely difficult to defend against such power. It was a huge risk. Therefore, at this time, the Aureole directly used its own power to cooperate with the formation's protection. At this time, Su Yan's body suddenly flashed. The next moment, he appeared in the sky. He stood directly opposite Duanmu Longhu. Right now, the two of them were standing face to face. However, in fact, there were layers of overlapping space between the two of them within a short 100 meters. Perhaps if he stretched out his hand, he would appear in another place, or even another plane. This was the terrifying power of space power. The two people's divine senses continued to fight. The powerful power turned into a storm, and the terrifying aura at this time was constantly changing. At this time, Duanmu Longhu pointed his fingertip again. "You're really amazing. You're not even a Tao master, but you already have such terrifying power. Su Yan, you're really admirable." Duanmu Longhu's eyes were really sharp. In an instant, he had already seen through Su Yan's true realm. Su Yan just sneered and then said, "Same to you." During this confrontation, Su Yan had already discovered that Duanmu Longhu had yet to reach the level of a Tao master. However, his mastery of the power of space had already reached a terrifying level. If Su Yan had not directly killed the void beast and refined its space power, he might not have been a match for this guy at this time. This showed that Duanmu Longhu was a terrifying person. The two of them continued to exchange blows, competing with the power of the laws of space. Finally, when the power of the two people was completely condensed, a terrifying light beam flashed, and the dense power directly blasted out. In an instant, the radiance of the world changed, and the terrifying power became extremely violent. Lei Ming began to appear. Those thunderous roars were the wrath of the heavens. This meant that the confrontation between the two of them had angered the laws of the world. Heavenly lightning fell, incomparably domineering. The so-called heavenly might was fully displayed at this moment. Even though the two of them were domineering and overbearing, they had no choice but to retreat at this moment. Although they were already extremely powerful, they had not reached the point where they could ignore the rules of the world. "Good, you're really amazing. Your spatial energy is actually able to compete with mine. I didn't waste my effort in projecting my energy to fight you." Duanmu Longhu chuckled. Su Yan said, "You should be on the verge of a breakthrough, so you want to find a strong opponent to fight with you to find your own opportunity." At this moment, Su Yan directly broke through this little bit. Duanmu Longhu chuckled and nodded. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, he was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and he indeed needed a strong opponent like Su Yan said. However, just as he was about to find this opponent, he suddenly had a sudden impulse. At the same time, he also heard the news from the 5 counties continent and guessed that Su Yan might be in the Heaven and Earth organization. Therefore, he directly used this method to come here. Therefore, although the fight between the two of them seemed to be right in front of him, in fact, it was already a battle in an extremely deep space. "Ha ha ha, your eyesight is really sharp. Since you already know this, then come, let's have a good fight. I'm really looking forward to it. Being able to fight with an expert like you is the happiest thing in my heart." Duanmu Longhu's body suddenly pressed towards Su Yan. With every step he took, his strength increased by a little. As he moved forward, his aura had reached a terrifying level in an instant. Such a power directly pressed down, as if the entire sea was pressing down at this time. At this time, Su Yan naturally would not show weakness. Since the other party had already made a move, he naturally could not be indifferent. At this time, the power of the Taishang directly condensed. Then, he blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. This was the simplest and most terrifying punch. Zhang Daqian already had his own unique understanding of the thunder tactics, so his lightning fist should not be underestimated. However, if he was here at this time and could see Su Yan's lightning fist, he would discover that the direct difference between the two was huge. This was not only the difference between the strength of the cultivation, but also the comprehension of the laws. Although Su Yan did not comprehend the thunder law, he had already comprehended the power of the three great laws. He could also comprehend the other laws by analogy and understand the essence of them. This lightning fist was the most terrifying power displayed by the will of thunder. At this time, he blasted out a punch. That power could only be described as explosive. At this time, the terrifying power continued to pass through at this time. The endless power was like the most profound god in the world waking up. Thunder tide. The two terrifying auras met directly, and then the most intense confrontation began. At this time, the terrifying auras had reached the extreme when such power collided with each other. At this time, the power continued to erupt at this time, and the violent aura fluctuated. At this moment, the two people were like gods. These two people were clearly not Tao masters, but they were so terrifying. At this moment, the fight between these two people naturally attracted the attention of the old farts who had just woken up in the 5 counties. For example, the dark mountain that Su Yan had once been to. The person from the dark demon sect suddenly projected his will and looked towards the sky. In the pagoda sect, Fu Qing also probed out with her divine thought. There were also some other old farts who focused their attention here. In this short period of time, there were already no less than 10 wills. In other words, there were already 10 Tao masters who were paying attention to this place. At this time, the darkness in Duanmu Longhu's hand became denser, and at the same time, the torrential demonic qi was extremely strong. He suddenly shouted coldly, "Humph, a bunch of old farts, why are you interfering in our fight? Get out of my way." The power of his attack suddenly rushed towards the surroundings. At this time, Su Yan, who was moving at this time, seemed to have the same intention. At this time, his power exploded, and a powerful and terrifying aura immediately went berserk. "Get out of my way." His voice was just as crisp, and he also blasted out with a lightning fist. The wills that had just approached this place were immediately scattered. In fact, when the two of them were fighting like this, it was taboo for others to watch the fight. This was because they were all Tao masters. If they directly interfered when the two of them were fighting, it would cause a huge impact on the two of them. Moreover, even if they did not interfere, they could still spy on a lot of things while they were fighting. Of course, Duanmu Longhu and Su Yan were also extremely domineering at this time. At this moment, Ling not only drove away their wills, but also directly annihilated their wills. How domineering and terrifying was that? Such terrifying wills were rolling at this time, and the terrifying aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. How dare you? They were all terrifying Tao masters, and naturally, they were filled with anger when Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu violently swept away their wills. Unfortunately, none of them dared to make a move at this time. This was because they were afraid. That moment was too short, and in just an instant, their wills had been directly swept away. With such strength, even if they wanted to make a move, they had to think twice and see if they had the ability to do so. "Humph, you're all a bunch of old things. However, Su Yan, your combat strength is indeed terrifying, but this is the end of the test." Duanmu Longhu suddenly smiled, and an extremely bright golden light suddenly shone from his body. Divine light descends, divine body. He was clearly a monstrous demon, but at this time, his body was shining with such a strong divine light. He was reversing his own power, from demon to god. A golden divine body appeared, and at this moment, his aura increased by more than 10 times. At this time, Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He really did not expect Duanmu Longhu to have such a terrifying method. However, he also knew that Duanmu Longhu was right, and at this time, there was no meaning in testing. Since this guy had shown his true strength, Su Yan would not back down. With a thought, a huge shadow appeared behind him. It was the devil shadow. What, the immeasurable devil? At this time, Duanmu Longhu was obviously shocked to the extreme. He never would have thought that Su Yan was actually able to summon such a devil shadow. He was the crown prince of the devil's sect in ancient times, so he knew far more than Su Yan. Therefore, when this devil shadow appeared, he immediately knew the origin of this devil shadow. That was the immeasurable devil. In the long history of the devil sect, only the great devil Heavenly Lord, the great devil sect's ancestor, had condensed this devil shadow. In the past, Duanmu Longhu had also wanted to successfully condense this demonic shadow. However, he had failed in the end. Even after he died and came back to life, he still did not get what he wanted. However, in the process of pursuing this realm, he unexpectedly comprehended the powerful method of transforming from demon to god, and directly condensed the divine body. Chapter 1135. Female literature. There was no doubt that the body of God possessed the most terrifying strength. Now, he had reached a few important stages. The body of God was not complete, and he always felt that something was missing. That was why he was so eager to find an opponent. After receiving the news about Su Yan, he gave up on the opponent he had originally chosen and came here to fight with Su Yan. Before he came, he had already determined that Su Yan was extremely terrifying. However, he did not expect that Su Yan's strength had actually reached such an extent. However, this was also what made him happy. He was very similar to Su Yan in one thing, and that was that he would not be afraid of the enemy's strength. If the enemy was too weak, what was the point of fighting? Therefore, at this time, he directly displayed his body of God. However, he did not expect that after he displayed his body of God, Su Yan would display the infinite true demon. That was the power that he had always dreamed of cultivating, but he did not succeed. However, Su Yan was able to cultivate it. Although the power of the celestial body that he had cultivated was also extremely terrifying, and was not inferior to the infinite true demon body, he still had a grudge in his heart. Therefore, at this time, he was even more determined to defeat Su Yan directly. At this moment, his body flickered and directly appeared in front of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan was also unprecedentedly dignified. He had already sensed the strong fighting spirit of this guy. The infinite true demon? This is the first time I've heard of it. It seems that I still know too little. However, this guy's divine body seems to be very powerful as well. I'm afraid there's a connection between the two. At this time, Su Yan naturally realized this point. At this time, he and Duanmu Longhu were in a strange confrontation again. Kill. At this time, in the sky, the wind was fierce. All of a sudden, the word kill exploded. Two huge shadows, one golden and one dark, directly collided. At this time, a terrifying power immediately erupted, and aura directly spread out to the surroundings. That terrifying aura had already reached such a terrifying level. At this time, the violent power was constantly changing. At this time, the endless power had already condensed into a terrifying aura. At this moment, it seemed that only these two most terrifying forces were left in the world. In the sky, the intense beam of light had condensed to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a wisp of cloud energy flew into his hand. Then, he swung his power, and the terrifying sword broke apart and fell to the ground. As for that Duanmu Longhu, he had practically used the same method. At this moment, the two of them started the most primitive battle. Every move was so primitive. That violent aura continued to move at this moment. At this time, the people in the Heaven and Earth organization could no longer see the scene in the sky. Only the Oriole saw everything with his eye of truth. At this moment, the Oriole's heart was filled with hot blood. This time, he had truly witnessed the terrifying strength of his master. Right now, Su Yan was like a heavenly god. Back then, he finally chose to truly follow Su Yan. It seemed that he had made the right choice. The blood-winged dragon had chosen to betray him. It was really stupid. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu continued to fight. At this time, Duan Mulonghu suddenly stopped. At this time, he was already slightly out of breath. Painful, painful. He directly let out a long howl. At this time, his entire aura increased again. He seemed to have found his opportunity. This time, he had come for his celestial god's body. However, before coming here, he did not expect to encounter the infinite true demon body. The strength of the infinite true demon body was beyond his expectations. But for him, it was more interesting. Because of this, he would be able to better improve himself. At this time, his strength was constantly rising, and his violent aura had already reached its peak. Vaguely, he seemed to have come into contact with some crucial points. In his opinion, as long as he could grasp this point, he would definitely be able to break through. Unfortunately, he had no idea what that extremely vague dose system was. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer hide. This was how a battle with a person like Su Yan was. If one did not want to lose, then one would have to reveal all of one's hidden skills bit by bit. Fighting was really addictive. At this time, Su Yan was the same. He did not want to lose to Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, there was only one word, and that was to fight. An extremely strong light appeared in the hands of the infinite true demon body. The light finally condensed into a sword. It was the appearance of the Taiji sword. At this time, a saber appeared in the hands of the god's body. The god wielded a saber, and the demon wielded a sword. This was an extremely strange scene. The situation of the two had completely overturned everything in the past. At this time, the terrifying battle between the two of them began to erupt. The violent aura was so terrifying at this moment. Between heaven and earth, brightness and light changed. The power of yin and yang began to rotate continuously. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to expand. It was as if an extremely terrifying monster was breathing at this time. At this time, the lightning in the sky had become even more powerful. Because at this time, the two powers had destroyed the balance of heaven and earth. Therefore, at this time, the wrath of heaven descended. Those extremely powerful and terrifying existences had reached the level of Emperor Realm or even surpassed it. Why were they still in a deep sleep at this time? This was because they knew that if they were to jump out now, they would immediately be locked onto by the will of the heavens and be directly killed. At this time, heaven's will was still unattainable. It was definitely not something they could offend. At this time, Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu had actually touched the edge of heaven's will. The reason why they were still alive at this time was that they had taken advantage of a loophole. That was, their true realm was not that of a Tao master. Everything had cracks, even the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, how could there be a saying that 4 out of 5 great Taos could be derived from heaven? However, if they continued to fight like this, they would soon touch the forbidden zone. When their power reached a certain level, even if their realm had not reached that level, heavens will be destroyed. The heavenly might would also directly destroy you. That was the incomparably tyrannical heavens. Why would it care if your strength had already reached this limit? That powerful force was so terrifying that all the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this time. It was already an extremely dangerous signal. However, neither Su Yan nor Duan Mulonghu showed any signs of stopping. This was what it meant to fight to the point of madness. At this time, the two of them had gradually entered a frenzied battle. At the very least, heaven's will was not enough to make them fear. At this time, the power in the sky rolled, and the terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, the two huge shadows collided again. Terrifying power directly filled the air. Boom! At the moment when the terrifying lightning exploded, the power of the two people also directly collided. At this time, the power had become so violent. Su Yan's aura directly suppressed and descended at this time. Between heaven and earth, endless light condensed to the extreme at this time. The power of this heavenly thunder was really strong. Compared to this heavenly thunder, the thunder produced by Su Yan's thunder fist was simply weak. Su Yan and Duan Mulonghu retreated at the same time. At this time, the two of them were finally injured. However, the reason why they were injured was not because of each other, but because of the terrifying lightning. At this time, the true demon and the celestial god's body disappeared at the same time. They knew that the previous attack had crossed the lightning zone and exceeded the scope of the lightning's power. If the two of them did not withdraw their true demon and celestial god's bodies, it would be equivalent to giving the lightning a target. In other words, it was equivalent to putting a lightning rod on their heads. That was an act of seeking death. Although the two of them were in a state of frenzy, it did not mean that they had lost their minds. Su Yan, I was right. You are indeed powerful, and you are qualified to be my friend. Speaking of which, we had a good cooperation last time. So, do you want to continue working together? In fact, the cooperation last time was considered to have ended without a result. However, strictly speaking, both of them could still accept it. However, Su Yan did not believe Duan Mulonghu's words. He said directly, "It's dangerous to ask a tiger for its skin." His words were a direct rejection. Duan Mulonghu was not angry. He only said, Su Yan, what do you mean by asking a tiger for its skin? That was because he was too weak, so he had such concerns. But you're different. You're the same as me. You're a true expert. Our alliance will only bring us greater benefits. He continued, in fact, you already know that a huge change has begun to take place in this world. Those old things that have been eliminated now want to reappear in this world. Those wills just now are just the beginning. The real powerhouses have yet to awaken. Although you and I are not weak, we can't be compared to those old things. So, let's cooperate. Only by cooperating can we become strong enough to deal with those old things. In fact, Duan Mulonghu's words were right. They were still far from being strong enough. If those powerful existences appeared directly, the current Su Yan would not be able to deal with them. Not to mention the others, there was Yang Tai Yi, who had ulterior motives. If he came out of the sealed land, with his strength as a venerable emperor, how could Su Yan resist him? Moreover, Yang Tai Yi was not at his strongest. Thinking about the terrifying existence in the cold land of the extreme north. At that time, if it wasn't for the fact that that terrifying existence was still in a sealed state, he would have already died. That was a terrifying existence that even Yang Tai Yi feared to the extreme. If such a person were to awaken, how terrifying would he be? Therefore, he really did not have much time now. However, if he cooperated with Duan Mulonghu, he would indeed be able to obtain benefits in the shortest time. However, Su Yan still rejected this proposal. It was still the same sentence. Asking a tiger for its skin would only lead to one's own death. Su Yan naturally had great confidence in himself. However, having confidence did not mean that he was blind. Duan Mulonghu's heart was too sinister. Every step he took, he was scheming against others. As the saying goes, there is no way to guard against thieves. Not to mention, Duan Mulonghu was such a powerful thief king. At this time, Su Yan said, Duan Mulonghu, do you still want to fight? If you want to fight, then I will accompany you. If you are here to talk nonsense, then there is no need. My time is precious. When Duan Mulonghu heard Su Yan's words, he shook his head and said, Su Yan, there are many things that cannot be decided by a momentary imagination. You must know that in this world, no matter how strong a person is, there is a limit. You and I are both people of destiny. Only by joining hands can we escape this damned fate and control everything in our own hands. At this time, he revealed a secret, and that was the child of destiny. It turned out that he, Duan Mulonghu, was also the child of destiny. Chapter 1136. Female Literature. To Su Yan, the title, Child of Destiny, was a heavy burden. There were too many things on his shoulders, and the most terrifying thing was that those powerful existences had set him up and left behind chess pieces. Although it seemed like Su Yan had benefited greatly, in fact, it was a greater crisis for Su Yan. If those powerful existences returned one day, they might bring huge trouble to Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't have any other choice. He could only continue down this path. At this point, he didn't have the qualifications to turn back anymore. This was fate. Even if he was extremely powerful, there were many things that he couldn't refuse in front of fate. It was because of this that Su Yan crazily increased his strength. He knew very well that if he wanted to escape his fate, he could only become stronger. Merely, he did not expect that Duan Mulonghu would actually tell him that he was also a child of destiny. This caused him to be astonished. Why? Are you surprised? But that's the truth. I'm also a child of destiny like you, so I can feel what you feel. And what I've experienced is what you want to know, right? He said in the sky. At this moment, Su Yan was silent and looked straight at Duan Mulonghu. Duan Mulonghu looked at him in the same way. His gaze was so calm. Obviously, he was telling the truth this time. 3,000 years ago, I was also a child of destiny and carried the fate of many people. Therefore, when the battle broke out, I ultimately became a sacrifice, to the point where I couldn't even save my own life. However, back then, I knew that I was the child of destiny, but I wasn't willing to accept such an unfair fate. Therefore, from the very beginning, I wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate. In the end, I was able to revive today, 3,000 years later, and increase my strength. After experiencing what happened back then, I knew that everything in this world is fake. Only one's own strength is the true foundation. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a chess piece. Duan Mulonghu seemed to have recalled the scene back then, and his eyes were filled with deep hatred. He was really hateful. Back then, he struggled bitterly for his life, but in the end, he still died. This was the unfairness of the damned heavens. That despicable heavens gave all its blessings to others, but he, a child of destiny, had to suffer such a fate. Fortunately, he was resurrected in the end. Back then, he was so miserable and couldn't escape the fate of death. But this time, he definitely wouldn't be like that. I understand now. So you're also a child of destiny, and you were set up by those powerful people. But it's a pity that on the surface, you still died in the end. Su Yan said. Duan Mulonghu said, that's right. That's why I'm angry at those people. Why? Why should they be so high and mighty, and treat me as a chess piece? Back then, I died because of their struggle. Now that I've been resurrected, I'm going to lift the chessboard. Duan Mulonghu's tone was not small. But to be honest, Su Yan understood him very well this time. After all, he was going through the same experience as Duan Mulonghu. Therefore, there were some things that he could empathize with. Su Yan, I know that you're also a person who yearns for freedom. How can you be willing to be restrained by those people who have already been eliminated? So, let's work together. As long as we work together, I guarantee that you'll be able to break free from the shackles of fate and become your own master. This was the call from Duan Mulonghu's heart. And to be honest, this sentence was really quite tempting. But unfortunately, Su Yan shook his head in the end. No, no need. I don't need it. His words were calm and firm, and there was no hesitation in them. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu's gaze became a little cold. He was the kind of person who made all decisions by himself. In his opinion, no one in this world had the right to reject him, and no one had the right to control him. He wanted to become a high and mighty king. It was already an extremely rare thing for him to be so kind to Su Yan. But now, Su Yan actually rejected him. In his opinion, this was an unforgivable crime. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't care about all of this. He only said flatly, "Okay, you already know my answer. If you still want to fight, then I'll accompany you. If you don't want to fight, then go back to where you came from." Duan Mulonghu stared at Su Yan and finally said, "Why?" He wanted to know why Su Yan rejected him. Su Yan sighed and said, "Shouldn't fate be the path one walks? If that's the case, what's the point of saying anything else?" It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about his current situation. It wasn't that he didn't feel the danger at this moment. But just like he said, wasn't fate the path one had to walk? If he really chose to work together with Duan Mulonghu, then he would be giving up on himself and linking his fate with Duan Mulonghu's. Once experts like them gave up on themselves, how could they continue to live without their own beliefs? Therefore, at this point, Su Yan no longer wanted to do anything fearless. Putting aside the fact that he was asking a tiger for its skin, his own fate had to be changed by himself. His own path had to be walked by himself. In his opinion, even now, Duan Mulonghu didn't have a fate. Of course, this wasn't the case. Everyone's understanding of fate was different. There was no right or wrong. This was the so-called those with different paths cannot work together. Humph, ha. Good, very good. Su Yan, I'm looking forward to our next fight. Duan Mulonghu looked up to the sky and laughed before gradually disappearing. This time, he directly found Su Yan and fought with Su Yan. In this battle, he gained a lot, especially when he saw Su Yan's true demon shadow. This was of great significance to him in perfecting his body of the god. Although Su Yan rejected him in the end, it didn't matter. After all, a person like him was an ambitious and ruthless person. He would never waste his energy on such a matter. He knew very well that if Su Yan directly agreed to his request, it would be unrealistic. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan, the son of fate. His choice was very similar to his own in the past. In his opinion, Su Yan didn't choose to work with him because Su Yan hadn't encountered any real danger yet. In other words, he hadn't encountered any real setbacks. If one day, he encountered a real setback, then he would understand how insignificant his power was in front of the world. At that time, he would come to find him and work with him. Therefore, at this time, he wasn't in a hurry at all. Duan Mulonghu's figure disappeared into the horizon. At this time, Su Yan looked ahead, in the direction of 5 Dragon Mountain. Duan Mulonghu, did you really come here on a whim? Humph, how can I completely believe your nonsense? Su Yan's divine thought directly rushed towards 5 Dragon Mountain. At this time, Zhang Daqian was in an extremely difficult situation. Although he had killed the flying mantis monster at the very beginning, the remaining 3 monsters were still very powerful. It was extremely difficult for him to fight against a group of them alone. However, it was extremely difficult, but not impossible. In any case, Zhang Daqian wouldn't give up. Ever since his innate talent had awakened, his will to fight had become stronger and stronger. In such a situation, instead of forcing him to give up, it could stimulate his strength even more. At this time, he had pushed his aura to the extreme. The powerful force erupted directly, and the powerful dragon's power directly bounced back the demon tiger that was about to approach. Humph, damn it, do you really think you can defeat me? Even if I, Zhang Daqian, die, I won't die in the hands of evil creatures like you. At this time, his lightning fist erupted again. On 5 Dragon Mountain, lightning fell one after another, and the terrifying pressure began to expand. He was going to go all out. For him, although this was an extremely difficult battle, it was also very beneficial. This was a real battle of life and death. The more difficult the battle, the more invincible fighting will in his heart could be stimulated. At this time, his aura began to rise suddenly. The dragon's power in his body was getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the slowly moving lightning was constantly twisting and changing, almost turning into the appearance of a lightning dragon. At this time, such strength was simply terrifying. He was condensing the power of the Thunder Dragon. Originally, he shouldn't have taken this step so early. At the very least, he still needed to wait for a while to stabilize his cultivation before he could proceed to the next step. But now, he had no choice but to release the arrow from the bow. The world was always like this. If everything could develop according to plan, then life would be too perfect. At this time, if Zhang Daqian wanted to live from death and directly break through this situation, then he must welcome the breakthrough and directly condense the Thunder Dragon. Chapter 1137. Female literature. The art of thunder was a very domineering cultivation method. There was no doubt about it. Even now, when Su Yan fought with others, he would use this cultivation method, and one could see the power of this cultivation method. In fact, there was a gap in the inheritance of the Sound of Thunder sect back then. Otherwise, the strength of the Sound of Thunder sect at this time would definitely be unimaginable. Now, it was clear in his heart that if he wanted to break through to a more powerful realm, then he must condense his own Thunder Dragon. Once the Thunder Dragon was successfully condensed, his strength would increase by 100 times. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Even at this moment, his aura was actually strong enough. When he directly exerted his strength, the embryonic form of the Thunder Dragon had gradually taken shape, and that terrifying power began to distort and circulate little by little. At this moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the 3 great monster beasts couldn't get close to his body. Stop him. Although these 3 great monster beasts had their realms forcibly increased, they were extremely powerful monster beasts after all. They had a deep foundation. At this time, their power erupted, which was unimaginable. At the same time, their wisdom was also very high. Although they didn't know what Zhang Daqian was doing at this time, they knew. If Zhang Daqian completed it, it would definitely not be a good thing for them. Since this was the case, they had to do their best to stop Zhang Daqian. At this moment, their power was completely reversed, and that power even forcibly reversed the terrifying aura. They were unleashing their demonic chi with all their might. Since they already knew how powerful and terrifying this power was, how could they allow it to continue being unleashed? Therefore, at this time, their aura erupted with full strength, wanting to directly suppress all of this. But at this time, Zhang Daqian wanted to raise his aura to the peak. Therefore, this time, the battle began again. The confrontation of the terrifying power was directly launched, and the violent aura was even more unimaginable. A strong power erupted directly. At this time, the violent power had reached its peak. Humph, do you think you can suppress my power with just a few beasts like you? What a fool's dream. I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. Being suppressed by the 3 demonic beasts, not only was he not angry, but he also pushed his strength to the peak. The berserk aura continued to erupt at this moment, and the terrifying radiance continued to strike down. At this time, he had to constantly force himself in the midst of adversity so that his strength could reach a breakthrough. In the face of challenges, he did not shrink back. Instead, he continued to erupt with his own strength, allowing himself to reach the pinnacle. Such cultivation was true cultivation. From a certain perspective, he was somewhat similar to Su Yan. Perhaps this was the attitude that a true powerhouse should have. In the face of challenges, he never backed down. Instead, he pushed himself forward and raised his strength to the peak. This was the attitude of a true expert. Of course, there were two sides to every coin. If he could succeed, it would naturally be amazing. He would be able to continuously break through and become a super powerful existence. However, if he couldn't succeed, then he could only face death. The dangers of the path of cultivation were extremely great. Since ancient times, there were actually many geniuses. There were even some who were already in the spirit realm when they were born. However, those who could survive were the true heroes. As for those who died prematurely, they were nothing. No one would remember their existence. At this moment, whether Zhang Daqian was a true hero had already been decided. Now, he was constantly forcing and challenging himself. If he was a true hero, then he would be able to achieve a breakthrough at this moment. Under the suppression of the three demonic beasts, the embryonic form of the thunder dragon was close to dissipating. However, Zhang Daqian did not have any intention of giving up. Instead, he condensed his strength more and more. The terrifying aura continued to reverberate at this moment, like a hurricane in the sky that was constantly circling. Thunder Dragon ascends to the heavens, rise from the dead. At this moment, he suddenly roared. Suddenly, his strength dissipated in an instant. The three demonic beasts' power fell directly on his body without any resistance. At this moment, he was in extreme pain, as if he was about to die. At this time, the three demonic beasts were extremely excited. That human, the embryonic form of the thunder dragon, made them very afraid. However, this idiot actually dissipated his strength when he was being suppressed by them. This was giving them a chance, allowing them to directly succeed. Demonic beasts ate humans as food. Zhang Daqian's strength was very strong. They saw an extremely terrifying source power in Zhang Daqian's body. For them, this was an extremely huge temptation. If they could directly devour Zhang Daqian, then their lack of forcibly increasing their cultivation realm could be made up for. That was not all. Perhaps they could even advance further and directly become venerable realm demonic beasts. Therefore, at this time, the three demonic beasts became even more excited. The three heads of the three-headed monster bird directly burst out three terrifying rays, wanting to directly destroy Zhang Daqian's head. But at this moment, Zhang Daqian, who was full of pain, suddenly opened his eyes. There was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. This light shot out, and then the thunder dragon that had already dissipated appeared again. Rise from the dead, what was that? It was a kind of nirvana. At this time, the thunder dragon that appeared directly opened its mouth and directly swallowed the three demonic beasts. Humph, stupid three things, then use your strength to make me succeed. At this time, Zhang Daqian was really violent to the extreme. It was still difficult for him to form the thunder dragon, even without the suppression of the three demonic beasts. Because this time, he acted in a hurry. So just now, he simply dissipated the power directly. When the three demonic beasts arrived, he directly circulated his strength again. At this time, his strength directly condensed the three demonic beasts into his thunder dragon. It was an extremely dangerous thing for him to integrate the three demonic beasts into his body like this, because he was afraid that his whole body would be implicated. After being directly swallowed by the extremely powerful demonic beasts, his death would come directly. But at this time, he didn't care about all this, not because he didn't know, but because he was fearless. This was the confidence of a person who had great confidence in himself. If he didn't even have this confidence, then how would he dare to perfect his thunder dragon, and how would he be able to break through the high and mighty venerable realm? In fact, at this time, Zhang Daqian already had a reason to become stronger. For this reason, no matter what, he would work hard to make himself stronger. The powerful demonic beasts directly entered his body, which made him feel extremely painful. After all, the torture of such a powerful and terrifying demonic beasts was enough to make his body explode. But at this time, he had an opportunity, and that was to channel his demonic beasts out, and then let his terrifying strength continue to break through, and finally reached the point he wanted. At this time, he was at the point of energy conversion, and he had to control this conversion. If he couldn't do it, then only death would await him. In such a state, his vitality was actually less than 1/10, but he was still willing to take the risk. Damn it, this kid is converting our demonic beasts. The 3 demonic beasts were not stupid. At this time, they naturally saw through it. That's a fool's dream, kill him. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts were furious. Regardless of whether Zhang Daqian succeeded in the end, in their opinion, this was already a blatant offense and humiliation. Therefore, at this time, they had made up their minds to tear Zhang Daqian apart piece by piece, let him know how stupid they were, and let him feel their pain. However, at this time, Zhang Daqian didn't care about it. He calmed his mind. He knew that at this time, he had to go all out. At this time, the demon tiger suddenly rushed forward. The demon tiger's body was extremely huge. When its power erupted, its body skyrocketed. For Zhang Daqian, it was a real behemoth. Even if it was just a claw, it was still bigger than his body. At this time, its huge claw directly fell, and a terrifying aura directly pulled down. Such a violent power manifested at this time, it was truly terrifying. The terror of that powerful power was even more indescribable. Boom! A loud sound was heard, and in the next moment, dust flew everywhere. The power of that palm was so terrifying that it directly shook the mountains. Reckless human! The demonic tiger roared in anger. In fact, they were also extremely afraid of Zhang Daqian. At the beginning, they came together with the 4 demonic beasts, but Zhang Daqian had already killed their companions at the beginning. Although it was unexpected and because of Yi Xingxing's sword, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, the 3 demonic beasts didn't dare to be careless at all, whether it was attacking or defending together. At this time, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 1138. Female literature. In such a situation, this kid must have been killed. If he didn't die in such a situation, then he was simply a dog. At this moment, the other 2 monstrous beasts also revealed relaxed expressions. Just like the demon tiger, they also felt that Zhang Daqian was an extremely terrifying existence. But at this time, Zhang Daqian was already dead. They believed that Zhang Daqian must be dead. At this moment, his power was so violent. The carefree feeling released from their hearts made them extremely excited. But at this moment, the demon tiger suddenly let out a loud roar. It wasn't a roar of excitement, but an extremely painful howl. It turned out that at this moment, a bolt of lightning directly erupted and directly pierced through his tiger claw. After receiving such a blow, the demon tiger's entire body retreated continuously. At this moment, he was really shocked and angry to the extreme. And also at this time, a sneer was heard. How stupid, do you think you can kill me so easily? Animals will always be animals. Although they have some wisdom, they still can't compete with humans. That was Zhang Daqian's voice. After being hit by the demon tiger's claw like this, he actually didn't die. And judging from his voice, it was obvious that he was in a very good state at this time. At this time, his aura rose to the extreme, and that terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That powerful light was pressing in bit by bit, and the strong aura was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the demon tiger immediately wanted to retreat. At this time, a feeling of death had already shrouded his heart, which made him feel very uncomfortable. But at this time, it was already too late for him to think of escaping. You only want to leave now? Too late. Zhang Daqian's voice sounded again, and an extremely violent power suddenly erupted at this time. Lightning fist. It was another lightning fist. But at this time, Zhang Daqian's fist blasted out, and when a bolt of lightning directly exploded, a faint dragon roar sounded. The power of that punch was several times stronger than before. The body of the demon tiger was also extremely powerful. At this moment it was precisely the time when it was circulating its demonic energy, causing its defensive power to be even more abnormal. However, after taking this punch, his huge body was directly sent flying. The three-headed strange bird let out a strange cry and immediately dodged. Rumble. That huge sound seemed to shake the heavens and the earth. The terrifying movement was truly incomparably terrifying. The demon tiger had actually been beaten to such a state by a single punch from him. At this moment, the bolt of lightning had yet to dissipate and was still circling around him. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's eyes were fixed on the two beasts. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Hee, are you ready? Are you ready to die? At this time, his power erupted once again, and his body actually burst out with the dragon's might. At this moment, he finally succeeded in condensing the lightning dragon. At the moment when the demon tiger's claw fell, he actually directly condensed his lightning dragon. This also meant that at this moment, he had already cultivated the thunder incantation to perfection. At this moment, the powerful aura was constantly escaping. And on his fist, there were sharp barbs. If one looked closely, they looked like densely packed teeth. That was the talent he condensed the moment he condensed the lightning dragon's teeth. In the dragon realm, there was a certain chance of giving birth to one's own talent. Just like the Taihang sword faction's Wang Baichuan's cold appearance, and Su Yan's dragon wings. At this time, Zhang Daqian also burst out, and that was the dragon's teeth. Lightning dragon's teeth. The power of the punch that the demon tiger received was already extremely strong. It was the terrifying power that burst out the moment Zhang Daqian condensed his strength, and the power of that punch was unimaginable. And this punch contained the power of the dragon's teeth. The function of the dragon's teeth was very simple, and that was extreme destructive power. When this punch was blasted out, the powerful destructive power immediately rose to the peak. Such a terrifying power was simply unparalleled. That valiant power displayed endless majesty at this moment. Until now, the demon tiger still did not stand up, because at this time, the demon tiger had already lost the strength to stand up. Its whole body was paralyzed by the lightning, and the powerful lightning power was constantly wreaking havoc in its body. At this time, it was really incomparable pain and unimaginable. And at this time, Zhang Daqian had already rushed towards the other two fellows. You all can die now. The lightning fist appeared again, and as the fist blasted out, the powerful lightning dragon directly soared into the sky. Previously, Zhang Daqian's strength alone was enough to fight against the three great monsters. Although he was suppressed, he could still hold on. But now, he had successfully condensed the lightning dragon, and his aura had risen to the peak. At this time, his strength was really terrifying to the extreme. On the other hand, the previous attack on Zhang Daqian not only did not work, but also helped Zhang Daqian in a disguised way. At this time, the demon tiger had already lost its fighting strength. So at this time, the situation had been reversed in an instant. Now, no matter what, they were no match for Zhang Daqian. After these two monsters discovered the situation, they wanted to escape, but how could Zhang Daqian give them such a chance? Humph, you want to leave now? It's too late, you'd better stay here. His strength had reached the peak in an instant, and his violent aura directly suppressed them. Such power had truly reached the pinnacle at this very moment. The terrifying aura continued to surge at this time, and the terrifying power was unimaginable. At this moment, Zhang Daqian had already taken the absolute initiative, and his speed had also reached the peak at this time. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of the three-headed monster bird. The three-headed monster bird wanted to fly away, but it was directly caught by Zhang Daqian, and then directly fell from the sky. His body directly smashed into the last demonic beast. At this time, Zhang Daqian's strength erupted again, and the terrifying power directly impacted the two monsters, killing them directly. Huff, huff. Zhang Daqian finally won. He directly killed these monsters, but in fact, at this time, he was also extremely tired. This was also because the two monsters were scared out of their wits by Zhang Daqian's thunderous power. They didn't dare to confront him at all, but in fact, if they continued to persist, then it was possible to directly turn the situation around. Zhang Daqian had just broken through, and his momentum was indeed fierce, but there was always a limit. If they could continue to support him, then it wouldn't be like this. Zhang Daqian fell to the ground, swallowed the medicinal pill directly, and then began to recover his aura. Although he had already killed all the demonic beasts, he knew that his battle was far from over. At this time, the fog had become extremely thick, and the earthquake had not stopped, which meant that the extremely powerful monster beast with the dragon bloodline was still alive and seemed to be in good condition. He knew that although Yi Xingkong's strength was strong, even stronger than his current strength, it was still very difficult for him to face the terrifying monster beast alone. Therefore, he had to recover his strength as soon as possible so that he could help Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong condensed all his strength into the Buddha sword, and finally exerted an extremely powerful force. The array began to ripple directly under the sword. It was like endless waves were constantly shaking, and in the end, the array was finally broken. The giant dragon lizard looked at Yi Xingkong, and its huge eyes revealed incomparable surprise. "Human, I really didn't expect you to be able to do this. This is greatly beyond my expectations," it said slowly and in a low voice. Indeed, it had never thought that Yi Xingkong could break this array. After all, the guy who set up the array was a powerful existence that even it was extremely afraid of. He had personally experienced the power of this array formation. However, at this time, the array was actually broken. Such terrifying strength was really unimaginable. At this time, the giant dragon lizard thought highly of Yi Xingkong. Yi Xingkong said directly, "Evil creature, is breaking this array already very surprising to you? What are you going to do when I chop your head off?" At this time, Yi Xingkong was simply aggressive, and he asked directly. The giant dragon lizard seemed to have heard the funniest joke. Its long snake tongue kept sticking out, and then it said, "Haha, human, if you can do it, then come. If you can really defeat me, then I will die a worthy death. Unfortunately, you don't seem to have the strength." At this time, an extremely dense aura directly oppressed from the giant dragon lizard's body. Dragon's aura. This was the real dragon's aura, the majesty that was emitted by the giant dragon's blood. It was not like Zhang Daqian's dragon's aura, which was condensed from his own thunder dragon. The two majesties were very different. The moment the dragon's aura was released, a shallow layer of soil on the ground was directly shaved off, and Yi Xingkong took 3 steps back in a row. "Ha ha ha, is this what you meant when you said you were going to kill me? But you can't even withstand my dragon's aura. You stupid humans should be delicious food, but you have to do such unnecessary things. It really disgusts me." The powerful giant dragon lizard flicked its tongue again. Yi Xingkong gritted his teeth. Chapter 1139. Female literature. If he had not expended so much energy to break the formation, he would not have ended up in such a pathetic state. However, he had to admit that this giant lizard dragon was very powerful. The dragon's aura was so terrifying that it was even more terrifying than the aura of a venerable one. Was a true dragon really that powerful? At this moment, he gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and the pagoda sword chi was constantly pulsating. At this moment, his power was so strong and terrifying. That thick power was constantly changing at this moment. All the powers between heaven and earth were constantly changing at this moment. The auras were also constantly shaking at this moment, and they were all gathering around Yi Xingxing's body. It was the pagoda sex recovery technique. According to legend, if one was able to cultivate this profound technique to the limit, then one would even be able to directly bring the dead back to life. Of course, Yi Xingxing had not cultivated this technique to this level. In fact, even great elder Fu Qing had not cultivated it. But now, it was perfect for him to use this technique to restore his cultivation. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon suddenly took a step forward. Its power was still seeping into the ground. The earthquake was still ongoing, and it slowly walked towards Yi Xingxing. I hate humans. In my opinion, you're all like bedbugs, so I'm still going to kill you. In fact, I'm a terrible lizard, but compared to laziness, I hate humans more. At this moment, its aura was pulsating, and its powerful power was simply terrifying to the extreme. At this time, his rich power was constantly rushing out, and his violent aura was even more powerful at this time. At this moment, its terrifying aura was directly suppressing Yi Xingxing. Are you recovering your power? Although I hate you humans, I have to admit that you humans have really come up with a lot of interesting things. Of course, it was not interesting. The strength of humans was not without reason. The strength of demonic beasts lay in their powerful inheritance. As long as their bloodline was strong enough, they were born to be extremely terrifying. The legendary demonic beasts with top-notch bloodlines were comparable to humans in the dragon realm when they were young, or even stronger. How terrifying was this? With such a starting point, it was natural for them to be at the top. It was enough to look down on all living beings. However, the heavenly Tao was fair after all. Such existences were undoubtedly powerful. However, their birth was not easy. Just think about it. If there were many such existences in this world, how could the other living beings survive? They would probably all be killed by those terrifying existences. Therefore, although they were powerful, the heavenly Tao was still fair. Humans, on the other hand, were not very strong when they were born. Up until now, in the records of history, the most outstanding human had only reached the spirit-drawing realm at birth. That child had died after birth, as if he had been punished by the heavens. Not to mention the top demon beasts, even compared to those ordinary beasts, the starting point of the human race was lower. However, the human race was an intelligent race. They were originally so powerless, but they created cultivation. This caused their strength to increase greatly. In the end, human powerhouses emerged one after another. Even the most powerful demonic beasts had to make concessions. Even the most powerful dragon clan could only stay on Dragon Island at this time. The giant dragon lizard's words were true. However, it was precisely because of this that he especially hated humans. Yi Xingxing did not answer. At this time, he simply did not have the time to answer. At this time, he was constantly gathering his strength. In his current state, he was unable to fight against this extremely powerful and terrifying existence. The only way was to restore his strength. Only then would he have a chance. Looks like that sword strike just now really consumed too much of your physical strength. That's why I say that you guys are the real idiots. What's that saying again? That's right, you know you can't do it, but you still do it. At this time, the giant dragon lizard's tongue slowly stretched out at this time. That extremely powerful force also slowly rose at this time. An extremely strong fishy smell had already rushed towards Yi Xingxing. He was going to die. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. In just an instant, he had already determined that the snake's tongue was extremely poisonous. If he was touched by the snake's tongue, he would definitely die. Therefore, at this time, he could no longer gather strength. His sword suddenly rose, and a beam of sword chi was waved again. That beam of sword light sped forward. The sword light was sharp, but it was not so for the giant dragon lizard. Weak, pitiful. This was his evaluation of the sword light. The snake's tongue flickered gently, and a red light flashed. At this time, the sword chi was directly torn apart. Yi Xingxing's face was solemn. In fact, when he attacked with his sword, he had already thought that his sword could not cause any harm to the opponent. However, he did not expect that the giant dragon lizard would be able to destroy his sword light so easily. Forget it, it's better for you to become food. The snake's tongue rushed towards Yi Xingxing at a terrifying speed. Its speed was faster than his sword light. At this moment, a bolt of lightning directly rushed out from the cave entrance. Thunder Dragon Fist. Then, Zhang Daqian directly appeared. He had the elixir given by Su Yan. After swallowing it, he directly recovered his strength. Although he did not recover to his peak state, it was extremely rare. As soon as he recovered, he did not dare to delay any further and directly rushed towards the cave entrance. That Thunder Dragon Fist directly bombarded the snake's forked tongue. The power of thunder was extremely overbearing. When the punch landed, even the giant lizard dragon was directly injured, and its tongue was rolled back into its mouth. At that very moment, a look of anger flashed in his eyes. You were actually able to come here alive. In that case, did you already kill those 4 pieces of trash? Those 4 monsters were also powerful monsters at the peak of the dragon realm. In terms of realm, they were the same as him, but in his eyes, they were just trash. At this time, his aura was so violent and terrifying. All of his strength was condensed at this time. Zhang Daqian came to Yi Xingxing's side and said, "Are you okay?" Yi Xingxing smiled bitterly, "I won't die." Zhang Daqian handed over a pill. This is Su Yan's energy-gathering pill. Eat it and it will restore your strength. Yi Xingxing did not hesitate and directly swallowed the pill. I'll hold it off for a while. Hurry up. Seeing this, Yi Xingxing swallowed the pill. Zhang Daqian directly rushed towards the giant dragon lizard. As soon as he arrived in front of this lizard, he already knew that this lizard was really not to be underestimated. It was stronger than the 4 monsters he had killed before. Just the dragon's might that drifted out was already extremely terrifying. If he had not condensed the Thunder Dragon, he was afraid that standing under this dragon power at this time would be extremely heavy. Thunder Fist, Thunder Roar. In the face of such a monster, he did not dare to give the other party a chance to attack first. He directly roared and immediately blasted out a punch. At this time, the powerful and terrifying fist directly burst out at this time. The powerful light constantly flashed, showing the extremely terrifying power. Such an attack was already extremely terrifying. It was a punch that condensed all of his will and strength. Looking at the roaring thunder power, even the giant dragon lizard showed a dignified look at this time. Go to hell. He swung his huge tail and slammed it into the ground. The entire cave immediately shook violently, and then an extremely powerful aura directly spread out at this time. On the ground, layers of rock walls suddenly appeared. His Thunder Dragon Fist had been completely sealed off. The emergence of this power was so sudden that it surprised Zhang Daqian a little. This was the terrifying talent of monsters. Generally speaking, if a person wanted to perform such a method, he or she must be proficient in the 5 elements law. However, at this moment, he did it so effortlessly. After the rock walls appeared, not only did they block the power of the Thunder Dragon Fist, but they also rose up one by one, trapping Zhang Daqian in it. Zhang Daqian's expression kept changing. He already knew that this was extremely unfavorable for him. He had to find a way to break through the blockade of this wall. However, it was not so easy to break through this blockade. Humph, evil creature, you can't lock me up. After trying to find a loophole and failing to find one, he suddenly erupted his power and began to bombard it directly. A series of loud noises came, but the giant dragon lizard did not care. However, he soon became extremely unhappy because at this time, Yi Xingxing had recovered. This made him extremely unhappy. Elixir. This was also one of the reasons why humans were so strong. Beast, now we can have a good fight. At this time, his power erupted again, and an extremely powerful light directly bombarded the opponent. It was the sword light again. However, this time, the sword light was much stronger than before. Humph, come on. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly recovered his physical strength. He had to admit that the effect of the energy-gathering pill was really good. Under this sword attack, the giant dragon lizard's long snake tongue fluttered again. The terrifying power directly bombarded and then dispersed the sword light. However, although he still managed to disperse the sword light this time, his expression was extremely ugly. Chapter 1140. Female literature. The attack from before had been so understated. However, it was different this time around. At this time, Zhang Daqian was trapped by the rock wall, but what really trapped Zhang Daqian was not the rocks, but the power he attached to the rocks. At this time, Zhang Daqian was constantly attacking the rocks, which was also constantly consuming his power. Now, Yi Xingxing's sword chi rushed over again. That sword chi was not the sword chi he used to slash out when he was weak, so he had to spend energy to deal with it. The sword chi was dispersed by him, but Yi Xingxing was not unhappy at all. Instead, he laughed. "It seems that you are not that strong," Yi Xingxing said. At this time, the power that the giant dragon lizard injected into the earth had stopped. At this time, the 5-dragon mountain was no longer shaking, and the earthquake power had disappeared. This meant that the evil beast's power had a limit, and it was impossible for it to be endless. At this time, he had no time to divert more power to trigger the earthquake. Now, he and Zhang Daqian were actually still at a disadvantage, but it did not matter. Once the earthquake stopped, the threat to the disciples at the foot of the mountain would be reduced. He believed that Jing Xingming could take the disciples and leave the 5-dragon mountain at this time. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a bitter battle, Jing Xingming finally killed the powerful dragon monster. Now that the earthquake stopped, they were no longer so passive. The disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization immediately began to cast the fog technique on him. With the combination of the Guiyuan pill and the fog technique, his state directly improved. "I am going to the mountain to help Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing. You guys return to the Heaven and Earth organization." After recovering his power, he did not talk nonsense and directly went to the 5-dragon mountain. "So what? Do you think you have one?" At this time, the huge dragon's body began to expand. At the same time, he began to release his power directly. At this moment, outside the cave, a huge earth wall appeared, sealing the cave. "Human, if you think you have one, then you are wrong. The fun has just begun." At this time, his power was constantly surging, and a powerful force was directly released. Yi Xingxing's expression turned solemn. Although his words were extremely contemptuous, he knew that this guy was powerful and terrifying. At this time, the cave entrance had been sealed, so even if Jing Xingming wanted to come in, he couldn't do it. Zhang Daqian was still trapped in the seal. Although the power of the dragon lizard had been reduced a little, it was still very difficult for him to face this terrifying and powerful monster alone. Pagoda Sword Chi, Pagoda Life Sword. At this time, he no longer hesitated and directly attacked. The sword chi permeated the air once again. The dense sword chi rose up at this time. An extremely terrifying power was operating at this time. That powerful power was truly terrifying. The fall of the sword immediately demonstrated the strength of the Stupa sect. This set of sword skills was many times more powerful than the burial sword tomb. As the sword chi fell, there was actually a Buddha chi transforming. The dragon lizard used one move, which was to directly spit out its long snake tongue. The red snake tongue was simply the most terrifying weapon. Yi Xingxing's sword was naturally not a divine sword, but it was still a top-notch famed sword. It was extremely powerful, and when combined with the power of the sword chi, the lethality of the attack was needless to say. However, the snake tongue kept colliding with the sword, but there was no damage. Instead, Yi Xingxing's sword kept shaking, as if it couldn't withstand this power. Great Pagoda Palm. At this time, Yi Xingxing suddenly rose, and directly suppressed the dragon lizard with a huge force. This was also the most powerful move of the Stupa sect. Its strength was unimaginable. When Fu Qing and Su Yan fought that day, they had already used this move. However, Su Yan directly responded with a powerful law, and immediately neutralized this move. At this time, Yi Xingxing's move was also terrifying. The palm fell directly on the dragon lizard's back, directly pressing it into the ground. At this time, the dragon lizard let out an angry roar. Yi Xingxing's sword had actually pressed it deep into the ground, which made it extremely angry. It had the blood of the dragon clan in it, so naturally, it had the dignity of the dragon clan. In the eyes of the dragon, all other clans were inferior, and humans were even more so. Back then, the blood-winged dragon betrayed Su Yan, even at the risk of being bitten, and directly went against its oath, because of this reason. Now, it was actually being suppressed by a lowly human in such a way. This was intolerable. At this moment, an extremely powerful force was constantly surging. His aura had risen to the peak at this moment. Because it was angry, it went berserk. When a powerful demonic beast went berserk, it was naturally extremely terrifying. Its blood directly burned, and its power would be even more terrifying, and its demonic power would be even more intense. Not only that, but its tolerance for pain would also be greatly increased. This was the state of madness. Some humans with special talents would also be like this. At the most critical time, they would directly enter the most violent state, which was actually somewhat similar to the cold state. Of course, compared to the cold state, there was a fatal flaw. That was rationality. When Wang Baichuan displayed the cold state, he would not lose his rationality. On the contrary, he would become calmer, and his grasp of the battle would become even more terrifying. However, this was not the case for madness. However, under the current circumstances, a demonic beast that had begun to go berserk, and it was a dragon lizard that had the blood of the dragon clan, was unimaginable. After the dragon lizard went berserk, it directly let out an extremely ear-piercing cry, and its body directly charged towards Yi Xingxing. The dragon lizard was obviously so huge at this time, but its speed was simply unimaginable. Such a violent speed, even Yi Xingxing was shocked. How terrifying! It can actually increase its speed to this extent. The moment the dragon lizard began to go berserk, he already knew that things were going to be bad. However, he did not expect the dragon lizard to be even more terrifying after going berserk than he imagined. He did his best and directly avoided the impact. However, the strong wind that blew past him made him extremely uncomfortable. This place had been directly sealed by the dragon lizard. In such a narrow place, he did not know how many times he could avoid it. It was at this moment that the giant lizard charged at him again. After dodging several times in a row, Yi Xingxing already felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yi Xingxing, come to me. At this moment, Zhang Daqian's voice suddenly sounded. Yi Xingxing immediately understood what the other party meant. When the giant lizard dragon charged at him again, he immediately arrived in front of the stone prison that the giant lizard dragon had created. At the critical moment, he dodged again, but the giant lizard dragon's power slammed into the stone prison. In an instant, the stone prison was directly shattered, and Zhang Daqian directly came out of the stone prison. At this time, his expression was ugly. Although he came out of the stone prison, the impact just now almost killed him directly. What a terrifying beast! He exclaimed in his heart. Human, die. At this moment, a red light flashed in the dragon lizard's eyes, and the ground began to fluctuate again. It was clearly a hard rock ground, but at this time, it turned into quicksand. Seeing that the situation was not good, the two of them immediately rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon lizard's long tongue turned into a terrifying long whip and directly lashed towards the two of them. Fight! At this time, for the two of them, it was already impossible for them to dodge the attack. Moreover, it was in such a narrow place, which made it even more so. Therefore, at this moment, the best choice for the two of them was to fight with all their might. Thunder technique, thunder critical strike. Zhang Daqian directly condensed all his power, and a terrifying thunder light appeared. At this time, Yi Xingxing also did the same. Buddha's immeasurable, demon-slaying sword. The sword in his hand directly shattered, and after that, it turned into an incomparably pure sword chi. The sword chi and his Buddha's chi combined to form an extremely terrifying sword light. When this sword light appeared, it immediately displayed an incomparably terrifying majesty. The two most powerful forces directly fell, and the terrifying aura directly exploded at this time. At this time, the intense power was really terrifying. In an instant, this small cave was completely flooded by the terrifying power. Boom! A terrifying roar directly rushed out, and the power directly exploded. Then, the violent energy continued to surge. Under the impact of this power, Yi Xingxing and Zhang Daqian directly hit the stone wall, and unimaginable pain immediately spread to them. This attack was really terrifying, and the two of them had exhausted their most powerful strength. The impact of this attack was so terrifying that the entire cave almost collapsed. Fortunately, at this time, the cave was directly blasted open by this force. The cave is about to collapse, let's go. At this time, the two of them directly rushed out, ignoring the intense pain on their bodies. At this time, the dragon lizard's terrible hissing sound was still transmitted. Although it was painful, one could tell from its voice that it was still full of strength. Such an attack still couldn't do anything to it. Chapter 1141. Female Literature, Chapter 1139, Joining Forces to Fight. Fortunately, the two of them managed to leave the cave before it collapsed and were not buried inside. Otherwise, even if they were not crushed to death by the falling boulder, they would have been trapped inside and died. At the very least, they would not be able to fight against such a terrifying monster in such an unfavorable environment. When the two of them left the cave, Jing Xingming was finally able to meet up with them. "Are you all right?" At this time, when he looked at the two people in such a miserable state, he already knew how dangerous the battle just now was. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing shook their heads and said, "We're fine. We didn't die, but that guy didn't die either." A top-level monster in the dragon realm was already extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the other party had the dragon bloodline. That was even more unimaginable. The two of them had already tried their best, but they still could not kill the other party. This showed how terrifying the other party was. Their expressions had become extremely solemn. They were already lucky to be alive after encountering such a monster. At this moment, an angry roar came from the cave, followed by another earthquake. Jing Xingming carried the two of them and immediately soared into the sky. At this moment, the 5 dragon mountains shook violently again, and the ground cracked. The giant lizard dragon finally appeared. At this moment, the giant lizard dragon had truly become a terrifying monster. Its body had already reached a height of nearly 100 meters, and its terrifying aura was extremely dense. It occupied the top of the 5 dragon mountain, displaying an unimaginably terrifying aura. Previously in the cave, it still had a trace of rationality. But now, it had completely chosen to use its crazy and powerful dragon bloodline to propel itself. When the dragon bloodline's power was 100% ignited, its power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The powerful aura was simply indescribable. Such a powerful force could be said to be invincible in the dragon realm. Damn it, how can this beast be so terrifying? Yi Xingxing snorted angrily. They had clearly used all their strength, but they still could not defeat this damned beast. At this moment, Zhang Daqian suddenly said, "In the end, we are still too weak. If Su Yan was here, he would definitely be able to kill this beast in the shortest time possible." At this point, they all fell silent. Could Su Yan kill this guy? Of course he could. Moreover, it would be effortless. However, that was something that Su Yan could kill, not them. As for themselves, it was already very difficult for them to join forces. This reflected the gap between them, and the most important thing was that Su Yan was actually about the same age as them. Yi Xingkong and the others were not the same. They boasted that they had grown up in the mystic realm, so they should have been stronger than the natives of the 5 counties. But the reality was so cruel. Su Yan's strength had already reached the level of a few days. You don't have to be so disappointed. Su Yan's strength is his own business. We can't be envious of him. If it is useful to be envious, why do we need to cultivate? In the end, we have to rely on ourselves to improve. At this time, Zhang Daqian had recovered some of his yuan qi. He said directly, the problem now is not to talk about those trivial things, but to join forces to kill this guy. If the 3 of us can't do it, then it will be a joke. As he spoke, his conviction rose, and a strong sense of confidence was displayed. At this time, Yi Xingkong also directly swept away the decline and said, Brother Zhang is right. Su Yan is Su Yan, and we are us. Our lives are not over yet, and no one can say anything about the future. As long as we work hard enough, we may be able to surpass Su Yan one day. In any case, such a giant lizard dragon will definitely not be able to stop us. His strength also began to rise directly. Jing Xingming said, in that case, let's fight it. I don't believe that the 3 of us are not a match for this beast. At this time, the 3 of them were ready to join forces. Strong willpower began to appear, naturally supporting the incomparable fighting spirit. And now, the 3 of them began to truly join forces. In the past, although they had cooperated with each other, there was still a gap between them, after all. But now, under the powerful pressure, this gap gradually melted away. Su Yan proposed to let the people of the Stupa sect, the Heaven and Earth organization, and the Sound of Thunder sect work together for this reason. The continent of the 5 counties had already begun to change. Su Yan could not guess what the future would be like. However, he understood one thing. No matter how the continent changed, it was not something that could be dealt with by relying on one sect. If the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect wanted to survive, besides being stronger, they also had to have allies. Only with enough allies could they develop better. This was the way of the world. Helping each other and seeking common ground while shelving differences was the only way to develop in an all-round way. However, if they could not do this and did not accept or even reject other sects, then they would be the first to be consumed in fearless battles. As for making the sects stronger, that was just empty talk. Of course, wanting to form an alliance was not just empty talk. As the saying went, everyone was different. Due to the different environments in which they grew up, the way of thinking between the sects was also different. If they were forcefully put together, then there would naturally be conflicts. Even if the leaders of the sects had reached an agreement, it would be useless. Each of these disciples had their own thoughts. No matter how strong a person was, it would be difficult to control the hearts of others, unless they were refined into puppets. However, if all the disciples were turned into puppets, then the sect would be finished. In that case, it would be useless no matter how strong these puppets were. They would still be destroyed. There was only one way to make these people with different thoughts integrate better, and that was to share trials and tribulations. As the saying went, a friend in need was a friend indeed. Only when they had gone through difficult things together would they develop feelings for each other. When he was still on Earth, those large and small companies would hold a regular expansion training. In fact, this was the reason why so many companies would hold a regular expansion training. Let them experience difficulties together and work hard for the same thing. In this way, they would naturally be able to get to know each other better and accept each other better. Of course, in the 5 continents, there was no need for such things as quality expansion at all, because now, there was danger at every moment. The feelings gained after going through the test of life and death were unbreakable. Just like now, at the very beginning, Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming were fighting directly. If it was just to persuade them, even if Yun Wanqing personally tried to persuade them, it would be useless. But now, they had joined forces to fight this terrifying giant lizard dragon. Under the threat of life and death, if they wanted to survive and defeat or even kill this giant lizard dragon, then they could only cooperate with each other and trust each other completely. At this time, they directly released their power, and the giant lizard dragon immediately felt their existence. It opened its mouth, and a terrifying breath directly went against the sky. Disperse, then attack from different directions. At this time, Yi Xingxing said directly. At this time, the three of them had already developed a tacit understanding in their hearts. Then, they directly dispersed in a triangular formation. The terrifying breath did not cause any harm to them. This attack did not have any effect at all, which immediately made the giant lizard dragon extremely angry. It released a sharp hissing sound again. Pay attention, this guy's hissing sound interferes with soul power. Be careful. Zhang Daiqian shouted directly. Zhang Daiqian's perception was very keen. The hissing sound didn't have an obvious effect on the soul. However, the power of the hissing sound was like a ticking time bomb that was buried in one sea of consciousness. When the strength of this power reached a critical point, it would directly explode. This terrible impact may not kill them, but it was definitely a huge impact on them. At that time, the giant lizard dragon could directly harvest it. However, Zhang Daiqian's keen perception discovered this point and told them about it, so they would be on guard and not let this weak mental power enter their sea of consciousness. At this time, Jing Xingming also shouted, "I'll attack its jaw." When the giant lizard dragon raised its head, a piece of flesh on its jaw was exposed. Jing Xingming immediately found that compared to the other parts of the giant lizard dragon, the flesh on its jaw was obviously very soft. There was no perfect existence in this world. Even the legendary giant dragons had their own weaknesses, so this giant lizard dragon was the same. At this time, it seemed that its jaw was its weakness, so at this time, he directly attacked its weakness. However, if he was alone, he definitely wouldn't have done so. Even ordinary beasts had means to protect their own weaknesses, let alone such a powerful and terrifying monster beast. But now it was different. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Daiqian and Yi Xingxing immediately launched their attacks. What they wanted to do was to attract the attention of the giant lizard dragon. Thunder Roar, Thunder Dragon Fist. Buddha's immeasurable, great demon subduing palm. The power of the two people directly bombarded out, and each power was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this time, the giant lizard dragon was attracted by the two powers that fell from the sky. He raised his head again and immediately let out an extremely terrifying breath. The power of this breath was so imposing that even a one-origin venerable would feel incomparably fearful. Zhang Daiqian and Yi Xingxing naturally could not block this attack, and their power was directly scattered. But this was enough. Chapter 1142. Female Literature, Chapter 1140, finally killed. They didn't intend to use their attacks to kill this terrifying monster. All they wanted was to defeat this terrifying monster. At this moment, a powerful force fell, and the terrifying ray shot out, immediately dispersing their power. The two of them immediately dodged. Jing Xingming immediately shouted, "Now!" Yes, it was now. When the death ray was activated, the huge lizard dragon raised its head high. This also meant that his weakness was exposed at this moment. Buddha's sword light, infinite slaughter. How could Jing Xingming let go of this opportunity? His aura flashed, and a sword light immediately appeared. He had gathered all of his strength in this strike. Such a sword intent directly soared into the sky, and the terrifying aura kept circling in the air. The powerful and terrifying power kept fluctuating. The terrifying power directly fell at this moment. It was as if a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Such a powerful force kept moving at this moment. It was really terrifying. The power was entrusted with all of Jing Xingming's faith. Then, it finally landed on that weak piece of flesh. At this moment, the dragon lizard immediately let out an extremely miserable and painful cry. The sword qi directly pierced through that piece of flesh. That was the first time it suffered such a big loss since the beginning of the battle. One must know that before this, no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through its flesh. But now, they had caused such a serious injury. This was a huge improvement, and also a huge victory. Good, we finally hurt this evil creature. If this attack still could not hurt this evil creature, the three of them would really be powerless. At this point, they were extremely confident that they could kill the giant lizard dragon. As long as this dragon lizard was injured, the injury would gradually spread. There was no other way. It was like a dam. The dam could originally block thousands of floods, but as long as there was a small hole in most of the dam, it would directly collapse. With this breakthrough, the three of them had a direction to attack. The three of them kept circling around and attacking. Finally, they gradually expanded their advantage. At this moment, in a dark place, a shadow was watching their battle. Hee, it's really amazing. Are you finally going to kill this stupid dragon lizard after working together? But fortunately, you still killed it. You didn't let me down. If you couldn't kill it, it would be too boring. This guy was talking to himself. If the giant dragon lizard's dragon blood hadn't gone berserk, and it just so happened to be here, then it would have discovered that this person wasn't just anyone, but the mysterious person who walked out of the darkness in its own cave. He and the dragon lizard were clearly working together, but from his tone, one could tell that he wanted the dragon lizard dead. If the dragon lizard dies, then that guy will definitely wake up. I really didn't expect Su Yan to be so powerful. Even Master can't do anything to him for the time being. Fortunately, if that guy wakes up, he should be able to find something for Su Yan to do. Otherwise, Su Yan's realm will probably continue to rise. The reason why the Five-Dragon Mountain was called the Five-Dragon Mountain was because there was a five-clawed black dragon sleeping at the foot of the mountain. The five-clawed black dragon was extremely powerful. It was a terrifying existence on the level of a sacred beast. One had to know that sacred beasts were already extremely terrifying, and sacred beasts of the dragon race were even more powerful. They were at least a level higher than ordinary sacred beasts. And this dragon was a five-clawed dragon. Although it was only a black dragon, the five-clawed dragon was already an extremely terrifying bloodline among the dragon race. It only had 3 claws to take down the blood-winged wyvern. This giant lizard dragon was already extremely powerful, to the point of being ridiculously powerful. Why was this so? It was because its talent was extremely terrifying. It had the bloodline of the five-clawed black dragon. In fact, this dragon lizard was already terrifying enough. It could cause great destruction. However, in their opinion, it was still far from enough. What they needed was more dragons to appear. The five-clawed dragon was currently in a deep sleep. Even they were unwilling to provoke it because they knew that once they did so, the five-clawed dragon would attack them first. When that time came, it would be a joke. They had tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Therefore, they could only use the dragon lizard to lure the five-clawed black dragon out. As for how to lure it out, it was actually not difficult. As long as its descendant died, their goal would be achieved. However, they did not dare to kill the black dragon themselves. It was not that they could not do it, but that they did not dare to. It was because dragons would leave behind dragon resentment before they were killed. This dragon resentment was an extremely special curse. Once there was dragon resentment, no matter what race the giant dragon was, it would definitely not rest until one was dead. That was because that was blasphemy against the dragon's dignity. Therefore, as powerful as he was, he did not dare to act rashly. But now that there were a few scapegoats, it couldn't be better. This giant lizard dragon actually had an outstanding bloodline, but unfortunately, his strength was still too low. Such strength was indeed a devastating disaster for ordinary sections. However, it was not enough for Su Yan. If Su Yan personally made a move, he would probably be suppressed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, he wanted to find a powerful opponent for Su Yan. Those fools did not know that yet. At that moment, they were still attacking continuously, wanting to kill the dragon lizard. At this time, their strength was constantly increasing, and the terrifying power kept rushing down. Under the powerful impact, the giant dragon lizard's vitality finally began to decrease. Very good, we're going to succeed. As long as we kill this guy, we can completely clear this area. We can live here very well. Zhang Daqing was a little excited at that moment. Such a powerful opponent was finally going to be killed by them, which was naturally something to be happy about. Moreover, as long as the most powerful monster in the Five Dragons Mountain was killed, the other monsters would naturally not be a threat. By that time, their strength would become extremely powerful and terrifying. The people in this place would also be able to start their own lives and continue to develop. This was an extremely difficult thing to do, so even he was somewhat happy in his heart. Then, let's do it. We'll kill it with the final blow. At that moment, the power of the three people converged at the same time. The dragon lizard already had many wounds on its body, but it was far from enough. If they wanted to completely kill it, they were still far from enough. However, at that moment, their power directly converged, and a terrifying aura immediately rose at that moment. Lightning Pagoda Sword. A terrifying giant sword immediately appeared in the sky. On the giant sword, the pagoda sword's aura was extremely deep. Outside the giant sword, there were also streaks of lightning following it. This was the first time the three people directly merged their power and then used it to attack. The power displayed was simply beyond their imagination. They never thought that they would be able to release such terrifying power. When the sword floated in the air, the terrifying pressure immediately became extremely deep. An extremely terrifying power kept flying in the sky. Such a dignified sword, such a terrifying sword aura. At that moment, everything between heaven and earth seemed to have completely disappeared. The only thing that existed was this terrifying and powerful sword aura. The sword move floated in the sky like a terrifying giant that existed at the peak of the world. Such power kept flashing, which was even more difficult to describe. The three people shouted at the same time, "Kill!" At that moment, the lightning pagoda sword finally fell. The dragon lizard, which was already on the verge of death, immediately let out a loud roar. It was obvious that it had realized that its death was finally coming. In the end, the sword fell directly. The terrifying aura directly fell and directly cut off the dragon lizard's head. We did it! The three people shouted excitedly at the same time. After paying such a high price, they had finally succeeded. How could they not be happy? However, at that moment, Zhang Daqian's expression suddenly changed. Oh no, let's go. At that moment, he felt something extremely terrifying. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes that came from nowhere, or as if he was being cursed by a terrifying creature that had existed since ancient times. Damn it, it's the dragon's resentment. At that moment, Yi Xingkong suddenly remembered a record he had accidentally read in the past. All dragon slayers were possessed by the dragon's resentment. The dragon's resentment was the resentment of a giant dragon. With such resentment, the person was the common enemy of the dragon clan. No matter when or where, as long as they saw the dragon's resentment, anyone with the bloodline of the dragon clan would definitely kill them. Although Yi Xingkong knew this secret, he had grown up in a secret realm since he was a child. There were no giant dragons in a secret realm, so he had always hidden this matter deep in his mind. However, just a moment ago, he finally remembered that the dragon's resentment was an extremely terrifying thing. When Zhang Daqian spoke, the three of them had already retreated. However, it was too late. The dragon's resentment was too fast, and it had already been branded on their bodies in an instant. This was not just a simple tattoo, but a terrible curse that was engraved on their souls. Chapter 1143. Female Literature, Chapter 1141, Five-Clawed Black Dragon. Damn it, we're still a step too late. Yi Xingxing was extremely regretful at this time. If he had thought of this earlier, maybe he wouldn't have to do this now. But it was too late to say anything now. The dragon's resentment was already attached to their bodies. At this time, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. I'm really sorry. It's all my fault. If I had thought of this in advance, we might have been able to avoid the dragon's resentment. Yi Xingxing apologized directly. Zhang Daqian said, no need to apologize. In my opinion, even if we knew in advance, we wouldn't have been able to avoid it. That was a curse condensed by the dragon lizard when it burned its dragon blood before it died. Unless we're much stronger than the dragon lizard and can directly disperse this power, we won't be able to avoid it. If they were much stronger than the dragon lizard, then why would they have to work so hard? Even to the point where they would fight to the death. Therefore, there were many things that were useless to say more. Forget it, forget it. It's all fate. But at least we killed this guy directly. As for what the dragon's resentment is and what the consequences will be, I think we don't have to worry about it now. What will come will come. At this time, Jing Xingming said. In fact, what he said was very reasonable. If many things were really predestined, then what would come will come. Not to mention that they were already affected by the dragon's resentment, so there was no point in thinking about it later. At least the three of them joined forces and killed this terrifying dragon lizard. Killing the dragon lizard was a great benefit for them. Dragons were indeed powerful, but often, the word dragon was also associated with wealth. Not to mention other things, the materials on the dragon's body were extremely precious. Its leather armor was so tough that even their strength couldn't damage it. If they could make it into a weapon to protect themselves, then they would immediately have a huge advantage in a battle with people of the same level. And the leather armor was actually the most worthless thing on the dragon lizard's body. Just as they were talking, an extremely silent whistling sound suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if a terrifying whirlwind suddenly appeared out of thin air. What's going on? At this time, the three of them immediately woke up. What exactly happened? Why did such an unforeseen event happen? They couldn't understand why such a terrifying change would occur at this time. Not good, an even more terrifying creature has appeared. Damn it, dragon's resentment, it must be dragon's resentment. There are dragons in this place. Zhang Daqian's expression changed immediately. He immediately thought of a possibility, that was, the dragon's resentment. They didn't expect that their words of waiting until later would come true. An extremely terrifying power directly appeared at this time. Heaven and earth also changed color at this moment. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. The terrifying sound of the wind had become the only sound they could hear between heaven and earth. Look! At this time, Jing Xingming suddenly exclaimed. Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing turned around at the same time. What? Even with their mental fortitude, they were shocked at this moment. A pair of indifferent eyes suddenly appeared behind them. There was no light of life in those eyes, as if they were the deepest darkness. Under the gaze of those eyes, the three of them all felt an extremely terrifying force attacking their bodies. That terrifying aura seemed to want to kill them directly. Dragon, that's a real dragon. A monster with the bloodline of a real dragon was already so terrifying, but what appeared in front of them at this time was a real dragon. What kind of terrifying existence was that? What was even more terrifying was that the realm of this real dragon seemed to be far above them. I bestow death upon all of you. His voice was ethereal, as if he was a deity. The moment his words fell, a dark storm directly appeared at this time. The cold storm directly shook at this time. The terrifying power was so powerful at this time. Endless power was directly stimulated at this time. At this time, the terrifying pressure directly pressed down. Die, die, die. In the terrifying storm, the word die kept echoing. Under the influence of this voice, the three of them seemed to have lost themselves. One after another, extremely terrifying scenes appeared directly at this time. They seemed to be directly sinking into it. At this time, the shadow hiding in the distance naturally saw all of this. The terrifying power was really terrifying to the extreme. The incomparably terrifying storm at this time was constantly moving at this time, and it was even more terrifying. At this time, that terrifying power had already shown an extremely terrifying sharpness. The lives of the three people were about to directly wither away. But at this time, a cold snort directly appeared. Presumptuous. These two words directly exploded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the storm stopped, and the terrifying call of death dissipated directly. Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming also directly woke up at this time. At this moment, they still didn't know what happened just now. They only felt that an extremely terrifying power appeared, and then their spirit was directly devoured. At that moment, they felt that they were already dead, and that they had committed a heinous crime and should be subjected to endless torture. But at this time, when the word presumptuous appeared, all the thoughts in their hearts were directly overturned, and their consciousness was restored. When they recovered, they immediately found that there was an extra person in front of them. This person was none other than Su Yan. Su Yan. When they saw Su Yan, they immediately knew that Su Yan had saved their lives before. Even at this time, they were actually still very confused. Guard your spirit, don't be affected by external forces. Su Yan didn't turn around, but directly said to them. The three of them didn't dare to have any neglect. After all, they had already felt the terrifying power before. Just when they were ready, an even more terrifying will directly appeared. At this time, they felt that they were just newborn babies, and in front of them was an omnipotent and terrifying dragon. The dragon looked at them coldly, wanting to kill them directly. But sometimes, in an instant, a light shadow would appear, and the terrifying might would be directly destroyed. Feel the dragon's might well. You've all reached the peak of the dragon realm, but if you can once again comprehend the true dragon's might and completely transform yourself into a dragon's might, then when you become an honorable, your strength will naturally be strong. You have the dragon's resentment on you, and misfortune and fortune are interdependent. That is your fate, but it is also your opportunity. That terrifying might was naturally the aura of the black dragon. The black dragon's appearance was to directly kill the three of them. No, not only the three of them, he also wanted to kill Su Yan together. But Su Yan wouldn't let him achieve that. Not only that, at this time, Su Yan also wanted to give them a huge opportunity. That was to let them feel the true dragon's might. If they could grasp the true essence of the dragon's might, then they would naturally be able to take a higher step on the path of the dragon realm. Back then, Su Yan directly reached the level of 10 dragons in the dragon realm, and his entire body completely transformed. Even if he was an honorable, he could directly match him. He didn't expect these people to have the same Dao as him and reach the level of 10 dragons, but he also hoped that they could become stronger and walk further on the path in the future. That was why he was like this at this time. At this moment, the confrontation between him and the five-clawed black dragon began. The two people's wills directly began the most violent clash. The five-clawed black dragon seemed to have just awakened from a deep sleep, but even so, his dragon's might was extremely terrifying. At this time, Su Yan also released his powerful might. His might also contained an extremely terrifying dragon's might. The violent might rushed out, and it wasn't inferior to the five-clawed black dragon in the slightest. In fact, at this time, if Su Yan really wanted to, then he could completely suppress this fellow's dragon's might. After all, he was someone who possessed the heart of the great demonic dragon. At this time, the power of the heart of the great demonic dragon had been directly merged with his own power. Moreover, he was an honorable who had reached the level of 10 dragons. He was completely a Tyrannosaurus in human form. However, at this time, he didn't approach at all. His power was still extremely terrifying and powerful. However, this power was controlled on a line. In this way, his power wouldn't appear too strong or too weak, which would stimulate the five-clawed black dragon to directly awaken. Dragon's might, this is the might of a true dragon. At this time, the three people immediately knew that this was a great opportunity for them. The so-called dragon realm was the stage where one transformed from a human into a dragon. However, if one hadn't seen a true dragon and felt the might of a dragon, how could it be perfect? Even if one managed to do it, it was still extremely imperfect and could only be barely maintained. It was just a superficial appearance without the essence. However, it was simply too difficult to see a true dragon. True dragons weren't friendly to humans. In their eyes, humans were just a bunch of lowly reptiles, so very few people could see a true dragon. It was already extremely rare to be able to see those monsters with dragon bloodlines, just like that giant lizard dragon. Chapter 1144. Female Literature, but now, they felt the purest majesty of a dragon. Furthermore, this was not an ordinary true dragon. It was a five-clawed black dragon, which was the royal family of the dragon clan. Just like what Su Yan had said, misfortune and fortune came hand in hand. Everything had two sides. While the dragon's resentment would make them more dangerous in the future, and they would be hunted by the dragon clan, it also gave them more opportunities to comprehend the dragon's majesty. It allowed them to reach a more powerful realm. Everything depended on one's personal opinion. If they could accept everything calmly, it would naturally be the end result. If they could not accept it, they would be eliminated. What made them even more fortunate was that Su Yan was willing to help them at this time. He directly resisted the five-clawed black dragon with his own will. This way, the comprehension would be more realistic. The three of them were naturally very outstanding to be able to stand out. They knew that this was a great opportunity for them, so they did not dare to be presumptuous and immediately began to focus on cultivation. At this time, the powerful and terrifying power was constantly surging and flowing. Streaks of power were like streams that constantly flashed in and out of his body. Roar! At this time, the five-clawed black dragon seemed to have been completely enraged. Its terrifying roar directly resounded throughout the world. The giant dragon's roar made the world silent. This sentence was best reflected at this time. At this time, all the monsters within 1,000 miles, regardless of whether their bloodline was noble or lowly, and regardless of whether their cultivation was strong or weak, all of them were prostrating on the ground, trembling. That was a terrifying majesty. However, Su Yan did not feel anything. He directly shouted, "Shut up." At this time, he also released his power. A powerful majesty that did not belong to a dragon's roar was released, immediately suppressing the black dragon's roar. At this moment, his overbearing nature was undoubtedly reflected. Su Yan did not have a good impression of the giant dragon, not to mention the blood-winged wyvern that betrayed him. Just the trip to Dragon Island back then had already made him hate the giant dragon. He once said that one day, when his cultivation was enough, he would set foot on Dragon Island and directly settle the score with the giant dragon. At this time, his power directly surged out. A terrifying aura spread out at this moment. Such a terrifying power spread in the sky, and the terrifying auras began to collide even more violently. "Human, how dare you shield the enemy of my dragon clan?" The black dragon seemed to have finally awakened. Its will turned into words and charged at Su Yan. Su Yan sneered, "Idiot. How could Su Yan have any fear towards the dragon clan? Not to mention that the five-clawed black dragon in front of him was just a sacred beast. Even the dragon king of the dragon clan had been slain by the God-Slayer sword back then. Although it was the God-Slayer sword that did it at that time, it was still his body, so Su Yan also felt the extremely terrifying aura. Therefore, to Su Yan, he did not care about this *T prestige at all. "You impudent thing, how dare you lurk here and harm living creatures?" You should be killed. Su Yan also suddenly shouted and directly released his power. At this time, his aura was revealed, and it immediately revealed an extremely terrifying power. Su Yan's aura was the first indication of Su Yan's powerful confidence. No matter how strong the other party was, he was not afraid at all. In an instant, darkness surged up, and the terrifying power directly turned into a terrifying dragon claw and charged at Su Yan. However, Su Yan said, "You want to compete with me with just this illusory power of yours? What a joke. You'd better show your true body." Su Yan grabbed at the void, and a terrifying shadow immediately appeared. That terrifying shadow directly flew between heaven and earth, and then fiercely bombarded the dragon claw. Such power directly grabbed, and the terrifying aura at this time turned into the most direct power. When the power fell, everything was silent. Just as Su Yan said, if it was just this, then it would be impossible to do anything to Su Yan. At this time, the three people already felt the terror of the true dragon, but what they felt more was Su Yan's power. Su Yan was able to easily suppress this power. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that power was. The giant dragon's attack was already incomparably powerful, but Su Yan had actually dissipated it with contempt. What kind of terrifying power was this? Yi Xingxing suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. At that time, he actually wanted to snatch Su Yan's woman. At this time, he should be glad that Su Yan was magnanimous. Not only did he not bicker with him, but he also gave him such a great opportunity. In the past, he always felt that in this world, at least in this era, his older brother was the most powerful person. But now, he suddenly changed his view. The power that Su Yan displayed made him go into hibernation. He knew that perhaps even his brother could only be like this. However, at this time, a firm belief appeared in his heart. That was, one day, he would definitely become such a powerhouse. No, he would even surpass Su Yan. At this time, the changes in the world were even more terrifying. An extremely terrifying aura directly appeared in the sky, and the shadow directly appeared under such circumstances. It was an extremely terrifying giant dragon. Its valiant aura was simply terrifying. Such a violent power directly spread at this time. A true dragon. The true dragon's body finally appeared. The moment the true dragon appeared, the scorching sun in the sky seemed to have sensed danger and immediately hid itself. This was the power of a true dragon, which was enough to change the color of the world. The body of this five-clawed black dragon was unexpectedly huge. Its terrifying body could almost be said to cover the sky and the sun. At this time, a terrifying power directly spread out, and an endless terrifying aura constantly blew in the sky. That terrifying radiance was simply too powerful and frightening. At this time, his body seemed to be the only one between heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan directly waved his hand and directly displayed his power. Then, Yi Xingxing, Zhang Daqian, and Jing Xingming directly disappeared. They had already been taken into the small square world by Su Yan. He was not worried that Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming could see this, because the small square world had completely changed, and only the temple still existed. However, with the strength of the two of them, it was impossible for them to come into contact with the temple. In the small square world, a person was lazily eating peanuts. This was none other than the son of emptiness, Kong Wuhan. He had given the cultivation technique to Su Yan and many of his previous trophies. In fact, Su Yan had already agreed to let him leave, but he refused. After confirming that Su Yan did not seem to have any malicious intentions towards him, he actually asked to stay in this place for a while. According to him, this place was quieter. The current 5 counties continent was actually in a mess, and it would be too noisy if he went out. Su Yan could not be bothered with his words. Of course, in fact, he had already seen that it was definitely an excuse. After all, he had received so many benefits from him, so he naturally would not care about this small matter. 3 more came. I say, you three brats. What did you do to offend Su Yan? Kong Wuhan said, taking pleasure in their misfortune. At this time, the three of them still did not understand what had happened, but they could not sense a trace of aura from Kong Wuhan's body. Of course, they did not know that Kong Wuhan was an ordinary person without any power. Otherwise, they would not have used the word offend. Since they could not sense the other party's aura, there was only one possibility, and that was that the other party's strength was far beyond theirs. Only then could they not even be qualified to sense the other party's aura. At this time, since the other party had asked the question, they would naturally answer truthfully. Senior, we did not offend Su Yan. It's just that Su Yan is now fighting with a powerful black dragon and is afraid that it will affect us, so we came here. May I ask, Senior, where is this place? To them, words like folded space were too mysterious. After all, even if they knew these words, they had not reached this realm, so it was useless. Seeing that the three of them were being very careful and had a very good attitude, he said, where is this place? It's probably Su Yan's own small world. Only a place like this would be safe for you. However, that guy actually went to fight with a black dragon? TSK, how exciting. It seems that true dragons have many treasures. TSK, how exciting. No, I can't stay here in a daze. The true dragon's treasures. Whether or not true dragons had many treasures was actually just a legend. Almost no one knew about this, because those who dared to offend true dragons were almost all dead. At this time, this guy seemed to be very interested in the true dragon's treasures. This guy's courage was really big. This was really unbearable. Senior, that is not an ordinary black dragon, but a terrifying five-clawed black dragon. His strength seems to have reached the level of a holy beast. It is extremely terrifying. At this time, Zhang Daqian felt that he should tell them about this matter. The fact that he could stay safely in Su Yan's small world meant that he and Su Yan were not enemies. Since they were not enemies, they should be friends. Therefore, they could not watch Kong Wuhan do something stupid. Chapter 1145. Female Literature, Chapter 1143, Fighting the Black Dragon. What? Say that again? Five-clawed black dragon? At this time, Kong Wuhan immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. Seeing Kong Wuhan's expression, Zhang Daqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Kong Wuhan also knew how powerful the five-clawed black dragon was. In that case, he should know his place. But in the next moment, the corners of his mouth froze. Ha ha ha, a five-clawed black dragon? Good, this is really good. God is really good to me. It's actually a five-clawed black dragon. Every five-clawed black dragon is a nouveau riche. Treasure, treasure, here I come. At this time, Kong Wuhan was extremely excited. For him, this was an extremely exciting thing. A five-clawed black dragon, and one that had already reached the level of a saint beast, his strength was definitely not to be underestimated. And such a powerful five-clawed black dragon, how could he not have a lot of treasures? As the most outstanding genius of the Kong Dao sect, if he knew of such an opportunity but did not take action, then he would be letting down his ancestors. Therefore, at this time, he simply disappeared from this place. In just a moment, he had already disappeared from Su Yan's world. Of course, this did not mean that his spatial power was so strong that even Su Yan could not trap him, but because Su Yan gave him a special permission. Since Kong Wuhan had generously given him the cultivation method that he wanted, Su Yan naturally wouldn't lock him up in this place. Although this guy proposed to stay here, Su Yan still opened a spatial point for him. As long as he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Of course, only Kong Wuhan had this ability, others could not do it. Moreover, after Kong Wuhan left, it was impossible for him to return unless Su Yan locked him up again. He disappeared. He disappeared just like that. Just who is this guy? His strength seems to be terrifying, said Zhang Daqian slowly. At this time, Yi Xingxing said, he just used the power of space. To be able to use the power of space so skillfully is simply terrifying. You have to know that although the Venerables can already use the power of space, it is only for a short period of time. It is simply unimaginable for someone like him. There was unconcealable envy in their words. At the same time, he sighed with emotion. Su Yan was indeed Su Yan. His friend was also so unfathomable. In the beginning, when they heard that this person wanted to rob the Black Dragon's treasure, they thought that he was courting death or saying some crazy words. But now, after seeing his mystical spatial power, they immediately understood that this guy dared to say such words because he indeed had the strength to do so. Well, let's not care so much. We can't intervene in the battle outside, but we have already comprehended the dragon's power. It's time to summarize it. We must not miss this God-given opportunity. Yi Xingxing sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the dragon's power. Then, Zhang Daqian and Jing Xingming did the same. At this time, the power of the two people began to slowly rotate, and at the same time, different images appeared in their minds. It was the image of a giant dragon. Although they all saw the same image, each person's comprehension was different. For example, Zhang Daqian saw a thunder dragon in his sea of consciousness at this time. A powerful thunder dragon, the powerful dragon's power was constantly boiling, and the terrifying aura was constantly changing. Such power was truly incomparably terrifying. In Yi Xingxing's sea of consciousness, there was a starry sky dragon. In the boundless starry sky, a true dragon composed of starlight was constantly roaring. Jing Xingming's was a Buddha dragon. Just as the three of them were comprehending and cultivating, the terrifying true body of the black dragon had completely appeared. At this time, the five-dragon mountain had already been torn apart. This mountain was the place where the five-clawed black dragon had been sleeping. Now that the five-clawed black dragon had awakened, the mountain naturally collapsed directly. Su Yan looked at the terrifying true dragon in front of him, and a murderous intent suddenly appeared in his heart. Lowly human, I will make you pay a heavy price. After the five-clawed black dragon appeared, he directly swore arrogantly. At the same time, he directly spat out a dragon's breath. Dragon's breath was one of the most powerful and simplest attacks of the dragon clan. The power in it was simply unimaginable. When the terrifying power directly descended, it could almost obliterate everything. At this time, Su Yan's eyes directly burst out with a brilliant light. He said directly, "Do you know that I actually hate the Dragon Clan very much?" He had been to Dragon Island. The group of giant dragons were all arrogant existences. They felt that they were the true masters of the world and that everything else was inferior in their eyes. Moreover, Su Yan and the Dragon Clan had a great feud. Although it was because of the God-Slayer sword, the 7 Dragon Kings had wanted to kill him directly back then. At that time, if it had not been for the God-Slayer sword's invincible divine power that had forced him to rush out from the encirclement of the 7 Dragon Kings, it was very likely that he would have died at that time. Therefore, the Dragon Clan had an irreconcilable hatred for him. At this time, his power directly spread out, and a terrifying light beam directly rushed into the sky. At this time, the power of the true dragon directly descended. The violent power at this time seemed very terrifying. After Su Yan finished speaking, his sword directly appeared at this time. Without any fancy tricks, a terrifying sword light directly rushed into the sky from this sword. The power of this sword was so powerful, so terrifying, and so straightforward. This was Su Yan's will. He wanted to directly suppress the arrogance of the Dragon Clan. If the one who appeared in front of him at this time was a Dragon King, Su Yan would have turned and left. Unfortunately, it was not. This was only a sacred beast level 5-clawed black dragon. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he was eager to fight with this Dragon Clan. Su Yan had just fought with Duan Mulonghu not long ago. That battle was extremely difficult, and it even almost angered the laws of heaven and earth. However, even after experiencing such a battle, Su Yan still hadn't had his fill. In that battle, he had comprehended a lot of things. However, comprehensions were just comprehensions. He still needed to confirm his comprehension through practice. At this time, such an enemy came directly to his door. The two forces collided directly. There was no loud sound wave. Instead, it was silent. However, one could clearly see that a transparent ripple-like pattern appeared. It was a spatial ripple. The clash between the two had actually directly eliminated this power without leaving a trace. What a terrifying force that could directly touch space. At this time, Su Yan laughed. "Reptile, do you think you are very arrogant? Humph, I will cut off your wings." At this time, Su Yan roared. He did not waste any time. The shadow of the true demon appeared directly at this time. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the demonic chi boiled. It was also at this time that lightning began to flicker in the sky. Of course, it was only flickering. There were no signs of it striking down. After the last time, Su Yan had learned. He could clearly feel the laws of heaven and earth. He knew how to control his power and wander around the edges of the laws. The moment the shadow of the true demon appeared, the huge black dragon retreated a little. There was an extremely fearful look in his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were bottomless. He roared and spat out dragon breath again. This time, his target was the shadow of the true demon. For some reason, the shadow of the true demon had an aura that terrified him. Therefore, his target was this shadow of the true demon. Of course, he knew that this shadow of the true demon was actually projected by Su Yan's power. If Su Yan died, this shadow of the true demon would probably disappear as well. However, what he saw was actually more distant and deeper than this. What he paid attention to was not only the surface. "Be destroyed, demon from the mysterious void." The dragon breath was like a tide. A terrifying force directly rushed toward the shadow of the true demon. Ha ha ha, what a demon from the void. I like this phrase. Su Yan raised his hand and blasted out a punch. Lightning fist. The lightning fist exploded. At this time, endless lightning blasted out. Bolts of lightning shot towards the dragon's aura in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that the thunderbolts in the sky seemed to have sensed the calling of this power. It was an extremely terrifying scene. At this time, Su Yan was like a god. The power of the dragon breath and the lightning fist collided again. The violent power directly exploded. At this time, Su Yan's divine telekinesis suddenly moved. He found a fluctuation in space. Of course, he knew where this fluctuation came from. It was Kong Wuhan leaving his small square world. How smart was Su Yan? Combined with Kong Wuhan's temperament, he immediately figured out what this guy wanted to do. At this time, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "Since you're interested, I'll cooperate with you." After saying that, he directly activated the power of space. Space tide, strangle. At this time, he directly used the powerful power of space. The moment the space tide appeared, it directly rushed toward Black Dragon. Roar, stupid human. You actually used the power of space at this time. Are you playing with fire? The Black Dragon roared. Although he was in a deep slumber, he was aware of the rules of this world. Using the power of space at this time was courting death. Chapter 1146. Female Literature, Chapter 1144, Messing up space. If he wasn't careful, he would step over the line and attract divine punishment. Divine punishment was an extremely terrifying existence. Even at his current level, he didn't dare to touch it lightly. If divine punishment really came down, he wouldn't be able to stop it even with his powerful dragon race body. He would die under its power. That human must be crazy. However, he didn't expect Su Yan to do this on purpose. At this moment, he directly used the power of space to mess up the Black Dragon's senses. After reaching the Black Dragon's level, he must have a good understanding of the power of space. From the previous exchange of blows, it could be seen that the destructive power was directly eliminated into nothingness. At this moment, if there was no movement, his control of space should be extremely sharp. Kong Wuhan's control of space was superb. In fact, his control of space was even better than Su Yan's. However, there was no guarantee that the five-clawed Black Dragon wouldn't notice. Since that was the case, he directly messed up the power of space. Once the power of space was messed up, it wouldn't be so easy for the five-clawed Black Dragon to sense it. At the same time, he wouldn't be too presumptuous because of divine punishment. This was to create an opportunity for Kong Wuhan. The Black Dragon's strength was extremely terrifying. Su Yan was confident that he could defeat the Black Dragon, but he wasn't confident that he could kill it. After all, it was simply too difficult to kill a holy dragon. Even if he really had the strength to do so, he wasn't willing to do it at this juncture. The Black Dragon had appeared because of the death of the giant lizard dragon. He wanted to kill Zhang Daqian and the other two. Actually, it was not a big deal for Su Yan to stop him. The giant lizard dragon might be his bloodline, but it was still a hybrid bloodline. The dragon race still had room to compromise. However, if he really killed the five-clawed Black Dragon, the dragon race would definitely not compromise. Su Yan knew how terrifying the Dragon King of the dragon race was. Although the Fire Dragon King had been killed, that was the power of the God-Slayer sword. Even the God-Slayer sword seemed to have expended a lot of energy in that attack. Therefore, even though Su Yan hated the Dragon Clan, it was obviously extremely unwise to provoke these reptiles at this time. Since that was the case, it was better for him to remain calm. Thus, regardless of the outcome of this battle, he could not do anything to the Black Dragon. However, now that Kong Wuhan had intervened, things had become interesting. When Black Dragon returns, if he finds out that his lair is empty, he will probably go crazy. Of course, he knew that the Black Dragon wouldn't give up so easily, but so what? He just happened to need a sparring partner. Now that Su had thought this through, he no longer had any misgivings when he attacked. At this time, his strength was becoming more and more terrifying. Streams of aura were being displayed one after another at this moment. They had already reached the pinnacle. The turbulence in space grew thicker and thicker. At this time, Black Dragon had already calmed his mind. The power of space is a power that he must deal with carefully. If he was not careful, he might end up digging his own grave. At this time, Kong Wuhan's body kept flashing. It was a spatial fault that had one after another. Of course, a powerful dragon would not simply dig a hole and bury itself in it. That would not be called sleeping, but being buried alive. A powerful divine dragon of such a realm opened up a small space that was connected to the great world under the Five-Dragon Mountain. And he was sleeping in this small space. No matter who it was, if they wanted to disturb him, they must have the qualifications to come into contact with the power of space. That meant that they must have the strength of a divine beast or a Tao master of the human clan. And in these thousands of years, it was almost impossible for a Tao master to appear, so he was very relieved. Moreover, even if a Tao master appeared, they would have to break through the power of space that he had created. This was an extremely profound process. If one wasn't careful, they would immediately be discovered by him. And to fight with him in the space that he had created, that was simply courting death. Therefore, he could sleep in this place without worry. But he did not expect that he would meet such a person today. Kong Wuhan was best at breaking through the power of space. He was an elite disciple of the Kong Kong Dao sect. Did he know what the ultimate goal of the Kong Kong Dao sect was? It was to steal the undergarments of a powerful female divine master. Compared to such a lofty goal, a black dragon's lair was no big deal. At this time, Kong Wuhan had also sensed the fluctuations in space. Su Yan is really loyal. He immediately understood that Su Yan was helping him. The more chaotic the space was, the more advantageous it was for him. Perhaps for others, the more chaotic the space was, the more they would get lost, but for him, this was not a problem at all. The more chaotic the space was, the more comfortable it was for him. Traceless emptiness wasn't someone who would play around casually. His spatial energy was extremely powerful. He could travel freely in space. At this time, Su Yan's power spread out and blocked the Black Dragon's perception. This was an excellent opportunity for him. At this time, he directly used his power without any scruples. The terrifying five-clawed Black Dragon probably did not expect that someone would be so bold as to target him. Therefore, at this moment, he was still dealing with the battle with Su Yan. In fact, this was not the time for him to wake up. The reason why the five-clawed Black Dragon was sleeping was not because he was tired, but because he was injured in the battle back then. Coincidentally, the world changed. Therefore, he was not complacent and directly created a small space in this place to sleep. If it was not for the fact that he was running out of time, he would definitely return to Dragon Island. This was because for a legitimate dragon like him, Dragon Island was their home. Over the thousands of years, he had been working hard to recover his power, wanting to recover from his injured state as soon as possible. As time passed, his injuries were more or less healed. However, it was only about the same. If he could sleep for a longer period of time, then his accumulation would be even deeper. However, his bloodline, the giant dragon lizard, was killed and planted with a dragon's resentment. This directly woke him up. Of course, in the beginning, he did not want to fully wake up. He only wanted to let a strand of his willpower appear to kill the damned humans who were planted with a dragon's resentment. However, Su Yan's appearance immediately ruined his plan. Su Yan was extremely cunning and overbearing, constantly devouring his willpower. This forced him to invest more willpower. In the end, when he realized that he was facing a powerful opponent who was on the same level as him, he had no choice but to wake up. This was because if he did not wake up, Su Yan would have devoured his willpower. This would be a huge loss for him. However, it was also because of this that his plan to wake up was brought forward. This made him extremely depressed. This damned Su Yan is so cunning. At this moment, he was extremely furious with Su Yan. However, he could not act recklessly when he attacked. On one hand, it was because of his injuries, and on the other hand, it was because of the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, the laws of the 5 counties had not fully awakened, and there was always a ruler between heaven and earth. If his power exceeded the limits allowed by heaven and earth, he would definitely be punished by heaven. This caused him to be extremely fearful. Even if it was a light heavenly punishment, although it wouldn't injure him, it would still greatly affect his recovery. Damn it, this damned human. He now understood that he could not do anything to Su Yan. Su Yan's devil shadow was extremely terrifying, and he was extremely fearful. Moreover, the dragon's breath just now showed that Su Yan was strong enough to contend with him. At this moment, he could not risk his life to fight Su Yan for a mixed-blood descendant. Therefore, the fight this time was likely to end in failure. He finally understood that it was better to go back to sleep than to fight with Su Yan now. Human, what do you want? Just say it. The fact that he opened his mouth at this moment meant that he was starting to give in. This was actually a huge insult to him, but he had no other choice at this time. What could he do if he did not give in? At this moment, Su Yan actually understood the Black Dragon's thoughts, but he did not expose him. He only said, "Huh, what do I want? Shouldn't I be the one asking you this question? You were the one who attacked my friend first." Su Yan sneered, but the power in his hands did not weaken at all. At this moment, the Black Dragon growled, "Damned human, they killed my descendant, and they have a dragon's resentment on them. Roar, those who offend the dragon clan should be killed. For the powerful dragon clan, this was the rule. Moreover, this rule could often be enforced. At this moment, Su Yan laughed out loud. Humph, you stupid dragon, then why are you still asking me these questions? Aren't you talking nonsense? You want to kill my friends, how can I let you kill them? The black dragon growled again. I already said that they killed my descendant. Su Yan coldly laughed. Shut up, you stupid dragon. That's because that idiotic descendant of yours is courting death. It actually dared to gather demonic beasts here and directly kill the living beings. Since it can kill, it should be prepared to be killed. Chapter 1147. Female Literature, Chapter 1145, Take everything away. Su Yan continued, it's as if you're trying to kill my friends. So, let's continue fighting. Humph, I'm a very simple and straightforward person. I don't like to waste my breath if I can solve it with my fists. The monstrous demonic shadow behind Su Yan grew stronger, as if it was about to attack. The black dragon was furious, but he didn't want to attack at this time. Human, stop. I won't pursue this matter any further. Now, leave this place. After some consideration, he decided to give in. He had no choice. If he could, he wouldn't do this. However, he had no other choice now. If he didn't choose to retreat, Su Yan wouldn't stop either. He wasn't afraid of Su Yan, but doing so wouldn't do him any good. In fact, other than being powerful and arrogant, the dragon clan was also selfish. It was just as Su Yan had thought. After all, he was only a mixed-blood descendant. The black dragon would not risk its life for him. If he wasn't strong enough, the black dragon wouldn't mind spending more time to kill him. Unfortunately, it wasn't that his strength wasn't enough, it was more than enough. If that was the case, it wouldn't be easy for the black dragon to kill him. Therefore, if he didn't want to fight him to the death, he could only give in. You're not pursuing this matter? Su Yan asked directly after hearing the black dragon's words. The black dragon suppressed his anger and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, human. This is already the great black dragon's forgiveness. Therefore, you should accept it. Su Yan chuckled, the great dragon's forgiveness? I'll laugh at your face. So what if I don't accept it? You stupid dragon, fight me if you can. He provoked him directly. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was moving around madly in the dragon clan's lair. It wouldn't be good for him to go back now. Just as Su Yan expected, Kong Wuhan had already entered the dragon clan's lair. The first thing he felt upon entering the dragon clan's lair was darkness. In this place, there was not even the slightest bit of light. It was probably because this guy was a black dragon that he liked such an environment. However, this was not a problem for Kong Wuhan. He was an experienced elite genius disciple of the Kong Dao sect. If he couldn't even deal with such a small matter, then his soul would have been in vain. At this moment, he flipped his hand and a ball of light appeared. It was a precious pearl. Its appearance was extremely beautiful, and it could release an extremely gentle light source. Although this place had an array formation that devoured light, it didn't matter. As long as he could release a little bit of light, he could imprint everything around him into his spiritual sense. Holy *T, Darkness Crystal. Kong Wuhan exclaimed in shock. The dragon lair was filled with countless black crystals. The darkness crystal was an extremely precious item. Its value was no less than that of a space crystal. The darkness crystal contained extremely powerful darkness energy. It was a treasure that darkness cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It was a pity that Kong Wuhan did not cultivate the law of darkness. After Kong Wuhan smacked his lips, he immediately said, "This can only surprise me. These useless things. This old dragon actually filled his lair with them. This tasteless black dragon is really scary." He complained, but his movements were not slow. Although the darkness crystal was not very useful to him, it was a treasure that he had to take. Since that was the case, he would reluctantly take it all away. At the very least, after the darkness crystal was taken away, this damned dragon clan's lair would be brighter. Kong Wuhan's movements were extremely fast. After all, he was a professional. In just a short while, the dark crystal had already disappeared. Wow, what is this? What a powerful armor. Take it away. This is a flame demon gem. Good stuff. Take it away. Void crystal. Good stuff. Take it away. Wherever the Kong Dao sect passed, everything was empty. His efficiency was top-notch, and it was absolutely guaranteed. There were many good things in the Dragon Clan's lair. Fortunately, he was an elite disciple of the Kong Dao sect and had an extremely outstanding space treasure. It was enough for him to take everything away. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Sigh, it's about time. Looking at the empty Dragon Clan's lair, he felt satisfied and was about to leave. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, these bricks seem pretty good too. At least they are quite beautiful. This crazy old black dragon clearly likes darkness. Why did he make so many beautiful bricks? Forget it, I will be merciful and not let you waste it here. Take it away. Thus, he immediately began to dig at the walls. After a while, he remembered something else. It seemed that other than the bricks, the floor tiles were also pretty good. Since the bricks had been taken away, he would work a little harder and take away the floor tiles as well. Thus, he began to get busy again. Su Yan was still talking nonsense with the old dragon. Su Yan was not willing to take a step back. This made the old dragon extremely angry. However, he really did not want to fight. Thus, he roared again, "Human, what do you want?" This time, his roar was full of anger. He had made up his mind. If this damned human still did not know what was good for him, then he would fight with him. Could it be that he, the great black dragon, the future dragon king, would be afraid of a human? Su Yan could see that this old dragon had reached his limit. He knew that he could not continue to force him. Otherwise, this fellow might really go berserk. Thus, he finally relented. Alright, I won't say any more. 3 dragon scales, you should know that this matter is actually the fault of that stupid descendant of yours. If he had peacefully been his little lizard, we would not have come to find trouble with him. Therefore, he is harming others and himself. Now, a few of my friends are suffering from the dragon's resentment. Only the aura of the dragon scales can cover it, so I need 3 dragon scales. The black dragon immediately roared, "Human, you are provoking the great 5-clawed black dragon." Dragon scales were the most important thing to him. This guy really had the nerve to say that. At this moment, Su Yan laughed and shouted, "Damn it, so what if I am provoking you? Come on, let's hurt each other and fight to the death." Su Yan's demonic shadow erupted with a monstrous aura again. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but his power seemed to be a little too strong. A thunderbolt immediately descended and exploded between him and the black dragon. The black dragon gritted his teeth. At this moment, he was really ready to attack. However, the thunderbolt that suddenly descended from the sky reminded him, forcing him to suppress his anger. Sky Law, that damned Sky Law. If it wasn't for the fact that he was wary of Sky Law's power, he would have already gone berserk and killed that detestable human. Okay, I promise you. At this moment, his body flashed and 3 dragon scales immediately appeared. Su Yan waved his hand and laughed, "I say, old black, isn't it good for everyone to be harmonious? Why do you have to be so irritable? You have to know that in this world, peace is still the main theme." Su Yan laughed. At the same time, he estimated that Kong Wuhan was about to finish. Therefore, he immediately used his divine will to send a message to Kong Wuhan. After all, he had given Kong Wuhan a sword talisman. If Kong Wuhan needed his help, he could tell him and he would appear. This sword talisman was perfect for transmitting messages. Okay, it's about time. I'll be done soon. After receiving the reply, Su Yan took the scales and turned to leave. At the end, he directly said, "How dark. Since we are friends, I'll remind you to go back to Dragon Island as soon as possible. You should know that the 5 counties are not peaceful anymore. It's very dangerous." Su Yan was in a good mood. Those were the dragon scales of a true dragon. If he refined them well, he would be able to refine something good. If he gave them to Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingming, and Jing Xingming, not only would they be able to hide the aura of the dragon's resentment, but they would also be able to protect themselves. Su Yan was never stingy to his own people. At this moment, Black Dragon looked at Su Yan with eyes that were about to spit fire. "Damn human, didn't you say that peace is the main theme? Why is it suddenly not peaceful? Also, who are you friends with? If it wasn't for heavenly punishment, I would have fought you to the death long ago. Bah, why do I call myself Old Black?" At this moment, he was extremely angry. However, Su Yan no longer paid any attention to him. He had already left first. At this moment, Black Dragon finally returned to his cave. He was very angry at Su Yan's words, but there was one thing he agreed with, and that was to return to Dragon Island as soon as possible. The heavens were changing, and the war was about to begin. He was the divine dragon at any time, but after all, he was not the Dragon King. His strength was not heaven-defying, and it was very likely that he would die if he was involved in the war. Therefore, at this time, he was ready to pack up his equipment and leave this place. However, as soon as he entered his cave, he was immediately dumbfounded. The usual dark aura was gone, the rich aura of the black crystal was gone, and all his treasures were gone. No, it wasn't just his treasures. Even his wall tiles and floor tiles had been taken away. Roar, roar, roar. The Dark Dragon King could no longer bear it at this time, and let out a few terrifying roars. The terrifying sound rushed directly into the sky, and those monsters that had just been freed from the pressure of Black Dragon knelt down again at this moment. They really couldn't understand why the true dragon would suddenly get angry all of a sudden. At this moment, the Black Dragon discovered that there were a few words condensed from magic power on the wall: "Empty come, empty leave. Empty Dao Gate." Chapter 1148. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. He was also an existence that had lived through that era. Although he was from the Dragon Tribe, he had traveled a lot in the 5 counties back then. He definitely remembered that weird sect very clearly. That was because that sect was actually a huge threat to the Dragon Tribe. That was because the Empty Sky Dao sect was simply a gang of thieves. Furthermore, they were a gang of insane thieves. They disdained to do things that were not difficult. However, they were extremely passionate about things like stealing dragon nests. Back then, some true dragons were robbed by the Kong Kong sect. However, he clearly remembered that the Kong Kong sect had been destroyed by the calamity of the world at that time. However, that damned Kong Kong sect had appeared again today and stole all the treasures in his dragon nest. That damned Kong Kong sect. Kong Kong sect, I won't let you go. At that moment, he could no longer care about cultivating in seclusion. Instead, he directly unleashed his power. At that moment, he wanted to use his extremely powerful Dragon Tribe talent to trace back to the source. He wanted to see where that damned guy went. A dragon scale floated down. The dragon scale danced gently like the wind. However, the power within it was constantly soaring. An extremely powerful and mysterious power finally appeared slowly at that moment. It was like a lake, but it wasn't water inside. Instead, it was an extremely mysterious power. The moment the lake appeared, the 5-clawed black dragon became extremely devout. At that moment, he was like a believer who gave up all his beliefs. His life had already undergone the most fundamental transformation, and the motes of light were directly converging. Then, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the lake and landed on his dragon scale. The extremely powerful dragon scale that had the power to suppress everything started burning at that moment as if it was a withered leaf. The black dragon became more devout. However, at the same time, he became angrier and agitated. Even for a dragon tribe member like him, it was not easy to use such a technique. This was because he was born as a five-clawed dragon. That was why he had such a talent skill. If he did not have such a talent skill, it would be meaningless no matter how strong his cultivation was. Everything would be directly sunk into the ground. This was the most terrifying change in strength in this world. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared. The five-clawed black dragon clearly saw this face. He saw how Kong Wuhan had entered his dragon nest. That guy, after entering his dragon lair, immediately began to plunder without restraint. His speed was extremely terrifying, as if he was scraping the ground. This kind of speed was simply indescribable. In the end, this guy even left a message in his dragon lair. Empty Void Dao Sect, no wonder I didn't notice his arrival. At this time, the five-clawed black dragon forced himself to calm down. Of course, he knew about the methods of the Empty Void Dao Sect. That group of people had an extremely powerful grasp of the power of space. Of course, no one had ever seen them fight with such control over their powers, but whether it was escaping or infiltrating, these guys were all experts. This was the most frightening aspect of them. Fortunately, their combat strength was not strong. Otherwise, many of the powerhouses would have been in danger. He did not expect that he would be patronized by them one day. Right at this moment, the burning dragon scales suddenly began to flutter in the air. Sky Dragon seeks Dao, ha! The dragon scale disappeared in front of him. At this time, Kong Wuhan was in a good mood. Today is really a lucky day. Ha, Black Dragon, a five-clawed black dragon, it's been a long time since I last visited a dragon lair. This is really a big customer. I have to remember him well in the future. No matter what, I have to thank him properly. At this moment, he was so happy that he could not describe how happy he was. However, at this moment, an extremely mysterious feeling appeared in his heart. At this moment, he immediately cursed, "Oh no, Sky Dragon seeks Dao." When the Empty Void Dao sect was running amok, they had patronized countless dragon tribes. Although five-clawed dragons were very rare and extremely powerful, they were still patronized by them. He immediately remembered that these powerful and terrifying dragon tribes had an extremely terrifying innate skill, which was the Sky Dragon Seeks Dao, also known as the Sky Dragon Seeks Dao. It was a direct sacrifice of the precious scales on one's body. Then, it would be exchanged for the whereabouts of the things one wanted to know. Although it sounded very strange, he knew that it was 100% true. Back then, a senior of the Empty Void Dao sect had paid a heavy price because of this. Damn it, I just took some of your worldly possessions. As an ugly black dragon, how can you be so stingy? However, at this time, he was complaining. He also knew that he had been targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps, the black dragon could already see where he was right now. Ha ha ha, since that's the case, I'll say hello to you. At this time, Kong Wuhan directly waved at the sky. He definitely did not feel any psychological burden from being targeted by this black dragon. Perhaps this was where he was strong. In any case, when he was heartless, Su Yan was very afraid of him. At this time, the sky was as calm as the sea. The black dragon in the dragon's nest happened to see Kong Wuhan waving his hand. Unfortunately, he only saw a blurry figure because Kong Wuhan seemed to be shrouded in an extremely mysterious halo. That halo had the power to disrupt karma. At the price of one of his reverse scales, he still could not find out more information. Damn it! He roared again. Although he did see where Kong Wuhan was, he could not distinguish his aura at all. He could not even see his appearance clearly. What was the use of that? Therefore, at this time, he immediately felt extremely angry. Now that he thought about it, he was just sleeping quietly. He did not make a mistake even after sleeping for thousands of years. But now, he encountered such an unforeseen event. Originally, he was very rich. Disregarding everything else, just those dark crystals were extremely precious. They allowed him to absorb the power of the dark crystals while he was in a deep sleep. Not only did they allow him to recover from his injuries, but they could also increase his strength. But now, all of this was gone. That damn thief, he stole everything and didn't even leave behind a single piece of the floor tile. At this time, he really hated that giant lizard dragon to death. Why did he cause trouble for no reason? If he did not provoke humans, he would not have been directly killed by them. If he was not killed by humans, he would not have woken up from his deep sleep. In this way, he would not have been taken advantage of. No, something is wrong. At this time, Black Dragon suddenly calmed himself down. Then, he began to recall the whole process. Everything seemed to be wrong. One of them was that Su Yen directly used the power of space to fight with him. Since that human strength had reached such a level, it was impossible that he did not know the consequences of using the power of space indiscriminately. But he still did it. In that case, he already had the intention to disturb his perception from the beginning. In other words, that damn guy and that thief from the Hollow Dao sect were in cahoots. Thinking of this, Black Dragon's anger immediately boiled. The powerful strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Dragon's Fury. A terrifying aura erupted once again, and the monsters within 1,000 miles knelt down again. Human, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely tear you into pieces. At this time, he had already begun to roar crazily. That terrifying voice directly resounded throughout the world. His anger had reached the point where it could not be quelled. However, at this time, Kong Wuhan did not care. He knew that he had a layer of power in his body, which was why he dared to be so fearless. However, thinking of this, he suddenly felt a little gloomy. This power was the price of his master and senior brother's life before they died. Then, the power of the Hollow Dao sect's treasure, the Hollow Void Gem, was integrated into his body. The power of this gem not only allowed him to adapt more to space, but it could also directly hide his aura. Whether it was fate or karma, it could not be seen. Even if the saint made a move, it would not be easy to see his fate. To paraphrase his senior brother's words before he died, we are proud and mysterious thief gods. If we can be casually seen by others, wouldn't it be too tasteless? Sigh, now he really doubted the days when he and his senior brother acted together. Unfortunately, his senior brother was already dead, and his master was gone. In this world, he was the only disciple left of the Hollow Dao sect. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that his cooperation with Su Yen just now was not bad. That guy seems to be not bad. He is also loyal. Anyway, I have nowhere to go now. Why don't I go to the Heaven and Earth organization and stay there? He had just looted a black dragon's dragon nest and was now very satisfied. However, after thinking about it, he really had nothing to do now. Therefore, he decided to go to the Heaven and Earth organization to eat and drink. When he was free, he could also go to the Heaven and Earth organization to get closer to the beautiful female disciples and teach them some self-defense skills. This was a beautiful thing. Chapter 1149. Female literature. Since he had made up his mind, he no longer hesitated. He turned into a stream of light and left. At this moment, Black Dragon finally calmed himself down. For a moment, he no longer had the intention to sleep. Now that his home had been torn apart, it was a risk for him to sleep. As a noble and powerful dark dragon, it was impossible for him to swallow this anger. Therefore, he must take revenge. However, he was really afraid of Su Yan now. The shadow of the true demon that Su Yan used made him feel extremely threatened. It was an extremely powerful and terrifying force that could threaten his life. Therefore, he did not dare to act rashly at this moment. Because if he did, he might be in danger of dying. After all, he knew very well that if he really killed his way to the door, his opponent would not only be Su Yan, but also the successor of the Kong Kong Dao sect. At that time, those powerhouses had always looked down on the Kong Kong Dao sect. They thought that their combat strength was not high and that they could only do some sneaky things. However, the five-clawed black dragon knew that this was not the case. If the people of the Kong Kong Dao sect did not have high combat strength, they would have been wiped out long ago. However, they were not. They were like a tenacious cancer that stood tall in this world. No one could shake them. If it was not for the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation, the Kong Kong Dao sect would not have been destroyed. Therefore, Black Dragon was extremely afraid of Kong Wuhan. If Su Yan joined forces with Kong Wuhan, he would not have much of a chance. Therefore, he would not act so easily. However, he really could not take this lying down. At this moment, a voice came from outside the dragon's nest. "Lord Black Dragon, I have something to ask of you." Human. The Black Dragon scanned the area with his powerful divine telekinesis and immediately discovered a human floating in the air outside his dragon lair. This human's aura was very dark. If one were to talk about it, his aura was actually somewhat similar to the Black Dragon King's. Very clearly, he was also a person who cultivated in the dark energy. If the giant dragon lizard was still alive, then he would immediately recognize this guy as the one who instigated the demon beasts to attack the human city. If Su Yan was here, he would have discovered that this person was none other than Hydralisk. The Hydralisk that followed Duan Mulonghu. However, Hydralisk's aura was much stronger than before. He had already become a venerable. Of course, since he was following Duan Mulonghu, it was not surprising that he could reach this level. After all, Duan Mulonghu was an extremely terrifying and powerful person. The powerful black dragon immediately left the dragon nest. This person could be said to be extremely polite, and his words were full of respect for him. Unfortunately, the black dragon wasn't very happy, especially when he saw a human. Therefore, it was destined that he wouldn't be nice to this guy. He suddenly exhaled, then directly shouted, "All humans deserve to die." At this moment, a powerful force directly descended, then directly rushed towards the other party. Currently, he felt angry when he saw humans, and the great Black Dragon King's anger naturally had to be vented. Therefore, at this moment, his power directly descended. The violent aura was terrifying. Such power was simply limitless. Hydralisk's expression froze. He had already guessed that this black dragon would be unhappy. After all, he was forced to wake up from his deep sleep by Su Yan. However, he did not expect this black dragon to be angry to this extent. He was obviously courteous, but after seeing him, he didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack on him. Moreover, this wasn't a simple lesson, but a beating to death. Although Hydralisk was surprised, he also knew that if he was hit by this kind of power, he would definitely die. He immediately activated his power, then left a shadow on the spot, and his real body appeared in another place. "Lord Black Dragon, please calm down. I came for the good of Lord." Hydralisk did not know how the Black Dragon would lose his mind in a rage. He came this time to persuade the Black Dragon and then join forces with Duan Mulonghu. In order to achieve this, he even carefully prepared a gift. It was a crystal that Duan Mulonghu gave him, and it contained an extremely powerful dark energy. In his opinion, even if Black Dragon was unhappy, he would not blame others for being too polite. After seeing his gift, Black Dragon would definitely calm down. But how could he know that the Black Dragon's nest had been plundered clean? Not even a single brick was left. How could the Black Dragon be in the mood for such a thing? This time, he suffered such a big loss at the hands of humans. He had never suffered such a big loss in his entire life as a dragon. Naturally, he was furious. Just like the dragon clan, once they are angry, they will immediately erupt with a towering rage. Therefore, the moment he saw Hydralisk, he no longer wanted to say anything. He only wanted to kill Hydralisk directly. Humph, trying to show off the power of darkness in front of me? You're courting death. At this moment, the Black Dragon King roared, and a thick shadow spread out. Hydralisk's understanding of the power of darkness was already very strong. His talent was already very good, and with Duanmu guidance, his cultivation progressed 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, it was not a problem. Now that he had become a venerable, one could see how extraordinary he was. But unfortunately, he was now facing a 5-clawed black dragon, and a holy dragon at that. And this holy dragon was in a rage. He had nowhere to vent his power, but Hydralisk just had to run into him. He was simply asking for a beating. One had to admit that the black dragon's path of darkness was really powerful. After the black shadow spread, Hydralisk's heart immediately skipped a beat. Because he discovered that the darkness that he was so familiar with in the past had become extremely strange at this moment. The power of darkness began to repel him. Not only that, but the extremely terrifying aura also wanted to tie him up and kill him directly. Damn it, what the hell is wrong with this black dragon? At this moment, he also realized that there was no way to communicate with the black dragon in front of him. Moreover, the black dragon's power was too terrifying. If he stayed any longer, only death would await him. God of darkness, bless me. Escape. He immediately cast the darkness escape to get away from this terrifying black dragon. But at this moment, the black dragon suddenly roared. I've already said it. Trying to show off your power of darkness in front of me is courting death. Hydralisk's power of darkness was abruptly stopped at this moment. And at this moment, chains appeared in the darkness. The chains immediately bound the Hydralisk, and the dark shackles penetrated his body. At this moment, a terrifying dragon claw directly fell from above his head. The huge dragon claw pressed down, wanting to kill Hydralisk completely. At this moment, Hydralisk's heart was already filled with despair. The original plan was going smoothly, and the black dragon had already awakened. But why did the ending turn out like this? It didn't develop according to the original plan at all. These black dragons, are they all crazy? However, he was destined to be unable to complain too much. That power was too terrifying. The powerful suppression was about to kill him. He clearly knew that his life was in extreme danger. But at this moment, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of Hydralisk. Then, a dark light sword burst out. Humph, a mere black dragon dares to be presumptuous. The voice was ice cold, and the sword was extremely terrifying. Then, the sword directly collided with the dragon claw. At this moment, the huge dragon claw was directly shattered. Roar, damn it, it's a human again. Black Dragon was really furious. He suddenly felt that all the humans in the world were targeting him. He suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying dragon breath directly appeared. At this moment, the power of the spatial gate directly wrapped around Hydralisk and pulled him into it. Only a little of the dragon breath's power touched the spatial gate, but most of it directly fell into the cliffs below. The cliffs that were touched by the dragon breath began to melt. The dragon breath of the dragon clan was indeed very powerful. But unfortunately, Black Dragon didn't manage to kill Hydralisk in the end. Of course, the person who saved him was naturally Duanmu. To be honest, even Duanmu had not expected that the Black Dragon would be so enraged that he would kill Su Yan without saying a single word. At this moment, he was extremely curious as to what Su Yan had done to enrage the dragon race to such an extent. At this moment, Su Yan saw all of this with his eyes. When he was fighting with Black Dragon, he already noticed that someone seemed to be spying on him. However, that guy seemed to have a secret technique that could perfectly hide his aura. Even someone as powerful as Su Yan would have to spend a lot of time to find him. Therefore, Su Yan simply didn't look for him. He clearly knew that those people hiding in the dark must have a plan. Since that's the case, he would wait for them to reveal themselves. Hydralisk? Humph, if that's the case, then it's also Duan Mulonghu's plan. That guy's hands are really long. It seems like he wants to set up everything. But this time, it's interesting. He could be considered to have watched a good show. At this time, Duan Mulonghu would probably be angered to death. Chapter 1150. Female literature. Of course, at this time, he still had to solve a problem, and that was Black Dragon. Previously, Black Dragon didn't want to fight with him because he wanted to sleep. But now, it was different. He believed that no matter how stupid Black Dragon was, he would know that his lair was plundered because of him. Just by looking at Black Dragon's appearance, he knew that his losses must be extremely heavy. The dragon race had never been a reasonable race. Although it was impossible for him to take out evidence, a little suspicion was enough. Therefore, the furious Black Dragon would definitely attack. Of course, he wasn't afraid of him, but if Black Dragon attacked other people, it would be terrible. Most likely, not many living beings could withstand his dragon breath. Therefore, after Su Yan brought Zhang Daqian, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming back to the sect, he came here again. At this time, Black Dragon's eyes were already looking at Su Yan. Human, you actually dare to come here. His huge body was trembling in anger. Above his nose, the flames of his dragon breath were still flickering. Why wouldn't I dare? I just felt a powerful fluctuation of power, so I was worried that something would happen to you, Old Black, so I came to see you. Su Yan said very calmly. Shut up, you are not a friend of the great Black Dragon, but an enemy. Dragon Tooth Kill. Black Dragon still didn't want to talk at this time. He just wanted to fight. Just like Su Yan said before, he definitely didn't want to talk if he could solve it with his hands. Su Yan shook his head and said, if that's the case, then there's no other way. Let's fight again. Su Yan wasn't afraid of Black Dragon. On the contrary, he was very happy to fight with this guy. In this case, it was equivalent to having another sparring partner. The Black Dragon was truly furious this time. His attack was much more ruthless and decisive than the last time. The powerful force directly oppressed Su Yan, and the terrifying aura was simply indescribable. But at this time, Su Yan was even more delighted. This was the situation he wanted. Only then would he be able to display his full strength. What was the point of fighting a Black Dragon without any will to fight? But now, it was different. This Black Dragon clearly wanted to kill him, so he didn't have to worry too much before attacking. Raging Inferno. Su Yan immediately unleashed a stream of energy. This was a new method he learned from the cultivation method that Kong Wuhan gave him. He combined this power with his own Shura fire and derived a brand new power. He was a prodigy to begin with. At this moment, when he blasted out his power, he immediately displayed overwhelming power. Such a terrifying aura continued to dance in the sky, and that terrifying radiance directly filled this space. The dragon tooth slash and the raging flames collided together, and the terrifying power continued to tremble. Therefore, everything started to move at this moment. The originally towering 5 dragon mountains, under this attack, actually directly disappeared by half. Very good, Old Black, it seems that you're really angry. Then come at me. Su Yan condensed his power again, and his aura became even more fierce. Damn it, you cunning human. You joined forces with the people of Kong Kong Dao's sect to loot my dragon lair, and now you dare to be so presumptuous. At this moment, his anger continued to burst out. Su Yan naturally knew what was going on, but how could he admit it? Bullsh*T, what's wrong with your dragon lair? I don't know at all. You're clearly the one who came to find trouble with me first. He wasn't going to back down. More importantly, what he said was indeed the truth. Su Yan had no thoughts about his dragon lair. The person who acted was Kong Wuhan. But what did that person have to do with him? Therefore, Su Yan could very frankly say that this matter had nothing to do with him. However, how could the old black dragon believe it? Moreover, even if he believed it, it would be useless. The powerful dragon clan never liked to listen to any explanation. At this moment, he could not find Kong Wuhan, and Su Yan was in front of him. Therefore, he could only fight first and talk later. Moreover, he had already determined that Su Yan was related to this matter. Return my treasure, or I'll definitely kill you. Moreover, I'll drown your entire sect under my dragon breath. The old black dragon was ruthless, and he was going to attack regardless of everything. He was indeed helpless against Su Yan. After all, at Su Yan's level, his strength was really terrifying. However, it was impossible for everyone in his sect to have such strength. If he wanted to kill someone, he could naturally kill the other party directly. At this moment, Su Yan's face turned cold. Humph, old black dragon, I'll tolerate your spouting nonsense. I won't argue with you for slandering me. After all, the dragon clan's intelligence has always been very low. However, since you've already said such words, then we won't rest until one of us is dead. Although Su Yan was also fighting earlier, he only had a desire to fight and did not have any murderous intent. However, at this moment, a strong murderous intent spread out. The thick murderous aura caused even the black dragon to take a step back. Perhaps it was because he had been asleep for too long, or perhaps it was because Su Yan's murderous intent was simply too strong. At this moment, he actually took a step back. Although it was only for a moment, it was almost instinctively retreating. However, it was precisely because of this that made him even angrier. At this moment, his anger was almost monstrous. That berserk power had reached an extremely terrifying level. His anger continued to rise, and he actually subconsciously shrank back. What did this mean? This meant that he was afraid. The great black dragon instinctively retreated when facing a puny human. This was simply unforgivable. Therefore, at this moment, he became even angrier. His dragon's breath burst out without hesitation. Su Yan sneered. He had already seen the black dragon's actions. At this moment, he directly mocked, "Black dragon, are you afraid?" At this moment, his power directly rushed toward the black dragon. That violent and terrifying power directly burst out to the extreme. At this moment, terrifying auras directly suppressed at this moment, immediately turning into endless majesty. That kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, Su Yan was indeed enraged. Black Dragon's words had directly infuriated him. At this moment, Su Yan cared about his friends the most. Although at this time, the Heaven and Earth organization was protected by the Oriole, Su Yan actually knew that although the Oriole was not weak, it was still inferior to the Black Dragon. If one day he was not around, and the Black Dragon directly came to find him, it would be an extremely terrible thing. Originally, he indeed did not have the intention to kill. As the saying goes, if he were to kill this Black Dragon, it might provoke an even more powerful dragon. However, this dragon had now made up his mind to threaten his friends, so he could only use extreme means. A sword. Su Yan did not hesitate at all and directly slashed out with his sword. At this moment, the terrifying sword intent directly rushed forward. The sword chi was arrogant, but it also had an extremely strong killing intent. The black dragon's breath was directly broken by this sword. That terrifying aura was directly suppressed. Su Yan's sword had reached such a level. At this moment, the black dragon was shocked. Different. He felt that the human in front of him was completely different. In the previous battle, he was just an ordinary human powerhouse, but now, he had become a terrifying killing god. How could a mere human strength reach such a level? This was unacceptable to the black dragon. At this moment, his aura began to condense again. He clearly knew that at this time, he absolutely could not retreat, unless he wanted to let go of the anger of the dragon lair. At this moment, Su Yan moved again. His speed was too fast, like a stream of light. With a flash of light, he completely disappeared. And also at the next moment, he also appeared again. Another sword. Damn it, the power of space. The black dragon immediately realized that at this time, Su Yan began to use the power of space again. That sword was extremely powerful, and at this time, it directly passed through the power of space, which was even more terrifying. If he was hit by this sword, even someone as strong as him would not be able to withstand it. This was because this power was too terrifying. Moreover, although he was angry now, he still had scruples about the power of space. But at this time, Su Yan was forcing him so hard that he no longer had a choice. At this time, his power also directly erupted at this time, and a terrifying light directly appeared. The dense aura immediately surged forward. The power of space. Dragon's fury, dark space. Sometimes, you can't just not do it because you don't want to. The black dragon understood this very well, so at this time, he had already let go of his scruples and directly released his power completely. An extremely terrifying shadow immediately appeared in the terrifying horizon. The appearance of this shadow immediately began to devour the space. His power of darkness was extremely powerful, and what he wanted to do now was to integrate his power of darkness into space, which was equivalent to creating a unique space that belonged to him. If his goal was achieved, then Su Yan would be very passive. It was equivalent to directly dragging Su Yan into his own space to fight. At that time, he would first have the geographical advantage. In his own space, his power would be infinitely magnified, and Su Yan would be restrained by him. If that was the case, he might be able to kill Su Yan directly. Chapter 1151. Female Literature, Chapter 1149, Firm Killing Intent. However, it was an extremely heavy burden for him to use such a dark power. If he had recovered to his peak state, everything would be fine. Unfortunately, he was still a little bit away from that state. Therefore, he originally did not want to use this kind of power. However, now that Su Yan had used this kind of power again, he directly cast aside his scruples and directly attacked. The power of space was the most terrifying. At this moment, the two powers of space erupted and began to devour each other. In the mysterious space, Su Yan's sword aura immediately erupted. The powerful sword was simply unreasonable. As the sword fell, everything was destroyed. The power of darkness was indeed powerful, but Su Yan's sword aura had reached a new peak. His sword could ignore all laws. It was not a lie to say that one sword could break all laws. At this moment, Yangming's power rose, and the dark power was forcibly stopped. Humph, you want to create space? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, Su Yan's body turned and the demonic shadow appeared. The last time Su Yan summoned the demonic shadow, it was only to intimidate. This time, it was different. The demonic shadow appeared in a flash and immediately appeared in front of the five-clawed black dragon at an extremely terrifying speed. Then, he stretched out his arms and pressed down hard. At this time, his strength continued to rise, and that terrifying power also directly expanded at this time. The black dragon's body was directly pressed down. He immediately let out an extremely angry roar. The aura of the true demonic shadow made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Of course, no matter who it was, it would definitely be uncomfortable to have their head pressed down like this. At this time, his body twisted, and a dark light spread out directly at this time. His power erupted at this moment, and then he began to clash head-on with the true devil. Human, you're courting death. The black dragon was pressed down by the true demonic shadow. However, at this moment, another dragon breath was spat out. This power immediately went toward the true demonic shadow. The true demonic shadow had a great restraining effect on him. If he could not suppress this power, it would make him very unhappy. The battle between the man and the dragon erupted once again. At this moment, Su Yan had already consciously led the black dragon outside. There was no benefit in continuing to fight here. Within the 5 prefectures, the energy fluctuations of 2 people would be obstructed by heaven's will. Previously, Su Yan did not have the intention to kill. That was not a big deal. But now, he had made up his mind to kill the black dragon, so he couldn't continue fighting here. That was why he headed for the distant seaside. This place was rather far from the sea, but for existences like Su Yan and the black dragon, this was no distance at all. Human, you lured me here. Are you trying to kill me? At this moment, the black dragon roared. He was not stupid. Naturally, he could think of this. Hee, looks like you're not hopelessly stupid after all. They finally stopped. This place was already in the middle of the vast ocean. In this place, the wills of the 5 counties were extremely weak and almost non-existent. Therefore, at this moment, they could fight without any scruples. Roar, human, you're really bold. You actually dared to attack the dragon clan. You'll regret this. Everyone knew how powerful the dragon clan was. In the Jojo continent, even the powerful limitless demon sect kept a respectful distance from the dragon clan. Unless it was those mixed blood dragons with impure bloodlines, perhaps there would still be people who dared to kill them. However, if it was a pure blood dragon, absolutely no one would dare to do so. This was because their strength was too terrifying. That kind of terror had reached an unimaginable level. If all the dragons on Dragon Island flew out, no force would be able to stop them. Perhaps, it would be a disaster not inferior to the demon invasion. Su Yan's strength had already reached such a level, so it was impossible for him not to know about this. Even so, he was still prepared to attack. This could only mean that he was really bold. Su Yan sneered but did not say anything. The reason why he didn't kill earlier was because he didn't want to cause trouble. However, the black dragon had already said that he would kill his friends, so how could he hold back at this time? Moreover, others were afraid of the dragon clan, but he wasn't because he was already enemies with the dragon clan. Putting aside the matter of the blood-winged wyvern, he wouldn't forget what happened on Dragon Island. Moreover, strictly speaking, he had already killed a true dragon. Moreover, it was a powerful fire dragon king. Although it was done by the God-Slayer sword, it was still his body at that time. Therefore, there was no room for reconciliation between him and the dragon clan. You talk too much, reptile. Su Yan's power erupted. Layers of spatial power appeared, and an extremely powerful aura appeared. The water pillars were immediately summoned. You lured me to this place to use the power of the sea to seal my darkness? Fool! The black dragon said with contempt. However, even though he said that, he also knew that this was actually a good choice. When the power of the elements was strong to the extreme, it could indeed fight against darkness. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that Su Yan's elemental power must be strong enough. Idiot! Next, it's time for you to enjoy the fear of death. As Su Yan's words fell, the water pillars began to condense at this time, and an unimaginable chill erupted. Then, above the sea, solid ice covered the entire sea. Ice prison, ice seal eternity. Su Yan's power erupted at this time. The thick ice aura was almost unimaginable. At this time, the sea water condensed into ice. In an instant, a huge ice prison appeared. Hee, now, you have nowhere to run. It's time to close the door and beat the dog. At this moment, Su Yan's will erupted. The power of the ice law was so terrifying. Ice law. You actually mastered the ice law. At this time, the black dragon was extremely shocked. When he fought with Su Yan previously, although the power that Su Yan displayed was also very strong, it was not to the point of being lawless. One could imagine the importance of the law. Why? Are you so surprised that I have the ice law? You stupid dragon, do you really think that just because I praised you, you're very smart? What a joke. I've already fought with you. If I didn't have the confidence to kill you, stupid dragon, do you think I would come here? Su Yan's tone was already so aggressive. In fact, if he really did not have the confidence, he would not have made a move. After all, he was facing a powerful real dragon. The black dragon roared, "Human, you're too arrogant. Where's that person from Kong Kong Dao sect? Let him come out together. I'd like to see how you two humans are going to kill me." At this time, he still felt that the reason why Su Yan was so confident was because he had joined forces with Kong Wuhan. Su Yan interrupted him again, "Don't be so arrogant. If I want to kill you, do I need two people? I've already said that the theft of your dragon nest has nothing to do with me. I didn't want to kill you, but you're courting death. Since you've threatened my friends, I can't let you continue to live." Su Yan's power spread out again. At this time, the ice law not only froze the surroundings, but also sealed the space. After all, it was very easy for an existence of this level to tear open a temporary space and leave this place. However, Su Yan would not allow him to do so. "It really has nothing to do with you." The black dragon originally believed that the theft of the dragon nest must be related to Su Yan. However, when he heard Su Yan's words, the thought in his heart was shaken. Because at this point, there was no need for Su Yan to hide anything. Su Yan was indeed telling the truth. He had just casually released a few strands of space force. It had nothing to do with the theft itself. "Human, in that case, let's just forget about this matter." The black dragon was silent for a while before finally choosing to lower his head again. At this time, the aura on Su Yan's body made him feel a little afraid. He thought of those powerful human beings from the ancient times who were at the level of killing gods. Those people were all fiends, and even the black dragon was not willing to provoke them. He did not expect that when Su Yan fought with him earlier, he did not use his full strength. However, although he chose to retreat now, Su Yan would not allow it. Many things, once started, could not be turned back. It's useless. Once my killing intent is set, it is impossible for me to let it go. Moreover, with what happened today, there is already hatred between you and me. I know very well how narrow-minded you Dragon Clan are, so in order to avoid future troubles, I still choose to kill you." At this time, Su Yan had already launched his attack. In this frozen space, he was unscrupulous. The sword light directly erupted, and 99 powerful sword lights appeared at the same time at this time. The terrifying sword lights directly rushed toward the black dragon. Even the power of one sword light already had extremely terrifying power, and now there were 99 sword lights. Seeing Su Yan's attack with killing intent, the black dragon threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart at this moment. He knew that this was definitely the time to fight to the death. His aura directly rose, and the violent power at this time had reached its peak. Dragon Flame, Destroy. Chapter 1152. Female Literature, Chapter 1150, merging with the darkness. Since it was a battle of life and death, he could no longer hold back. An extremely powerful force filled the air at this moment, and that violent force had already reached its peak. Dragon flames erupted. Everything between the heavens and the earth was annihilated. A terrifying aura filled the entire space. The endless energy was displayed to its peak. At this moment, the 99 powerful sword wills had already been directly dispersed. The light in the frozen space suddenly began to disappear. It was as if a black hole had appeared in this place and swallowed all the energy. Such a terrifying aura was simply too powerful. Dark space, descend. Black Dragon repeated the same trick and was about to descend a dark space. The power of darkness was extremely powerful. If he could turn this place into a dark place, his battle strength would greatly increase. However, Su Yan had already stopped him from using the power of the dark space. For this reason, this time, he directly condensed his own stronger power to create a dark space in this ice prison. This step was extremely crucial. Therefore, he had made up his mind. No matter how Su Yan tried to stop him, he would suppress Su Yan's power. This was a battle of life and death. However, what he did not expect was that Su Yan did not take any action at this time. He said directly, "You want to set up a dark space? Old lizard, don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you set up a dark space. I'd like to see what you're capable of." At this moment, Su Yan was actually indifferent towards his plan. Even Black Dragon was shocked. He did not expect Su Yan to make such a choice. It should be known that if one fell into the enemy's rhythm during a battle, it would be extremely passive and even fatal. If the two were in each other's shoes, he would never give Su Yan the chance to set up a dark space. However, Su Yan actually did so. Su Yan did not care about him at all. This was blatant contempt. For a powerful giant dragon, such humiliation could only be washed away with the other party's blood. "I will make you regret this, devourer of darkness." Without Su Yan's interference, the space of darkness took shape in an instant. An unimaginable power of darkness rushed out at this time. An extremely violent power erupted at this moment. The darkness instantly swallowed Su Yan whole. Touch of darkness. The darkness was extremely quiet at this moment, but it was also extremely dangerous. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the darkness. The moment the darkness descended, he discovered that even his own spiritual sense had been directly devoured. The power of darkness was truly powerful. This made him even more solemn. Did Su Yan really look down on him? No, definitely not. In fact, when he fought with the Black Dragon on the Five-Dragon Mountain, he already knew that the power of darkness was extremely terrifying and overbearing. However, he still deliberately allowed the Black Dragon to form the dark space. This was because he wanted to experience the power of darkness. Only by experiencing the power of darkness could he find a way to break it. Su Yan clearly knew that his opponent had never been the Black Dragon, but Duanmulonghu. Duanmulonghu was his strongest enemy. From the last fight, he seemed to be very proficient in the power of darkness. Therefore, when the Black Dragon released the dark space, he forcefully suppressed his sense of crisis and put himself in a dangerous situation. At this moment, the touch of darkness attacked directly and was almost in front of Su Yan. Su Yan directly exploded with a powerful force and then rushed towards the touch of darkness. The two forces collided directly and exploded with a terrifying force. At this moment, Su Yan already felt terrified. In this place, his spiritual sense had been devoured. Although it was not all, if he still relied on his spiritual sense to fight, he would be in a passive position. Therefore, he absolutely could not do that at this moment. He could only rely on his senses. If it was unpleasant to hear, it would be a blind guess. Of course, at Su Yan's level of cultivation, his senses were already extremely sharp. That was the understanding of his own fate. The power of the touch of darkness was extremely strong. The power displayed in this dark space was more than 10% stronger than before. With the Black Dragon's strength, how terrifying would it be if his attack power increased by another level? For Su Yan, it was an extremely huge threat. However, at this moment, Su Yan was completely immersed in this rhythm. He clearly knew that it was extremely dangerous, but he still did so. This was because he knew that if he could not even deal with the Black Dragon, then the next time he fought with Duanmulonghu, it would be even more dangerous. Although the previous battle between him and the Duanmulonghu had seemed to be a draw, he knew that it was because the Duanmulonghu had directly teleported in front of him. In such a battle, it was impossible for him to use all his strength. The celestial body was already the limit of what he could use at that time. Although he had not been much weaker at that time, it was always good to have a few more trump cards when fighting against such a powerful and terrifying enemy. It would be even better if he could understand more about his opponent's strength. At this moment, Su Yan was putting himself in danger for this purpose. So far, Su Yan had met too many people, and there were also many powerful people. For example, Su Yan did not take a Dao master like Fu Qing seriously. This was not because Su Yan looked down on them, but because Su Yan clearly knew that his real enemies were even more terrifying than them. For example, Yang Tai Yi. Although Yang Tai Yi's attitude towards him was not bad at the moment. However, he knew very well that there might be a battle between him and Yang Tai Yi. It was very likely that Yang Tai Yi was using him. Yang Tai Yi was an emperor-level expert, but in Su Yan's opinion, he was still not as big of a threat as the Duanmulonghu. Duanmulonghu. Disregarding everything else, just the simple words "Destiny's Child" were enough to make him feel suffocated. This was truly a heavy noun. Therefore, in order to deal with the Duanmulonghu, he had to make himself stronger. In fact, he was still at a disadvantage so far. The Duanmulonghu already knew where he was, but he did not know where the Duanmulonghu was and what he was doing. The enemy was in the open while he was in the dark. This was not a good thing. What's more, this enemy was so powerful and terrifying. Therefore, Su Yan could only think of ways to make himself stronger. Only when he had absolute power could he be fearless. The power of darkness became heavier and heavier. The touch of darkness became more and more terrifying. As time passed, the power seemed to be constantly superimposing. While Su Yan was constantly dodging the attacks of the touch of darkness, he could feel the cold eyes of the five-clawed black dragon constantly watching him. He was waiting, and also searching. If he made any mistakes, the dragon's power would immediately erupt and give him a fatal blow. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be careless at this time. However, Su Yan was not just dodging. His power of the zenith began to circulate. At this moment, he began to analyze the extremely powerful and mysterious power. For Su Yan, the darkness was a completely new power. If Su Yan wanted to defeat the darkness, he had to first integrate into it. Now that he had integrated into it, the next step was to familiarize himself with the darkness. The power of the zenith was the best way for him to familiarize himself with the darkness. The power of the zenith was unparalleled. It was the top power in the world. At this moment, the zenith sword soul quietly released its aura. The power of the zenith was directly accumulated and absorbed by it. After a period of time, Su Yan's body was covered in wounds. They were the corrosion of the purest and most powerful power of darkness. When this power cut through his defense, it immediately seeped into Su Yan's body. It was simply a poison that could penetrate through any opening. If it were anyone else, they would have been unable to withstand the corrosion of such power of darkness. However, it was not the case for Su Yan. Su Yan's body was so powerful that it had reached an extremely abnormal level. In terms of the strength of the body, this black dragon could not compare to Su Yan. How much power had been integrated into his body? Every power was the most heaven-defying and terrifying existence. Now, these powers had been completely condensed by him and then fused together. The power of darkness rushed into Su Yan's body directly, wanting to drag Su Yan into the darkness. However, that was destined to be impossible. Instead, the power of darkness was directly devoured. As soon as the power entered Su Yan's body, the power of the zenith immediately devoured it like a giant beast. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly had an idea. If that's the case, then let's play it big. At this moment, Su Yan had decided to take a risk. He found that after the power of darkness merged into his body was immediately able to analyze the power. Since that was the case, he might as well take a little more risk. At this moment, the power of the touch of darkness had become extremely dense. Su Yan's body suddenly stopped. In fact, the black dragon was already extremely impatient. The power of the touch of darkness was getting stronger and stronger, but the human was still able to constantly avoid his power attacks. Chapter 1153. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Moreover, he seemed to be getting more and more at ease. This was a feeling that made him extremely unhappy. Because Su Yan was escaping from his control. Now that he had used the space of darkness, Su Yan was at an absolute disadvantage here. He knew very well that Su Yan's divine sense had been completely sealed. As for his own vision, that was even more impossible. On the other hand, he was able to sense everything. Therefore, he was extremely certain that the reason why Su Yan was able to continuously avoid his power was because of his abnormal senses. He was clearly in his absolute home ground, but he was unable to defeat Su Yan. On the contrary, his opponent was getting more and more at ease. This was definitely not something to be happy about. However, at this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly paused for a moment. This pause was extremely short, only for a split second, but Black Dragon still took advantage of this pause. Hee, damned human, you can't hold on any longer. At this moment, his irritation was swept away. He knew that there could not be such a perfect person in this world. How was it possible for him to dodge his attacks endlessly? Now that Su Yan had paused, it meant that he had a weakness. Black Dragon's energy became even more focused. Finally, Su Yan paused again. This time, his pause was longer than before. How could Black Dragon let go of this opportunity? Shadow-breaking dragon slash. At this moment, a terrifying light of darkness erupted. The extremely powerful and terrifying power penetrated Su Yan's body almost instantly. He saw very clearly that this power passed through Su Yan's shoulder. Arg! Su Yan let out a suppressed groan of pain. Ha, human, I told you long ago that you will pay the price for your stupidity and arrogance. At this moment, Black Dragon was extremely proud. This successful attack meant that the scales of victory were tilted in his favor. At this moment, Su Yan was no longer his opponent. His power erupted at this moment. The violent aura surged and charged directly at Su Yan. At this moment, to Su Yan, he had indeed reached a critical point. The power of darkness directly attacked his body. This time, it was not just a little bit. If the corrosive power of darkness from before was a stream, this was a huge wave. The ferocity of the power of darkness now could not be compared to before. The terrifying power continued to wreak havoc in Su Yan's body. An extremely powerful and terrifying aura surged out, as though it was going to obliterate everything Su Yan had. At this moment, Su Yan was in pain. However, after withstanding this blow, he immediately unleashed a burst of power. Infinite space, break. Ice prison, ice seal. First, the power of space, followed by the ice law. As soon as the two powers were unleashed, he immediately locked himself in a new small space. At this moment, Black Dragon said, are you trying to seal yourself and expel my power? You're too naive. Black Dragon roared. In his opinion, after being hit by his power, Su Yan had fallen into a huge crisis. At this moment, it was impossible for him to evade his attack. It was because of this that Black Dragon could only seal himself at this moment. In this way, he could buy himself some time. Then, he would use his powerful strength to suppress the power of darkness. But he was too laughable. This was the power of the great dark dragon. If this power could be expelled so easily, what was the point? The longer time passed, the stronger his power would become. Darkness would never be expelled. Instead, it would only sink. Then, everything would be buried. At this moment, he believed that Su Yan must be in extreme pain. But even so, he did not intend to give Su Yan a chance. He, the great dark dragon, never liked to wait. So, at this moment, he suddenly pounced. Black Dragon's Hunt. His sharp dragon claws tore forward. He knew that Su Yan had set up two boundaries with the power of space and the power of ice. But so what? The boundaries could only buy him a little bit of time. The great dark dragon would tear the boundaries apart. He would make him understand that his struggles were foolish and powerless in front of him. At this moment, his strength continued to rise, and a terrifying aura condensed bit by bit. That powerful strength had reached its peak at this moment. The power of the boundaries immediately suffered a huge impact. At this moment, Su Yan was indeed in great pain, but the black dragon was wrong in the end. Su Yan was not suppressing the power of darkness. Instead, he opened up his body and mind, allowing the power of darkness to flow freely in his body. When the power of darkness kept shuttling back and forth in his body, he was also trying hard to comprehend the darkness. At this moment, Su Yan's divine sense was completely immersed in his body. Then, he began to comprehend the existence of this power. Quick, I have to be quick. Of course, he could sense the black dragon's movements. That guy wanted to shatter his boundaries. The black dragon was not weak. On the contrary, in terms of offensive power, he was extremely powerful and terrifying. So, he had to be quick. The power of darkness had already permeated every corner of Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan was already in great danger. If he could not completely grasp this power, he might be swallowed by the darkness. Darkness was not inferior to the power of space. Light and darkness were the two great laws between heaven and earth. No matter where one was, there would always be darkness and light. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have started a cycle of reincarnation again and again. At this moment, he had already sunk into the deepest abyss of darkness. It was a bottomless and borderless place. The darkness turned into a giant beast, wanting to directly swallow Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not struggle, nor did he do anything. Instead, he made his heart become incomparably calm. Even if the giant beast of darkness was real, he still hoped that he could use his heart to feel the most real death and fear. If a person did not want to be afraid of fear, then they had to experience fear. Su Yan deeply understood this principle, so he always reminded himself not to panic no matter what. Even in the most dangerous moments. At this moment, the boundaries made cracking sounds, and the power of space was constantly rippling. The black dragon was indeed powerful. The speed at which he broke through the boundaries was faster than Su Yan had expected. This terrifying speed was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Su Yan made his heart even more calm. This was what it meant when the world was in chaos, but his heart was not. This was what it meant to be calm in the face of change. At this moment, the mysterious revered sword soul suddenly trembled. As for Su Yan himself, he had already begun to release a surge of power. In Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the revered sword cannon changed at this moment, and the last paragraph of text actually appeared. The revered dark record. At this moment, the revered sword cannon, after coming into contact with such a power of darkness, actually gave birth to such a technique. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt that his entire body had begun to undergo a huge change. The extremely powerful and cold darkness was no longer so frightening at this moment. The pain in his body also disappeared bit by bit at this moment. As expected, the revered sword cannon is mysterious and unfathomable. Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. At this moment, he knew that he had succeeded once again. This was once again a chance at life from the brink of death. At this moment, the spatial boundaries were directly destroyed, and the powerful ice was completely shattered at this moment. The powerful black dragon directly shattered the boundaries. Human, welcome pain and death. At this moment, the black dragon was very proud because, in his opinion, Su Yan was finally going to die at this moment. That damn thing actually dared to go against him and offend the dignity of the dragon clan. Death and pain were his end. Perhaps the theft of his dragon nest had nothing to do with him, but just his disrespect to the dragon clan was a crime punishable by death. Go to hell. At this moment, he directly spoke, and then an extremely terrifying dragon's breath immediately rushed down. The powerful dragon's breath rolled and rushed towards Su Yan, wanting to kill Su Yan directly. The terrifying destructive power contained in this dragon's breath was simply unimaginable. Such power directly descended. He believed that Su Yan would not be able to survive under such a dragon's breath. However, at this moment, the world suddenly changed. At this moment, the boundless darkness suddenly disappeared. Light reappeared. The sudden arrival of the light caused him to be in extreme pain. How is this possible? He could not understand why such a power of light would appear at this moment when he had clearly not dissipated the dark space. At this moment, Su Yan directly opened his eyes. At this moment, the dragon's breath had already arrived in front of Su Yan. The black dragon calmed down. Although he did not know why his dark space had suddenly dissipated, it did not matter. At this moment, the dragon's breath had already arrived in front of Su Yan. This human could no longer turn the tables. He would definitely die. But as long as he was dead, then everything would be fine. At this moment, Su Yan directly rushed into the sky. Then, he directly roared, "Dark Dragon Breaking Fist." He blasted out a punch. Then, darkness appeared again, but this time, the power of darkness condensed in Su Yan's hand. Chapter 1154. Female Literature, Chapter 1152, Supreme Darkness Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Almost at this moment, the power of darkness directly transformed into a black dragon. Ironically, this black dragon looked exactly the same as a five-clawed black dragon. After the black dragon appeared, it went against the heavens and directly broke the terrifying dragon breath. Then, an extremely powerful and terrifying force fell straight down. The violent aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Then, it directly collided with the black dragon. The power of the dark dragon fist dissipated, and the black dragon was also severely injured. At this moment, the dark dragon simply didn't dare to imagine. What did he just see? He saw another version of himself suddenly appear and attack him directly. Such an absurd thing had actually happened right in front of him. He was already wondering if he had gone crazy. Unfortunately, the sharp pain on his body reminded him that it wasn't. That was the real reality. His gaze was extremely solemn as he looked directly at Su Yan, who had already stood up. This guy should have been directly swallowed by his dragon breath. But now, he was actually standing in front of him, perfectly fine. No, impossible. How is this possible? He didn't want to believe that this was real. The joy of victory suddenly turned into the pain of defeat. Such a gap wasn't easy to accept. Su Yan looked at him and chuckled, "There's nothing impossible in this world. It's just that you can't do it, so you think it's impossible. But you have to know that just because you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it." Su Yan moved his shin bone, and a dark aura directly appeared. This dark aura wasn't strong, but it had already begun to slowly revolve around his body. This was the power of darkness that belonged to Su Yan. The black dragon was very sure that in the beginning, Su Yan couldn't possibly be proficient in the power of darkness. But now, he could actually use it. This was simply unbelievable. He was no longer a human, but a monster. At this moment, Su Yan said, "I know what you're thinking. My power of darkness was clearly zero before, so why was it able to erupt with such a powerful force at that moment? It's actually very simple. That power didn't belong to me, but to you. I'm just returning it to you. So, you don't have to worry because I can't release the dark dragon breaking fist a second time." Su Yan spoke the truth very honestly. But the more this was so, the angrier the black dragon became. This guy was still so arrogant. He didn't put him in his eyes at all. But, this guy did have the capital to be arrogant. He was indeed the one who had lost the translation. The Black Dragon's word translation editor, endless fantasy translation editor, endless fantasy, Su Yan, was it? This made him so angry that he was infuriated. Dragon translation that he almost vomit a blood dragon translation. At this moment, Su Yan said with a smile, "Old Black, you have to be calm. The battle isn't over yet. If you still have any strength, then show it." His aura kept rising at this moment. Having just experienced such a dangerous situation, not only did it not make him depressed, but it also aroused all of his beliefs. At this moment, his power began to rise. He was like a god of war at this moment. His power was so powerful and terrifying that a terrifying aura kept emerging at this moment. Su Yan's strength had risen to the extreme at this moment. At this moment, he directly took a step forward. His entire aura had become extremely deep at this moment. His power was also constantly whistling at this moment. At this moment, he seemed to have become a terrifying monster. Previously, the Black Dragon thought that he had a huge advantage. But this time, it wasn't like that. The dark space still existed, but it didn't give him any sense of security. This was because the sudden disappearance of the dark space had left a huge shadow in his heart. At this moment, he had also witnessed how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. Su Yan was simply a monster-like existence. The strength of his strength could only be described with one word, and that was freakishly strong. A true freak. At this moment, his power was still changing, and his aura was also emerging at this moment. The power of darkness. The Sovereign of Darkness record had begun to slowly circulate. It was the power derived from the Sovereign Sword Codex. There seemed to be endless things in the Sovereign Sword Codex. It was a true treasure. Fortunately, this treasure existed in his body. Of course, Su Yan himself also needed to constantly work hard. Only in this way could he continue to grow stronger. He knew very well that when his strength reached a certain limit, he might be able to understand the secret of the Sovereign. But now, he was not qualified. However, this didn't matter. There were some things that could be found as long as one continued to pursue them. Before all of this was revealed, what one needed to do was to unswervingly guard one's heart and make oneself stronger. You can already use the power of darkness? Although Su Yan had said it before, the Black Dragon was still unwilling to believe it. How was this possible? Why did Su Yan have such terrifying strength? It was at this time that Su Yan closed in on him again. As he moved, the terrifying shadow of the true demon appeared. At this moment, the shadow of the true demon was even more terrifying than before. This was because at this moment, there was an additional aura of darkness on his body. If you must think so, then it's fine. I can indeed use the power of darkness, but as I said before, it's just the beginning. I can't be as powerful as you. As he spoke, a sword chi directly fell. Damn it, you freak, the Black Dragon cursed. Su Yan spoke very modestly and unhappily, but in reality, he had never seen anyone as freakish as Su Yan in his long life. He had clearly been struck by his own power and should have died, but not only was he unscathed, but he could also directly use his power. At this moment, he felt fear in his heart. He already knew that he was not a match for this human. In a battle of life and death, the thought of retreating had not been decided yet. This was the greatest taboo. The Black Dragon naturally understood this. At this moment, he suddenly said, "Human, may I know your name?" The sword chi directly landed on his body, but it did not cause any harm. The powerful dragon scales on his body were still extremely terrifying. Su Yan. The Black Dragon sighed and said, "Human, I know, I'm afraid I'm no match for you." To be able to make such a proud Black Dragon admit defeat, it was clear that Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan smiled and nodded, then said, "I think so too." At this point in the battle, Su Yan naturally had absolute confidence in himself. In fact, he was very satisfied. This time, he had awakened the record of lordly darkness. Duanmu Longhu was also very proficient in the power of darkness, so he must have cultivated an extremely powerful darkness technique. However, Su Yan no longer had any fear, and even began to fight with him next time. A technique derived from the record of lordly sword would definitely be top-notch. Regarding this, he already had blind confidence in himself. Therefore, at this moment, he was already looking forward to the next battle. When he could cultivate this volume of the record of lordly darkness to the depths, perhaps it would be time for him to master a new law. The black dragon was silent for a moment, then said, "Su Yan, do you really want to be enemies with the dragon race? You should know that if you kill me, the dragon resentment I generate will definitely attract the Dragon King." A holy dragon was already an extremely powerful existence for Dragon Island. It was equivalent to a human Dao sovereign, and a Dao sovereign was extremely important to a sect. In the world of the 9 states, a Dao sovereign was now the master of a sect. Moreover, a holy dragon was generally more powerful than a Dao sovereign, and also more precious. The death of a holy dragon was naturally enough to attract the Dragon King. The Dragon King was equivalent to a human emperor realm expert. If such a powerful dragon came, Su Yan would not be able to resist. This was without a doubt. The majesty of the Dragon King was unstoppable. The black dragon had absolute confidence in the Dragon King. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Sorry, actually, I have a death feud with the dragon race. Hehe, I don't mind telling you that a fire dragon king once died at my hands." Su Yan immediately revealed a brilliant smile. At this moment, the black dragon was completely shocked. He immediately shouted, "This is impossible." Yes, how could this be possible? A dragon king was such a powerful and terrifying existence. How could he die at the hands of someone like Su Yan? Even if there were 10, no, even 100 Su Yan would not be able to do it. At this moment, a blazing aura suddenly appeared on Su Yan's body. Within that aura, there was an extremely powerful Dragon King, a fire dragon, and the majesty of the Fire Dragon King. After sensing this aura, the black dragon's huge body began to tremble. It's true. When he felt that aura, he immediately knew that Su Yan was telling the truth. Although he could not imagine how Su Yan did it, it was already undeniable that Su Yan really killed a Fire Dragon King. In fact, at this moment, Su Yan was just bluffing. After the God-Slayer sword killed the Fire Dragon King, it directly swallowed the Fire Dragon King's dragon crystal. Chapter 1155. Female Literature, Chapter 1153, Dragon God's Wish. As for the rest, he didn't care for them. He refined the blood of the Fire Dragon King into Su Yan's body. After all, Su Yan's physical injuries were too severe at that time. The blood of the Fire Dragon King was submerged in Su Yan's body. Therefore, when Su Yan intentionally stimulated it, he could feel the aura of the Fire Dragon King in his body. To Su Yan, this was nothing. However, to the Black Dragon, this was something that defied the heavens. It was as if the faith in his heart had collapsed. The Dragon King was dead. After the Dragon God disappeared and the Dragon Emperor fell into a deep slumber, the Dragon King was already the strongest existence in the Dragon Clan. Even though there was a huge change in heaven and earth back then, the powerful Dragon King still suppressed the terrifying turmoil and kept the Dragon Island safe and sound. But now, Su Yan told him that the Dragon King was dead. Moreover, this was something he couldn't refute because the aura of the Dragon King's blood was still present. Kill you, I must kill you. No matter what he thought before, at this moment, all the thoughts in his heart had dissipated. For the sake of the Dragon King, he was going to give it his all. Su Yan looked at the incomparably furious Black Dragon. At this moment, he had also become extremely cold. Looks like you're going to give it your all. That's good. I'll kill you. One day, I'll kill my way to Dragon Island and kill that damned Dragon King. At this moment, Su Yan actually dared to say such words. If it was in the past, the Black Dragon would definitely think that this human was crazy. With his strength, how could he possibly kill the Dragon King? But now, he didn't think so. In fact, he was already worried. Because this man had the aura of the Fire Dragon King on him. This was something that couldn't be faked. The Fire Dragon King was already dead. Furthermore, he was killed by this guy. Since he could kill the Fire Dragon King, did that not mean that he had the strength to kill the other Dragon Kings? He didn't know the answer, but deep down, he already had a fact that he wasn't willing to accept. That meant it was possible, although he didn't know how this man would do it. However, this was really possible. No, I definitely can't let such a thing happen. If it only involved himself, then he would be timid, cowardly, and even shrink back. But at this point, he definitely couldn't do that. Because this was no longer just his own matter, it also involved the safety of the dragon race. If it was a matter of life and death, he would back down. But if it was a matter of race, he would definitely not back down. At this time, black flames began to appear on his body. The moment the flames started to burn, his body started to give off an extremely sacred aura. Great Dragon God, Black Dragon Zaba, with his soul as the guide, praise to you. I hope that you can send down your great power and let me kill this human who is a huge threat to the dragon race. Zaba is willing to give up everything. I'm willing to give up the chance to return to the dragon tomb with my dragon soul. I'm willing to give up my flesh, blood, and everything. The black dragon began to chant. That was the dragon language unique to the dragon race. Perhaps this was the first language that appeared in this world. Every word of his had an extremely profound melody, as if it could connect to the greatest existence in the world. The dragon language could only be understood by dragons with the purest bloodline. But what was strange was that Su Yan actually understood all of it at this moment. Every word of the dragon language echoed in his ears. At this time, an extremely mysterious ripple appeared on his body. Dragon language, is that the dragon prayer technique? Offering a sacrifice to the great dragon god in order to obtain the dragon god's blessing and the greatest power. This information seemed to exist in Su Yan's soul. He actually knew all of it. And at this time, his power was still increasing. Everything was so clear in his ears. Even his body began to boil. Black Dragon, I really didn't expect that you would be willing to give up everything, even your life and soul, to kill me. I have to admit, I still underestimated you. For some reason, Su Yan's body suddenly emitted an extremely mysterious aura. The moment this aura appeared, Su Yan's entire body changed. Now, he had become lethargic, as if he had become the most ancient and most powerful dragon. When the black dragon heard Su Yan's words, he was already shocked. Su Yan could understand the dragon language. Black Dragon Bazaar was really shocked at this time. The dragon language, that was the real language of the dragon clan, but how could Su Yan understand it? What shocked him even more was that Su Yan's body actually emitted an aura that made him feel extremely repulsed and even fearful. He couldn't figure out where this aura came from. It was just that the moment this aura appeared, he was completely lost. However, after the confusion, his killing intent became even stronger. The more extraordinary Su Yan was, the more it proved that Su Yan was a great threat to the dragon clan. He had already seen how terrifying Su Yan was. More importantly, he felt that Su Yan had a lot of room for growth. If Su Yan was given time, he would definitely become even more powerful. Black Dragon Bazaar had always felt that the Dragon King was a high and mighty existence, and he had always wanted to become a Dragon King. But now, he knew that the Dragon King was already dead. He died at the hands of this human in front of him. This was tantamount to a direct collapse of his beliefs. Right now, he was truly confused and at a loss for what to do. He didn't know how he should face it. He only felt that everything had completely collapsed. At this time, his body began to burn. Not only that, but his soul also began to burn. Just as he said before, he was willing to sacrifice everything to destroy the enemy in front of him. At this time, the dragon god's prayer finally came into effect. An extremely terrifying power slowly fell from the sky. That power was so deep and powerful that its terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The ice prison created by Su Yan was completely useless at this time. The dragon god. That was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence that was above the sacred venerables. It was a terrifying and powerful existence that could be crowned with the word God. His majesty was unimaginable. The god Shura had become the heaven's will of the Shura realm. In other words, the will of the realm was his own will. With such a terrifying divine power, Su Yan could not even imagine it, let alone block it. At this time, such a terrifying divine power had already arrived in front of him. Fortunately, that was not all of his strength. Instead, it was merely a portion of his strength that had been summoned. Otherwise, Su Yan would have died immediately. At this time, the black dragon's aura directly became stronger. Previously, the black dragon could be directly suppressed by Su Yan. After Su Yan condensed the Lama of Darkness, his strength became even more powerful. But now, the black dragon's aura had become unprecedentedly powerful. Su Yan even felt that the one standing in front of him was an emperor. This was not the 5 continents, so even the majesty of an emperor would not be restricted by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, that was the power formed by the dragon god's prayer. With the dragon god's supreme majesty, it would not be strange for him to temporarily suppress the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the dragon god's prayer? It's really powerful. Su Yan sighed in his heart. Such power was an unprecedented challenge for him. However, he also knew that it was inevitable that this power would be so strong. That was the power that the black dragon had exchanged all of his prayers for. Moreover, Su Yan had already felt it. The strength of this power should have exceeded the limit of the power that the black dragon could summon. At this time, the black dragon directly roared, and the dragon's roar was simply earth-shattering. At this time, he was no longer angry, nor was he sad. The only thing he had was a monstrous fighting spirit. He had already felt that the power that the dragon god had instilled in him was so powerful that it had reached the terrifying absolute power of an emperor. This showed that the dragon god also felt that Su Yan was a danger to the dragon clan. Although the great dragon god had disappeared, all the dragon clan believed that he was still alive. The great dragon god was a powerful existence that could see through fate. He must have seen the scene in front of him, so when the black dragon sacrificed his life and soul, the dragon god transmitted an extremely powerful power. The black dragon actually knew that after this time, his life would end. He would lead to a complete death. However, he was not afraid. For him, his death was already meaningful. The dragon god was the faith of the entire dragon clan, and for the dragon god's sake, even if he had to give up everything, it was worth it. At this time, the black dragon's body was full of holy light. The whole world seemed to have begun to revolve around him. In this place, he was a true god. The ice prison had been completely shattered long ago because the existence of the ice prison no longer had any meaning at this time. Su Yan had built the ice prison not to give the black dragon a chance to escape, but now, the ice prison had been directly shattered by the black dragon's powerful power. He did not even try to bombard this power and directly released his majesty. It was such an intoxicating power, but unfortunately, it was also the last glory of his life. However, to be able to comprehend such a powerful power at the last moment of his life was also a kind of glory. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that everything was predestined. He was lucky enough to survive the great calamity 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, he was going to die as soon as he woke up. Perhaps this was the mission that the dragon god had given him. Chapter 1156. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, Su Yan, the Black Dragon muttered. The Black Dragon muttered to himself. At this moment, even if it was just a light breath, its power was so violent that the sea directly filled the air at this moment. At this moment, in the sea, another powerful creature approached. Then, it directly flew out and came in front of Su Yan. Master, my master, the sea-splitting demonic snake has come to fight for you. The sea-splitting demonic snake had previously devoured the nine-headed demon snake's clone and then transformed in the sea. Among the several demonic beasts, he obtained the most benefits from Su Yan. At the same time, it was also the most loyal to Su Yan. At this moment, it felt Su Yan's aura and the terrifying power that could destroy the sky and earth. In the face of such a terrifying power, it did not hesitate and directly came to this place. It wanted to fight the enemy together with Su Yan. The Black Dragon's voice sounded, the powerful monster from ancient times, the sea-splitting demonic snake, actually has a human as its master. This is simply a disgrace. Su Yan is a traitor of the dragon god. He must accept the dragon god's judgment. My life is not long. Since you have appeared here, I will kill you together with him. It will save me more effort. At this moment, the Black Dragon's voice became more and more ethereal. At this moment, it was like a god. Because of the descent of the divine dragon's power, its own aura became illusory. The divine dragon's power was filled with a thick divinity. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. However, for the Black Dragon, this power was too strong. It could not bear such a powerful and sacred power. Therefore, no matter what, it would die. It did not matter if it won or lost in the end. Su Yan directly said to the sea-splitting demonic snake, "Get out of here immediately. This is not something you can interfere with." Su Yan directly ordered the sea-splitting demonic snake. To be honest, he was very happy that the sea-splitting demonic snake had appeared here. However, there were many things that could not be done on impulse. If it was still the original Black Dragon, then the appearance of the demonic sea-splitting serpent would have been able to kill him directly. However, it was no longer the case. What he was facing now was the power of the dragon god. It could even be said that this was the clone of the dragon god. This level of power was not something the demonic sea-split snake could interfere with. In the face of such power, numbers were meaningless. "No, my great master, I'm already very powerful. I can stall this stupid dragon, and then you can search for, shut up." Before the demonic sea snake could finish its sentence, Su Yan interrupted it. "I've already said that you can leave this place. This is my order." Su Yan's tone was firm. At that moment, he even used the aura of the soul contract that still existed to make the sea-splitting demonic snake leave. But at this moment, Black Dragon Bazaar spoke again. "Why is there a need for that? I've already said it before. Since the sea-splitting demonic snake has already recognized you as its master, it is also someone who should be killed. It will not be able to leave here alive." At that moment, the Black Dragon King waved its huge dragon claw. Suddenly, a wave appeared on the surface of the sea. Then, a huge creature appeared. It was the nine-winged winged serpent. This nine-winged winged serpent was already very huge, and its power was also extremely terrifying. But that was only for ordinary people. In front of Su Yan, it was far from enough. This nine-winged winged serpent could at most fight against a venerable realm expert. Su Yan did not understand what the Black Dragon meant. Could it be that it wanted the nine-winged winged serpent to fight against the sea-splitting demonic snake? That was too naive. It was impossible for it not to feel that the sea-splitting demonic snake had already reached the level of a holy beast. To the sea-splitting demonic snake, the nine-winged serpent could only be food. At that moment, the Black Dragon turned its head directly. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from its head towards the winged serpent. I bestow upon you supreme power to destroy this fallen sea-splitting demonic snake. Su Yan could not describe this ray of light. He could only feel an extremely mysterious power within it. When this ray of light landed on the winged serpent's body, the winged serpent seemed to be in extreme pain. It struggled with all its might, but in the next moment, its aura skyrocketed. That terrifying power was so perverse at this moment that it actually directly increased the power of the winged serpent. In a short period of time, the winged serpent's aura skyrocketed many times. In just a short while, its aura was so strong that it could fight against a holy beast. What kind of concept was that? Such a thing, not to mention seeing it, was simply unheard of. Such a scene was simply unimaginable. Su Yan, kill yourself. You should know that the gap between your power and the great dragon god is too great. You can't survive. The black dragon's aura became increasingly ethereal, and his majesty continued to increase. At this moment, the winged serpent suddenly roared and charged towards the sea-splitting demonic snake. The scene just now was too sudden. The sea-splitting demonic snake was not prepared at all. He was immediately dragged to the bottom of the sea by the winged serpent. The sea-splitting demonic snake and the winged serpent were both overlords of the sea. In terms of bloodline, the sea-splitting demonic snake was actually more powerful than the winged serpent. Moreover, the sea-splitting demonic snake had devoured the void beast and the nine-headed demonic snake's avatar. Among Su Yan's few demonic beasts, the sea-splitting demonic snake's strength was definitely at the top. Logically speaking, even if the winged serpent had also reached the level of a holy beast, it would not be a match for the sea-splitting demonic snake. However, at this moment, the sea-splitting demonic snake was actually at a disadvantage. This was because it had received the power bestowed by the dragon god. At this moment, Su Yan calmed himself down. He no longer paid attention to the sea-splitting demonic snake because he clearly knew that he no longer had any energy to deal with the sea-splitting demonic snake. He was already in an extremely dangerous situation. If something went wrong, he would be killed. He would die immediately. Humph, what a dragon god. You don't care about the lives of your own people at all. How can you be called a god if you're like this? Su Yan directly mocked. He was not wrong. If the dragon god really cared about the black dragon's life, he would definitely have a way to save the black dragon. Even if he had to bear the powerful power in the black dragon's body, he would still be able to keep the black dragon alive. However, he did not. As for the winged serpent, it was even more unreasonable. Although the winged serpent did not have high intelligence at this level, it still had its own ability to judge. However, the dragon god did not care whether the winged serpent was willing to bear his power or not. He just directly poured the power into the black dragon's body. What he did was really cold and heartless. How can a mere ant talk about a god? Today, you will definitely die. Since you are not willing to commit suicide, then I will purify you. The dragon god's power directly rushed down, and an extremely terrifying aura directly appeared at this moment. That aura appeared too suddenly. The moment it appeared, it was about to envelop Su Yan's head. Su Yan raised his head and saw that an extremely terrifying light had already appeared above his head. It seemed to be a huge dragon claw, but it also seemed to be a tall tower. Suppress, destroy. These two words were spoken in the purest dragon language. That thing immediately began to suppress him. Su Yan's entire body had already become incomparably heavy. At this moment, his body was directly beaten down. However, Su Yan did not give up. He still used his most powerful strength to resist. The demonic figure appeared and directly supported the phantom with both hands. The black dragon's indifferent voice sounded again. True demon. As expected of the child of destiny, you have already reached the point where you can summon a true demon. It's a pity that it's just a facade. As expected, that was no longer the Black Dragon's will, but a trace of the Dragon God's will. That powerful Dragon God was indeed still alive. It was just that no one knew where he was now. At this moment, Su Yan was already in extreme pain. He did not expect that this power would be so terrifying. He continued to struggle, wanting to break free from this terrifying power. Unfortunately, he did not have any chance at all. At this moment, his power appeared again. The surging power at this moment erupted to the extreme. Such a violent aura had already condensed to the extreme. The true demon's shadow could no longer hold on. The seawater in the sea was directly emptied. At this moment, the seawater that was thousands of feet deep disappeared. What a terrifying aura this was. You're arrogant, but that's all there is to you. If you continue to struggle, only death will be left. Now, I'll give you a chance to become my believer. I can make you the most powerful existence, second only to the gods, above all. How about it? The Black Dragon's voice sounded again. At this moment, Su Yan was already in extreme pain. However, at this moment, he would not choose to surrender. He sneered, then said directly, "Scram." If he became a believer, it would be equivalent to offering his soul and everything he had. He was such a proud person. How could he choose such a path? At this moment, he would definitely not surrender. Fool. As these two words were spoken, that terrifying power became stronger again. At this moment, the violent power continued to circulate. The boundless aura had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. Su Yan's power was still surging at this moment. At this moment, he was already in extreme pain. However, he would definitely not surrender. Sword of the Laws, kill for me. At this moment, Su Yan directly condensed his consciousness. The power of the three great laws directly erupted. Shura's fire law, ice law, and decay law appeared at the same time. As soon as the three great laws appeared, they immediately displayed extremely terrifying power. The power surged and formed a giant sword. Then, it immediately slashed at the shadow. However, before the three great swords of the laws fell, the Black Dragon spoke again, "Sword of the Laws? What a joke. You'd better disperse." As soon as he said this, Su Yan's swords of the laws actually dissipated. This was the law of words. Chapter 1157. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan's Sword of Laws was one of Su Yan's strongest powers. Even Dao sovereigns would find it hard to resist. The last time he fought with Fu Qing, even Fu Qing, a veteran Dao master, was shocked. Fu Qing had even suffered a great loss. But now, the Sword of Laws didn't even do anything. That wasn't all. His opponent seemed to have only said a few words, and his Sword of Laws had already dissipated. What a terrifying power. No, this was no longer something that could be described as mere power. Because if it was power, at least there would be traces to follow. But it was just a few words. When he asked you to dissipate, your power dissipated. Damn it. Su Yan knew that this was the most dangerous situation he had ever faced. Su Yan. You've already seen that the power you're so proud of is nothing in front of me. If you continue to be so stubborn, then I'll have no choice but to kill you. Black Dragon continued to speak, and his lofty aura grew even stronger. As for the shadow that suppressed Su Yan, it had become even more solid. At this moment, Su Yan's true demonic power had already been distorted. A sense of helplessness began to overflow in Su Yan's heart. No, impossible. I will never believe in anyone. Su Yan roared. Taiji sword, destroy. The Taiji sword appeared. The power of yin and yang condensed. The appearance of the Taiji sword immediately changed the situation. After all, the Taiji sword contained a treasure like Hanyu heavenly heart. And Su Yan refined all of the yin and yang into it. Divine sword? But it's a pity that it's not a real divine sword. It's not strong enough. He spoke again, and an invisible power flashed. At this time, the attack condensed by the Taiji sword also dissipated. The sword of laws was useless. The Taiji sword was also useless. At this time, Su Yan seemed to have turned into a child. His power was nothing but a joke in front of this powerful and terrifying existence. At such a time, Su Yan was filled with unwillingness. He would never accept such a fate. At this time, his power began to condense again. A powerful force began to gather at this time. My soul? My everything, burn for me. At this moment, the power in his body had exploded to the extreme. However, it was still useless. The berserk aura had actually reached such a terrifying level at this moment. The berserk aura became even more powerful. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth became denser and denser. For Su Yan, this was definitely not a good thing. No, calm down. I must calm down. I can't admit defeat. At this time, Su Yan had reached an extremely dangerous point, but at this time, he forced himself to calm down. The power of the dragon god definitely can't exist for too long. Although I don't know what his situation is at this time, if he could really appear in this world at will, then this world would have long been his world. So, he will definitely disappear. Su Yan began to analyze in his mind. There was no mistake in his idea. He could come here by using the body of the black dragon, but the black dragon's power was not endless, so his power would definitely disappear. At that time, Su Yan would be able to turn the tables. The question now was whether Su Yan could hold on until then. The power of the dragon god had become more and more terrifying, and Su Yan had done his best. At this time, he still had one last trick, which was to release the revered sword soul. However, he was extremely afraid of this. The revered sword soul was Su Yan's foundation. To put it bluntly, it was his soul. If this attack was useless, then he would be completely dead. Moreover, he clearly knew how attractive the revered sword soul was to such a powerful figure. Think about it, the God-Slayer sword was a powerful existence that had killed gods, but his desire for the revered sword soul was unimaginable. When the revered sword soul was summoned, even if Su Yan managed to escape from danger, he would still end up in a losing situation. Because with the strength of the dragon god, he would definitely be focused on him. If it was a faint dragon god, then it would be fine. Other powerful existences might be the same. However, if he didn't use the revered sword soul, then what? At this time, a flash of light suddenly flashed. The great demonic dragon. Yes, at this time, Su Yan had thought of using the great demonic dragon to fight against the dragon god. Legend had it that the great demonic dragon was killed by the three dragon gods together. But now, the great demonic dragon's heart was in his body. It was just that last time in the cold land of the extreme north, Su Yan integrated these forces and sealed the great demonic dragon's heart, the Buddha's heart, and the demon god's heart. In this way, he would be able to achieve his true self. When that terrifying existence had descended, he had already felt the unusual changes in the great demonic dragon's heart. It was just that it had been sealed by him, so it didn't show. But at this time, Su Yan had no other way. Since there was no other way, he might as well take the risk and try. Show your strength to your heart's content, great demonic dragon's heart. At this time, Su Yan directly unsealed the great demonic dragon's heart. The moment the seal was undone, the world changed again. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared. In an instant, in the endless sky, a terrifying force squeezed down. The majesty of the dragon god was already earth-shattering, and he was the real ruler at this time. But the moment this force descended, everything seemed so fragile. That violent force was so terrifying that it actually squeezed in front of Su Yan's body. After that force fell, it directly entered Su Yan's body. Su Yan immediately felt that his body seemed to be boiling. Roar! A terrible whistling sound was directly released from the deepest part of Su Yan's throat. It was a dragon's roar, and this roar came from Su Yan. Evil creature, you dare! At this time, the black dragon, who had been very indifferent and arrogant, suddenly burst out with an angry roar. At the same time, a powerful force also directly suppressed at this time. The power of the shadow became more solid, and Su Yan's true demonic shadow shattered at this time. The reason why Su Yan could still hold on was all because of the support of the true demonic shadow. But at this time, the true demonic shadow shattered, and the terrifying shadow did not continue to suppress. Not only that, but a terrifying force directly soared up, and that incomparably violent force directly blocked it at this time. Roar, Dragon God, Dragon God! At this time, an extremely unfamiliar voice sounded. It was also the purest dragon language. It came from Su Yan's mouth. Although Su Yan could understand dragon language before, it was impossible for him to speak it out. After all, he was not a true dragon. But now, he actually spoke dragon language. Evil creature, you actually want to come back. At this time, the owner of Su Yan's body was no longer Su Yan. Su Yan's own consciousness had completely sunk into his sea of consciousness. At this time, the one controlling Su Yan's body was a powerful existence that could compete with the dragon god, the great demonic dragon. The moment Su Yan knew that he could not resist, he directly made an extremely dangerous move, and that was to let go of the heart of the great demonic dragon, and then accept the mysterious call. Although he did not know how powerful the call was, he subconsciously believed that when the call came, it would definitely help him through this crisis. As for whether he would encounter new crises in the future, that was a matter for the future. This was the way the world was. No matter what, one always had to take one step at a time. Su Yan had experience in the past, and that was when the God-Slayer sword once occupied his body to fight. Therefore, he very sensibly sank his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. At the same time, he directly sealed his sea of consciousness with the power of the blue lotus and the bright moon. Right now, it was as if he had completely handed over control of his body to the great demonic dragon. Su Yan's calculation was not wrong. The great demonic dragon's call indeed appeared after it sensed Su Yan's power. Since he came, he naturally had the confidence to compete with the dragon god. In the face of the powerful phantom power of the dragon god's oppression, the great demonic dragon directly wrapped Su Yan's body with its power. Then, he directly raised his hand. Su Yan did not know what means that terrifying phantom used. Even with the true demonic shadow, Su Yan could not withstand it. However, after the great demonic dragon took control of his body, he was able to easily hold back this power. Ha ha ha, dragon god, you old bastard, you can come back again, so why can't I? You haven't died yet, so how can I be completely destroyed? The great demonic dragon's aura was extremely arrogant. Then, an extremely terrifying power appeared, and the phantom was directly shattered by him. Dragon god, you are still as selfish as ever. For the sake of this descent, you have killed yet another dragon with great potential. The irony is that those idiots still worship you as their god. What a bunch of idiots. The great demonic dragon had no respect for the dragon god at all. Legend had it that the great demonic dragon was once a genius of the dragon clan. Back then, his strength was extremely terrifying, and he had already become a holy venerable. In the dragon clan, he was already a powerful sky dragon. However, at this time, he chose to betray them. The betrayal of a sky dragon was a big deal for the entire dragon clan. At that time, the great demonic dragon was so powerful that the other sky dragons in the dragon clan could not do anything to him. Chapter 1158. Female Literature, Chapter 1156, The War of the Dragons. Back then, he betrayed them for some unknown reason. However, his strength became more and more terrifying. In the end, not a single dragon was a match for him. Even the powerful heavenly dragons of the dragon clan were killed by him. Later, the 3 dragon gods appeared and fought an extremely terrifying battle. Only then did they kill this super genius of the dragon clan, who was also a super traitor. Therefore, everything had become a mystery. However, as the saying goes, fate makes fools of people. Even a powerful dragon god might not have thought that one day, after countless years, they would meet again in another way. At this time, the strength of both sides began to increase at the same time. In front of Su Yan, shadows suddenly appeared one after another. It was not real power, but an illusory law. However, the aura of this law was much stronger than what Su Yan had encountered before. At this time, the violent power was filled with an unimaginable aura. They were both using the law, but compared to Su Yan, the difference was too great. Su Yan's law power was just at the beginning stage, but the dragon god's law power was already at the next level. At this time, the great demonic dragon waved his hand. "Boy, I owe you a favor for using your body to fight that old dragon today. Since that's the case, you should watch carefully." At this time, the great demonic dragon was controlling Su Yan's body. Since that was the case, he could only fight with the power that Su Yan controlled. So, would he lose to the dragon god? No, he wouldn't. In fact, the power that Su Yan controlled was already very strong. Even the great demonic dragon was very impressed. At this time, Su Yan's soul was silent in his knowledge sea. He naturally heard the great demonic dragon's words. He said directly, "This junior will definitely remember." At this time, the great demonic dragon had already begun to attack. Sword of Law. He waved his hand, and the Shura law of fire that Su Yan controlled immediately appeared. "Good boy, you can actually grasp the law of fire in Shura." Unfortunately, the law of fire in Shura is not used in this way. Today, you will show me. Shura's fire ability was extremely overbearing and powerful. In Su Yan's hands, he had already erupted with an extremely powerful and unimaginably terrifying power. At this time, the great demonic dragon directly activated its power, and that violent aura appeared once again. But at this time, Su Yan discovered that the Shura fire in his hand had become different. In the beginning, Su Yan was still unable to discover the difference. But gradually, as he focused all his attention on it, he finally realized something. Shura's internal structure had been reorganized and rearranged. This process was similar to the rearrangement of molecules on Earth. Su Yan actually knew the secret behind this. However, it was difficult for him to connect the two. But now, the great demonic dragon did it, and it was so easy. "Old dragon, let me see your law of words." He laughed grimly, and then directly attacked with the sword of law. At the same time, the black dragon's attack was also thrown out. The two powers directly clashed. At this time, Su Yan was already a bystander. Moreover, he was the owner of his body, so he was even more sensitive to this clash of power. His power continued to circulate, and the violent aura had reached an extremely terrifying level. Endless power continued to condense, and that terrifying aura had truly reached the most terrifying peak at this moment. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth had condensed at this time. At this moment, the violent power was condensed to the extreme. Endless power attacked at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything had changed at this time. At this time, Su Yan felt as if he had just gotten to know this world. In his eyes, everything had undergone a fundamental change. However, he soon realized that it was not the world that had changed, but the wills of the two people. The two people had used their powerful and terrifying wills to forcibly reverse this power. It was only because he had not reached their level that he felt that the world had begun to change. Compared to the confrontation between him and the Black Dragon, the confrontation between the two people seemed to be very gentle. It was clear that the power was extremely powerful, but it did not cause even the slightest fluctuation in space. Su Yan knew that this had reached another level. They had only gathered the most powerful power together, and then let it directly cause the greatest damage at the place they wanted. Although Yangming's previous attack seemed to be extremely fierce, there was one thing: the dissipation of power was already unimaginable. The great demonic dragon was right. This was indeed a huge opportunity for him. Therefore, Su Yan did not dare to be distracted at all at this time. He was deeply afraid that he would accidentally skip the process of the battle. "Evil creature, you traitor!" The dragon god's voice was no longer as indifferent. In fact, this was inevitable. When you were high and mighty and looked at an ant that you could easily crush at any time, you naturally did not have the mood to express other emotions because it would be a waste of time. However, when you met a powerhouse like yourself, and this powerhouse did something against your will, your anger would be uncontrollable. This was because you hated his actions very much, but you could not do anything to him. Emotions were not something that could be completely eliminated, even by a god. Unless it was a lifeless thing that had been lying quietly for thousands of years, then it would not have any emotions. Ha ha ha, what do you mean by betrayal? Not living according to your will is betrayal? Humph, you three are called the three great dragon gods, but do you really think that you are gods who dominate everything? If you are really so powerful, why were you defeated by the Lord of Heaven? Don't make me laugh to death. The great demonic dragon ridiculed without holding back. Lord of Heaven. If it was in the past, Su Yan would not have known. However, the last time he was at the Pagoda sect, Fu Qing of the Pagoda sect had told him about the origin of the 5 counties continent. Back then, there were 5 extremely powerful kings on the 5 counties continent. They were the ones who created this continent, so this continent was called the 5 counties continent. However, for some unknown reason, the 5 lords of heaven disappeared later on, and the continent's name changed to the 5 counties continent through word of mouth. He did not expect the dragon god to have fought with the 5 of them. Humph, we are the ones who created the dragon race. We are the ancestors of the dragon race, so naturally, we are the gods of the dragon race. The survival of the dragon race is our will. If we go against it, it is betrayal. At this moment, the power of a law exploded. It was the law of darkness. At this time, the dragon god finally began to fight seriously. The law of darkness was displayed in his hands. Its strength was too terrifying and too domineering. That berserk power had already reached the point of lawlessness. Such a terrifying aura had erupted to an unimaginable level at this time. At this time, everything had begun to change dramatically. Although there were no fluctuations in space, in Su Yan's eyes, this was already a different world. In his eyes, at the very least, the laws of this world had changed. At this time, Su Yan's power had begun to tremble. All the aura had begun to be completely destroyed. Darkness and Shura fire. The laws of these 2 powers were constantly being destroyed and constantly being condensed. Such a terrifying power had really reached an unimaginable level. At this time, Su Yan was clearly in the middle of it, but his mind could not keep up. Even his world had completely fallen into the enemy's hands. He immediately knew that this was because his understanding of the laws could no longer keep up with the fight between these 2 powerful existences. Even his powerful divine sense could no longer analyze it. But it was precisely because of this that he felt that this was an extremely rare thing. It was yet another clash of extremes. At this time, the great demonic dragon's rough dragon language sounded, "Old dragon, at least this time, you will be the loser." Humph, because my current host is more powerful than you. The laws of ice, the laws of decay, appear. In a simple confrontation of laws, the 2 were almost evenly matched. But don't forget that Su Yan had directly mastered 3 laws. Su Yan's law sword condensed from the 3 laws could not withstand a single blow from the dragon god and could dissipate it with a single sentence. But at this time, the one who used this power was the great demonic dragon. The Shura fire law had already forced the dragon god to the point where he could not do anything. Now that the power of the three laws had erupted at the same time, his power immediately suppressed it. At this time, the dragon god was also furious. Because at this time, he had also discovered that the black dragon was actually extremely powerful and outstanding. But compared to Su Yan, who was the child of destiny, he was still a little inferior. Not to mention other things, just the laws that Su Yan had mastered had already directly surpassed him. At this point, it was naturally impossible for him to descend with his real body. So, the more laws he had, the more advantage he had. When the great demonic dragon directly activated the three laws, he had already gained the upper hand. "Damn it, but you traitor, do you really think you can win against me?" He directly snorted, and then his aura rose again. That terrifying power changed again. At this time, the black dragon's body had become almost transparent, and at this time, his body directly rushed towards Su Yan. Even at this time, the great demonic dragon had become serious, and at this time, Su Yan had already felt a terrible threat. The great demonic dragon directly transmitted his thoughts to Su Yan. "Watch carefully, I will teach you the dragon god technique." After he finished speaking, he directly turned around. Chapter 1159. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan immediately realized that his body had undergone a fundamental change. He felt that he was no longer a human. Instead, he had transformed into a dragon that he had never seen before. Although the dragon's body was not big, its aura was terrifying. It was also at this moment that the auras began to overlap one another. The great demonic dragon spoke again. "I really didn't expect you to cultivate to such a level when you were still in the dragon realm." When he transformed into a dragon, Su Yan had reached the 10 dragons realm. It was an unprecedented step. Even the great demonic dragon did not expect Su Yan to be able to do it. Now, the effort he put in back then was reaping the rewards. The terrifying power overlapped, and a terrifying aura soared in the sky. At this time, Su Yan had completely transformed into a real dragon. Under the control of the great demonic dragon, Su Yan's dragon body directly soared into the sky, and then directly collided with the almost transparent dragon. "Ha, old dragon god, you are destined to fail today. You will also be incomparably angry." Dragon god technique, devour dragon soul. At this moment, the great demonic dragon suddenly unleashed a move. Su Yan's body transformed into a dragon and began to devour the black dragon's soul. The black dragon's soul had been sacrificed. In other words, it was already the dragon god's. However, at this moment, he was snatching food from the dragon god's mouth. The dragon god roared, "Traitor, how dare you!" However, the great demonic dragon had already used his actions to tell him that he dared. "Old thing, you are already rotten. You still want to obtain the unparalleled upper realm. How laughable. Now, you should return to your dragon soul sea and continue sleeping. As for this dragon soul, I will accept it." As he laughed, the dragon soul was snatched away. When the black dragon's soul was finally seized, the dragon god's soul immediately became rootless, even though he was already incomparably furious at this time. Although he was furious, just as the great demonic dragon had said, he had no choice but to return to his dragon soul sea. "Traitor, I will definitely destroy your soul." After leaving behind a final angry declaration, he finally disappeared completely. When the dragon god's soul completely disappeared, the world changed again. When they were fighting earlier, it was as if the entire world had been turned upside down. But at this time, everything returned to normal. Su Yan was still in his dragon form. At this moment, the dragon soul was directly absorbed by him. At this time, the great demonic dragons will also begin to fade away. "Su Yan, you are the child of destiny. But don't worry, I, the great demon dragon, disdained to seize the body of others. Since my heart entered your body, I have accepted your kindness. If it weren't for you, my remnant soul would not have been able to recover. I, the great demonic dragon, will walk a brand new path. I will be reborn in the endless netherworld and return to this world once again. Therefore, if you have the ability to refine my heart, feel free to do so. Su Yan was stunned. He didn't expect the great demon dragon to say such words. However, he had already understood the other party's intentions. What the great demonic dragon wanted was not to resurrect itself, but to be reborn. The so-called resurrection was to bring the dead self back to life. However, the meaning of rebirth was different. It was another way to throw away everything that one originally had and directly revive. All this time, Su Yan had been extremely wary of the great demonic dragon's heart. It was the first outsider to enter his body, and the wild nature of it was extremely terrifying. That was the instinct of the great demonic dragon's body. At the very beginning, there were many times when he was almost dominated by the great demonic dragon's heart and completely turned into a wild beast. Even now, Su Yan was still very wary of the great demonic dragon's power suddenly waking up and then occupying his body. However, at this time, the great demonic dragon told Su Yan that he had completely given up on this body. Su Yan didn't know much about the great demonic dragon. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon was clearly a pioneer. He had always been a pioneer. He didn't know about the conflict between the great demonic dragon and the dragon god. However, at this moment, it seemed that the great demonic dragon had directly chosen to resist the power of fate. In fact, Su Yan couldn't explain how powerful the three dragon gods were. However, just by looking at the power of the dragon god's projection, Su Yan already understood that the dragon god's strength must be extremely terrifying. The word God was too sacred. If one didn't have the corresponding strength, how could one be called a god? At that time, although the great demonic dragon's strength was already very powerful and had become a powerful sky dragon, Su Yan could still imagine the gap between the two of them. At that time, the great demonic dragon didn't know how much courage it took to make such a resistance. However, Su Yan understood that this must be an extremely difficult process. Now, the great demonic dragon even proposed to give up everything he had. Su Yan said, "Why? Senior, you are already very powerful. I heard that back then, it was the three dragon gods who joined forces to defeat you. Moreover, in fact, you can be resurrected directly." Su Yan wasn't wrong. He could definitely do this. After all, his heart was already resurrected. If he used it as a foundation, he could definitely do it. However, the great demonic dragon shook his head and said, "You don't have to worry. Since I said that I want to start over, I will definitely return. Back then, I was indeed very powerful. I wasn't inferior to any of the three of them. They even had to join forces to kill me. But what's the point of that?" The great demonic dragon's shadow was getting fainter and fainter, but he still transmitted his last thoughts to Su Yan. "You must remember, the kind of goal you strive for, the kind of height you can reach. In addition, you must be careful of Futu and the great demonic heaven lord, they are not good people." As soon as the great demonic dragon finished speaking, it completely disappeared. At this moment, Su Yan was still in a state of shock. At this time, he suddenly muttered to himself, "The kind of goal I strive for, the kind of height I can reach?" In fact, for such a long time, Su Yan's real goal was still unclear. What he wanted was to protect the people he loved, but to protect the people he loved, what kind of height did he have to reach? He didn't know. Perhaps it was because his knowledge was too shallow, so he didn't know this point yet. Perhaps it was because he was avoiding this question. Cultivators all wanted to go against the heavens and make themselves stronger. However, the road of cultivation was actually endless, as if it would never end. Was Su Yan strong now? Of course, his battle strength was comparable to that of a Tao master, and he could even win. However, it depended on who he was compared to. Today, the dragon god had only sent down a little bit of his will through the black dragon's sacrifice, and Su Yan had no means to deal with it. He was almost directly killed by the dragon god. If the great demonic dragon's remnant soul hadn't sensed the dragon god and directly entered his body, and then fought with the dragon god, Su Yan wouldn't have had any chance. Therefore, the road ahead of Su Yan was still long and endless. Right now, his true realm was only a 3 essences venerable. Above this, one could only achieve the Tao at 6 essences. Above Tao masters, there were sovereign and holy venerables. The powerful holy venerables were not the end. Even the dragon god, who was so terrifying, was defeated back then. Therefore, where was Su Yan's end? He didn't know. He didn't know because of the shock. If the great demonic dragon said so, then his goal is not the 3 dragon gods, but a more powerful realm. Could it be, the Heavenly Lord? The 2 words, Heavenly Lord, were too terrifying. It meant the King of the Heavens. The great demonic dragon was indeed the great demonic dragon. He was right. It was time for him to figure out where he wanted to be. Of course, Su Yan wouldn't forget the last sentence he said before leaving. That was to be careful of the great demonic Heaven Lord and Futu. Although Su Yan didn't really have any real contact with these powerful existences. But now, he was more willing to believe the great demonic dragon's words. However, he didn't know how to be careful at all times. At this time, in the sky, the aura was constantly changing. It was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yan began to use his divine consciousness to examine himself. Dragon body. It was the true perfect dragon body. In his sea of consciousness, an extremely mysterious secret technique, the dragon god art, appeared. It was a gift or gratitude from the great demonic dragon. Su Yan didn't know how the great demonic dragon allowed him to be reborn, but the great demonic dragon had said that it had a lot to do with Su Yan activating his great demonic dragon heart. Now, since the great demonic dragon had said that he wanted to abandon everything in his past, it meant that he didn't have the slightest attachment to his previous body. Next, Su Yan would go and directly refine the great demonic dragon's heart. The great demonic dragon was right. Where your goal is, there will be your achievements. Heavenly Lord. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly felt an incomparable boldness. He wanted to become a Heavenly Lord. In the eyes of others, this was simply crazy, but he had absolute confidence in himself. He believed that he could do it. At this time, Su Yan turned around and immediately put away his true dragon incarnation. His battle was over, and at this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake's battle was also coming to an end. Obviously, the battle that the sea-splitting demonic snake had experienced was extremely dangerous. Even with such a powerful body, at this time, it was still covered in wounds. It could be seen how cruel the battle just now was. Chapter 1160. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan did not make a move. His gaze was extremely calm. That was the battle of the demonic sea snake. Furthermore, the demonic sea snake had already gained the upper hand. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to interfere. He believed that the demonic sea snake could do a good job. After this battle, Su Yan's aura had completely transformed. This was not only because he saw a more spiritual application of the laws, but also because he knew where he should go. Being able to clearly understand where he should go was the most important thing. At this moment, Su Yan. Only by knowing where he should go would he be able to go further. After a long time, the huge nine-winged winged serpent was finally bitten to death by the demonic sea snake. The dragon god was indeed terrifying. He could immediately create a sacred beast just by injecting his power into the nine-winged winged serpent's body. Such means were truly worthy of the title God. Of course, Su Yan was not the only one who had gained a lot from this battle. The demonic sea snake was the same. He directly devoured the remaining power of the dragon god in the winged serpent. At this moment, the demonic sea snake was extremely irritable. He directly dragged the winged serpent's body into the bottom of the sea. He did not even greet Su Yan. Of course, Su Yan did not mind this. This was because he knew very well that the demonic sea snake was sometimes like a child. However, his pride was still extremely strong. This time, he could not help Su Yan in his battle. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. Not long ago, he thought that since he had become a sacred beast, his combat strength had greatly increased. He would definitely be able to help share a lot of the pressure on Su Yan. However, only now did he realize that he was still too naive. Su Yan's battle was no longer something he could interfere in. He was still too weak. Therefore, he made up his mind that he must make himself stronger. Su Yan smiled and then returned to the Heaven and Earth organization. He was going to go into seclusion. In this battle, he had gained too many things. It was enough to make Su Yan's strength improve qualitatively. At this moment, he went into seclusion. However, Su Yan himself did not expect that this closed-door training would actually last for 10 years. For cultivators, 10 years was not a long time. However, it was enough for a lot of things to happen in the 5 counties. In the past 10 years, the continent's world energy had continued to increase, and the mysterious suppressive force had also become weaker. With the increase in spiritual energy, human powerhouses would continue to emerge, and war would inevitably begin. Among them, the most intense was, of course, the war between demonic beasts and humans. That was a battle of survival. Among the demonic beasts, 4 extremely terrifying demonic beasts had appeared. They had all transformed into sacred beasts. They were the Devil Snake King, the White Ant Demon King, the Golden Condor Demon King, and the Soaring Locust Emperor. They had transformed from the most ordinary demon beasts, and finally became saint beasts. Each of them who had walked out like this had extremely terrifying strength. Under their leadership, the awakened demonic beasts gathered together. They occupied the northern part of the 5 counties and divided it into the northern wilderness. The original sects of the 5 counties also began to unite. The one leading them was a sect called the Heavenly Saint Sect. It was a powerful sect in the Antiquity Age. Thousands of years ago, they had directly retreated into the small world, and now they had directly returned. This sect was extremely powerful. At this time, there were 5 Tao masters in the sect. Legend had it that there were even sovereigns in their sect. The second was the Futu sect. The next 3 sects were the Celestial sect, the Xianin sect, and the Heavenly Fire sect. These 5 sects had been preserved from the Antiquity Age until now. At this time, they immediately began to rebuild their sections. The 6th was the Heaven and Earth organization. These sects had accumulated a lot of resources. Each sect had more than 3 Tao masters in the sect. They were very powerful. The place where these sects were located was divided into the Eastern Land. On the other side were the evil sects, such as the Dark Demon sect and the White Bone Demon sect. The demonic Tao was especially rampant in troubled times. They directly ruled the southern area and became the southern wilderness. Finally, the western land was occupied by the dragon tribe. This was an extremely shocking thing. The dragon tribe, which almost never left the dragon island, had directly appeared at this time. Moreover, there was a dragon king personally leading 8 sacred dragons, directly becoming the master of the western land. The 10 years that Su Yan had been in seclusion were enough for them to stabilize their respective territories. The Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect had already developed together. The development of these 2 sects was also very fast. The Heaven and Earth organization became the 6th sect, and the Sound of Thunder sect was the 9th. This showed the changes in these 2 sects at this time. Within the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing had become a 4 essences venerable. However, the Heaven and Earth organization had an aureole. Moreover, Su Yan's reputation still existed. In addition, the Sound of Thunder and Futu sect were on good terms with him. Therefore, his sixth place was very stable. Speaking of the Sound of Thunder sect, Zhang Daqian had to be mentioned. In these 10 years, Zhang Daqian's rise was like a myth. In the second year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already broken through the dragon realm and became a venerable. In the 5th year after Su Yan's seclusion, he had already become a two essences venerable. Zhang Daqian was simply a madman. He placed himself in the northern wasteland and fought almost all the time. This caused his cultivation level to rise crazily. In the end, he was even crowned as the Thunder God. At this time, he had already reached the 5 essences venerable level. Even Yun Wanqing could not compare with him in terms of cultivation. Moreover, not only was his cultivation speed fast, but his combat strength was also extremely terrifying. When he was in the northern wilderness, he encountered one of the 4 great sacred beasts, the demonic snake. In the end, he left safely in front of the demonic snake. One must know that the demonic snake's terror was unimaginable. However, he was able to retreat safely, which showed his strength. Moreover, he once fought with a Tao master expert from the Dark Demon sect in the southern wilderness. In the end, both sides suffered losses. It was because of this that Zhang Daqian's reputation was so strong. In these years, because of his active activities, the Sound of Thunder sect was thriving. On the contrary, the Heaven and Earth organization, ranked 6th, was extremely dull. However, the Heaven and Earth organization's cloud mist technique was really miraculous. Moreover, because of the Heaven and Earth organization's special background, no one dared to provoke them. Of course, the continent of the 5 counties was extremely complicated at this time. Not only were there ancient sects that reappeared in the world, but there were also forces from the 9 states. In short, it was intricate and unimaginable. This was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. At this time, the entire continent of the 5 counties had entered a period of relative peace. However, in the center of the continent of the 5 counties, it was an extremely terrifying battlefield. The battles and conflicts between the 4 great forces often occurred in this place. On this day, the Heaven and Earth organization was as peaceful as usual. After 10 years of development, the mountain gate of the Heavenly Cloud sect had already become a tranquil and peaceful place. The spirit energy here was terrifyingly dense. Among the many sects, the spirit energy here was at the top of the list. Even the Heavenly Saints sect, which was ranked first, could not be compared with this place. The spiritual qi here was so rich because of Su Yan's contribution. Su Yan's gigantic spirit formation was extremely powerful. In these past few years, this formation had always been in operation. Powerful forces continued to condense, causing the aura of this place to constantly change. The Heavenly Saints sect also had a similar formation, which was the Sanqing spirit gathering formation. However, it was still not as good as the Heaven and Earth organization. When talking about the Heavenly Saints sect, it was necessary to mention their inheritance. The reason why they were so powerful was that their inheritance was really top-notch. Legend had it that their founder was the Lord of the 5 Heavenly Lords. The strength of their inheritance led to their terrifying strength. Over the years, this sect had indeed displayed enough strength. In the past few years, the demonic beasts were already so powerful that they couldn't be any stronger. The monsters of the northern wilderness directly attacked the eastern lands. At the same time, the demons of the southern wilderness also took the opportunity to add insult to injury. Not only that, but the dragon clan in the west also began to join in the fun. They used the excuse that a saint dragon had died in the eastern lands and directly launched an attack. At that time, the eastern lands was under great pressure. However, the Heavenly Saints sect directly united all the powerful sects and finally defeated these people. This led to the peace of the eastern lands for the next few years. Today was the day when the Heavenly Saint sect visited the Heaven and Earth organization. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth organization had calmed down, there was still a hint of seriousness. After all, the Heavenly Saint sect was the #1 sect in the world. With the strength that the Heavenly Saint sect displayed today, they were completely qualified to compete with the strongest sect in the 9 states. The Heaven and Earth organization did not know why the Heavenly Saint sect suddenly visited at this time. However, since it was such a sect that came, they had to welcome them. This time, the Heavenly Saint sect's visitor was one of the 5 great Tao Masters, Holy Flame Tao Master. Legend had it that this Holy Flame Tao Master was extremely young. He was also born in a secret realm and grew up there. However, when he had just made some progress in his cultivation, he had been fighting in the void outside the domain, so his murderous aura was very strong. In the battle a few years ago, his sacred fire technique was extremely terrifying. It was not inferior to the Heavenly Fire sect's Boundless Heavenly Fire technique. He and the Heavenly Fire sect's Heavenly Fire Holy Man were both called fire gods. However, for some reason, this person suddenly visited the Heaven and Earth organization this time. At this time, a voice broke the silence. The Heavenly Saint sect's Ling Laikong is here to visit the Heaven and Earth organization. I hope that the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization can meet me. Chapter 1161. Female Literature, Chapter 1159, The Heavenly Sage's visit. His voice was loud and clear, and the entire Heaven and Earth organization could hear him. Of course, his voice did not have the slightest bit of power or authority. Not long after, the 1,000-cloud universe Great Array was activated, and a cloud door slowly opened. Ling Laikong was the name of Holy Flame Tao Master. Behind him were about 20 disciples, and every one of them was extremely outstanding. They were all in the Dragon Realm, and 1 or 2 of them were at the peak of the Honorable Realm. Such a team was already unimaginable. When the cloud door opened, Yun Wanqing did not come personally. Instead, it was Lin Cheng who came. He was a rising star of the Heaven and Earth organization. In terms of cultivation, he was already a 4 Essences Honorable. However, the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were not good at fighting, so they were not that famous. Ling Laikong could be considered a very delicate person, but there was an unconcealable murderous aura in his delicate appearance. It was Lin Cheng's first time meeting one of the legendary figures of the continent. However, he did not panic, and was neither humble nor arrogant. Compared to Ling Laikong, Lin Cheng was much more ordinary. He stood there like an ordinary person without any cultivation. His facial features were also very ordinary, and there was nothing special about him. However, his body exuded an extremely comfortable aura. I am Lin Cheng of the Heaven and Earth organization. Holy Flame Tao Master, please follow me. His attitude was very calm, as if he was talking to an ordinary visitor. There was no pretense at all because he was a Tao Master. Ling Laikong nodded his head, and then lifted his feet to follow. However, a disciple behind him softly grumbled, "This heavenly cloud sect is truly imposing. Our Tao Master has personally come, yet Yun Wanqing did not personally welcome him. She did not even have the slightest bit of extravagance. Could it be that she is looking down on us?" However, just as he finished speaking, he was immediately reprimanded by Ling Laikong. "Impudent, where did all this nonsense come from?" When Ling Laikong opened his mouth, that disciple naturally didn't dare to say anything else. Lin Cheng naturally heard what he said, but he didn't stop. He just smiled and said, "I'm sorry, it's really unfortunate that you all came at the wrong time. Just half a month ago, the sect leader went into seclusion. The Heaven and Earth organization doesn't have many people, and we've been immersed in cultivation all these years. That's why we're a little shabby." He spoke unhurriedly, appearing calm and composed. At this time, Ling Laikong said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, what are you saying? Don't mind this evil creature, he is already used to being naughty." He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, Lin Daoyuan has already reached the 4 Essences Venerable Realm. Ling Lai Kong was extremely powerful, and what was even rarer was that his insight was extremely shrewd. Almost in an instant, he had seen through his cultivation. Lin Cheng nodded and said, "Tao Sovereign, you have a good eye." It was not easy for him to reach his current level of cultivation. The increase in his strength was all in exchange for his hard work. At this time, if he released his aura, it was already extremely powerful. However, the Heaven and Earth Organization's cultivation methods became more and more ordinary as one progressed. This was the characteristic of the sect's cultivation methods. Lin Cheng was a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization. When Su Yan first came here, he was actually an official disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. At that time, the Heaven and Earth Organization was still led by Yun He, Yun Wanqing's father. In fact, the Heaven and Earth Organization under Yun He's leadership was considered powerful, and had a unique position in the 5 counties continent at that time. However, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. Although the sect at that time was not bad, it was still far from what it was now. It was a completely different concept. "Tao Sovereign, please follow me." The group of people followed Lin Cheng. At this time, they had already seen the strength of the Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heavenly Cloud sect indeed had its own uniqueness to be able to be ranked 6th. Other things aside, just the spirit formation here was already extremely powerful. The Thousand Clouds Cosmos formation truly possessed an unfathomable might. Those disciples in the Dragon Realm might not feel much, but as a Tao Sovereign, he had a deep impression of it. He could feel the power of the Thousand Clouds universe formation. If this formation was fully activated, even a Tao Sovereign like him would be suppressed. Although he would not be killed, it would not be a problem for him to be suppressed for 3 to 5 years. Their Heavenly Saints sect had a long history and was a true hidden sect. Even a sect like the Buddha sect could not compare to them. However, the Heaven and Earth Organization was only a sect that had risen in recent times. At most, they had a history of less than 1,000 years. Naturally, their accumulation could not be compared to them. However, after witnessing the extraordinariness of this place, he was extremely shocked. The person who created this formation was really amazing. Even though 10 years had passed, Su Yan's name was still known by those powerful sections. It was a pity that a sect like the Heavenly Saints sect had only appeared in the past 10 years. However, during these 10 years, Su Yan had already chosen to go into seclusion. Daoist Lin, I heard that this formation was created by Daoist Su Yan. I have always been fascinated by Daoist Su Yan. May I know where he is now? Ling Lai Kong was also a proud and arrogant person. After he was born, his reputation was practically built by him bit by bit. However, the last time he fought with Fu Qing from the Buddha sect, he had lost by half a move. However, compared to him, Fu Qing was considered an elder. Therefore, his battle record was naturally extremely glorious. However, he had heard that 10 years ago, Su Yan had already been able to suppress Fu Qing. Moreover, Su Yan was not a member of the older generation, nor was he a genius disciple of a hidden sect who possessed a secret realm. Instead, he was someone who was born and raised in the mainland of the 5 counties. He was a genius of the Heavenly Saints sect, but he could not compare to Su Yan. This made him very curious about Su Yan and wanted to meet Su Yan. When he spoke of Su Yan, Lin Cheng's face revealed an extremely respectful expression. Tao Master is right. This formation was indeed created by Su Yan. However, he had already gone into seclusion 10 years ago. Until now, there has been no news of him. When he spoke of Su Yan, the yearning that came from the bottom of his heart could not be hidden. It was almost a kind of blind worship. In fact, it was not just Lin Cheng. In the Heaven and Earth Organization, the Sound of Thunder sect, and even the Stupa sect, there were many people who admired Su Yan very much. At this moment, the disciple suddenly spoke again. I'm just saying. If he is really so powerful, why hasn't he come out for the past 10 years? The war has been so tense these past 10 years. If he is really so powerful, I'm afraid he can't wait and directly appear. Ever since the Heavenly Saints sect appeared, it had displayed an extremely dazzling brilliance. This sect had been in hiding since ancient times. Even when the Stupa sect and the demonic sect were at war, they did not make an appearance. At most, they only sent their Empyrean walkers to help the Stupa sect fight. However, this time, they finally directly appeared and displayed their powerful strength. The disciples of this sect were naturally proud and arrogant. In their opinion, which sect in the world could be their match? The 5 Tao masters of their sect should be invincible. Among the 5 Tao masters, Holy Flame Tao Master Ling Laikong was the youngest. However, his battle record was also the most outstanding. Therefore, he had always been their idol. They cultivated diligently in the hope that one day they could become a powerhouse like him. However, at this time, someone actually said that Su Yan was stronger than Ling Laikong. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 people who said this. However, Su Yan had not made any moves in the past 10 years. Naturally, they were extremely dissatisfied. Gao Ziyun, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. Ling Laikong reprimanded him directly. This time, he did not just reprimand him. He had already released his power. The disciple named Gao Ziyun immediately trembled. It was obvious that he had been taught a lesson. Of course, Ling Laikong did not hold back. At this moment, he was only giving a small punishment. However, this time, Gao Ziyun did not stop. Instead, he rebutted, "Tao Master, I am telling the truth. Everyone knows that Su Yan is just a person who fishes for fame. If he is really so powerful, why did he hide in the Heaven and Earth organization like a coward for the past 10 years? Why should such a person be on the same level as you?" It turned out that in the past 10 years, the strength of the Eastern land had become stronger and stronger. Among them, there were even young Tao masters who defeated powerhouses. The major sects had also evaluated the 4 young Tao masters and regarded them as the 4 heavenly kings of the human tribe. They were hailed as the future hope of the human tribe in the 5 counties. Holy Flame Tao Master Ling Laikong of the Sky Saint sect was one of the 4 young Tao masters. The others were Qin Wuyang of the Celestial sect and Yi Xingxing of the Pagoda sect. However, the 4th young Tao master was not a disciple of the top 5 sections. Instead, it was Su Yan. Zhang Daqian, who was in the limelight now, was not qualified. For those who were originally from the 5 counties, it was natural for Su Yan to be able to occupy one of the positions. After all, for the 5 counties, Su Yan had created too many miracles. However, for those powerful hidden sects that had just come out of seclusion, they did not even know who Su Yan was. Naturally, they were extremely indignant that such a person would be able to suppress their own geniuses. What made Gao Ziyun even more dissatisfied was that Su Yan's ranking was actually higher than Ling Liakong's. At this moment, they had already arrived at the Heaven and Earth organization. When he saw Lin Cheng's worshipful expression, he did not know why, but he finally could not suppress his anger. Of course, he was not angry at Ling Laikong. Instead, he was provoking him. He wanted to force Su Yan out directly. Chapter 1162. Female Literature, Someone from the Heavenly Sage Sect. Huh, you sure know how to talk big. At this moment, someone walked over. This was also a very young disciple. He was another rising star of the Sound of Thunder sect after Zhang Daqian. Although the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization were still 2 different sects, they were now almost a family. Of course, the Sound of Thunder sect had already moved back. Before Su Yan went into seclusion, he had personally built the Sound of Thunder sect's formation. Although it was not as powerful as the Thousand Cloud Universe formation, it was still very powerful. However, the disciples of the 2 sects still had contact with each other. Chang Wuxin, you can leave now, Lin Cheng said directly. Chang Wuxin was a disciple of the Sound of Thunder sect. However, unlike most of the Sound of Thunder sect's disciples who came here occasionally, he was almost always in the Heaven and Earth organization. Many people even made fun of him, saying that he was going to betray the Sound of Thunder sect and become a disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. He was a very young disciple, much younger than Zhang Daqian. In the sect, he was a typical troublemaker who refused to be disciplined. However, he was extremely powerful, and he was not inferior to Zhang Daqian when he was young. The reason why he stayed in the Heaven and Earth organization was that he worshipped Su Yan madly. Back then, Su Yan had given him some pointers by chance, which benefited him a lot. From then on, he swore that he would become as powerful as Su Yan. This was something that the entire Heaven and Earth organization knew. Lin Cheng did not expect that he would appear here at this time. This troublemaker, he did not care where these people came from or whether they were from the Heavenly Sage sect. That person called Gao Ziyun, he actually dared to say such things about Su Yan. That was a taboo for him. How could he tolerate it? Senior Lin, I'm not looking for trouble, but this guy really doesn't know his place. He actually dared to say that Senior Su Yan is fishing for fame? Haha, he doesn't have much ability, but he still dares to be so presumptuous. Chang Wuxin rebutted directly. This guy even dared to talk back to Lei Wanjun, let alone Lin Cheng. Well, you're saying that I'm not capable? You only have the strength of 5 dragons in the dragon realm. How dare a brat like you provoke me like this? Gao Ziyun's strength was already at the 8 dragons realm. Since he was brought out by Ling Laikong, he was naturally an expert among the younger generation. At this time, his aura began to rise bit by bit. Clearly, he wanted to let this kid know how high the sky was. Those disciples who came out of the mystic realm often had a sense of superiority. He felt that he had an innate advantage over the people who were born and raised in the 5 prefectures mainland. In fact, this was indeed the case. They had been baptized by spiritual energy again, so their growth was faster. Although there were a few extraordinary geniuses in the 5 counties after the spiritual qi began to increase, there were only a few geniuses. It was impossible for most people to be so powerful. At this moment, Ling Liakong's aura directly pressed down. Gao Ziyun, are you looking down on me? He asked coldly. Of course, he knew what Gao Ziyun was thinking. But this time, they were guests after all. It was already wrong for Gao Ziyun to talk behind others' backs, but now, he wanted to bully the weak. That was even more unreasonable. Gao Ziyun could feel Ling Liakong's anger. At this time, he did not dare to contradict him. However, at this time, a voice was heard. Dao Master Ling, they are all still young. I feel that if you feel uncomfortable, don't suppress it in your heart. Speaking it out will make you feel better. If you want to fight, that's fine too. We are all cultivators. This person walked out from the depths of the great matrix. After seeing this person, Ling Liakong's aura changed. This was because he could feel that this person was strong enough to be a threat to him. I'm Zhang Daqian. I've been looking forward to meeting Dao Master Ling Laikong for a long time. It's my fortune to be able to meet you today. This thin person was none other than Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian's appearance at this time was unexpected. This was because most of the time, he was not in the sect. Instead, he went deep into the northern wilderness and southern region to hunt. In that place, there were large numbers of experts for him to kill. But today, he happened to be here. After the 4 heavenly kings, Zhang Daqian was definitely one of the most famous people. There were even some who said that he should replace Su Yan's position. At this time, Ling Laikong looked at him with an extremely solemn expression. He could feel that there was an extremely terrifying power in Zhang Daqian's body. Although he had great confidence in himself, at this time, he was not very sure whether he could defeat Zhang Daqian. This was definitely an extremely strong opponent. So it's Daoist Zhang. He replied faintly. At this time, Zhang Daqian said, anyway, these 2 people have a temper. It's not a good thing to suppress their temper. In my opinion, it's better to let them fight. No matter the outcome, after this battle, everyone will feel better. Zhang Daqian's character was extremely arrogant, much fiercer than before. This might have something to do with his constant battles in the past 10 years. Of course, the reason why he said so was because he had confidence in his junior. He was now Chang Wuxin's martial uncle. Although he was away all year round, he had heard of his martial nephew's reputation. At this time, he could see for himself. Since Daoist Zhang has said so, then I naturally have no objection. In fact, Ling Likong also wanted to see the strength of the Sound of Thunder sect's disciples. Since this opportunity was directly sent to his door, he certainly wouldn't refuse. At this moment, the anger between the two sides was faintly surging at this time. Senior brother Zhang, this is not good. Lin Cheng said helplessly. These warmongers were really too much. Couldn't they just sit down and talk? Why did they have to do this? Zhang Daqian walked over, then patted him on the shoulder and said, "You don't understand. This is called being young." Lin Cheng could only sigh helplessly. Then, with a thought, a small arena formation began to appear. Zhang Daqian looked at this scene and suddenly felt a little nostalgic. At that time, he seemed to be similar. Back then, wasn't it the same between him and Jing Xingming? At that time, he and Jing Xingming also couldn't stand each other, and directly exploded with their problems. However, the two of them ended up fighting each other later on. After that, the two of them found that there wasn't much difference between them. Thus, the two of them didn't continue to look down on each other. In the following battle, the two of them even helped each other. Then, it was really a case of no discord, no friendship. In these years, Zhang Daqian's speed of growth was extremely terrifying, and he became famous. However, it was the same for Jing Xingming and Yi Xingxing. However, there was another monster in their Stupa sect, Yi Kongxing. He was Yi Xingkong's elder brother, and his strength was much more terrifying than theirs. Therefore, his reputation was not as prominent as it was in the past. As for whether Chang Wuxin and the person in front of him called Gao Ziyun would become good friends in the future, and whether they would be like him and Jing Xingming, he naturally didn't know. However, in his opinion, letting the two of them fight was the best choice. Of course, at this time, he was also full of fighting spirit towards Ling Likong. However, he was very different from before. Now, his cultivation had reached the threshold of Tao Master. Moreover, he was no longer a simple disciple, but a representative of the entire Leitang sect. An ordinary disciple could naturally challenge him at will. But now, he couldn't do that, and he had to consider the sect. In these years, his cultivation had increased rapidly, but Lei Wanjun wasn't. Until now, he hadn't broken through to the Venerable Realm. In the battle that year, the people of the Dark Devil sect had caused too much damage to Lei Wanjun. At that time, although Su Yan had cured his injury, there were some things that even an expert like Su Yan couldn't undo. Lei Wanjun's foundation had been damaged, and there was no hope for him to break through to the Venerable Realm. Lei Wanjun had never mentioned this in the past 10 years, and he didn't even show a trace of disappointment. But he had been working harder to cultivate new disciples, hoping that more disciples of the Leitang sect could rise. Zhang Daqian knew his master very well. He knew that it wasn't that Lei Wanjun didn't want to, but that he had given up. Therefore, he had been cultivating even harder these years. And he kept rushing into the northern wilderness. This was because he hoped to find treasures in the northern wilderness to repair Lei Wanjun's damaged foundation. Of course, he was also shouldering his responsibility. Chang Wuxin was the most promising expert in the Leitang sect to break through to the Dragon Realm. Although he was only at level 5 of the Dragon Realm, he was really outstanding, and Zhang Daqian naturally wanted to cultivate him. Moreover, the person called Gao Ziming said that about Su Yan. Although he wouldn't do it personally, he was naturally unhappy. Back then, Su Yan had saved the entire Leitang sect. Later on, he had saved him, Yi Xingxing, and Jing Xingming. That was not all. He had even bestowed upon the three of them a great opportunity, allowing them to experience the true might of a dragon. For the three of them to be able to improve their cultivation and become so powerful in the past 10 years, it definitely had a lot to do with the dragon's might that they felt back then. Therefore, to them, Su Yan was a great benefactor. The Thousand Clouds universe formation is really amazing. Ling Laikong sighed. Putting aside the power of this formation, the transformation of this formation was already very terrifying. It could change at will, which was already very impressive. Although he hadn't seen Su Yan yet, just by looking at this formation, he knew that he couldn't compare with Su Yan. Chapter 1163. Girls' Literature. No wonder those old guys have such a high opinion of Su Yan. After all, Su Yan was ranked first among the 4 heavenly kings. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, he naturally knew how this ranking came about. This ranking was not based on how many monstrous beasts the 4 of them had killed. Instead, it was calculated by the extremely mysterious people of the Divination Pavilion. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion was also a reclusive sect that was not at all inferior to their Heavenly Saint sect. This was because their inheritance was also from one of the 5 Lords of Heaven. The 5 Lords of Heaven were Demon Lord, Sage Lord, Fiery Lord, Nether Lord, and Heaven Lord. Only one Lord of Heaven had the word Heaven in his title. However, the 2 words Heaven Lord did not refer to the realm mentioned by Long Shantian. The Lord of Heaven was best at capturing the will of heaven and knowing fate. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion was his inheritance. Therefore, among the 5 Lords of Heaven, the Lord of Heaven was the most special existence. The Heaven's Secret Pavilion, as his inheritor, was naturally the same. Even at this point in time, the people of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion had not entered the secular world. However, they could see things that no one else could. The 4 heavenly kings of the human clan were calculated by the Pavilion Master of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion. Those who did not know about the Heaven's Secret Pavilion were naturally suspicious of this ranking. However, those who had reached the level of Tao Master and were qualified to know about the existence of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion firmly believed in it. Even though he was not convinced, he had already accepted such an outcome. However, accepting it was one thing. He really wanted to see what realm Su Yan had reached at this time. Just as he was sighing with emotion, the battle between the 2 young juniors had already begun. Humph, a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He's only in the 5 dragons realm and he's already so arrogant. It's obvious that that dog fart Su Yan is really someone who only knows how to fish for compliments. Gao Ziyun laughed coldly. Now that Ling Laikong was no longer suppressing him, his aura immediately soared. His powerful strength was also displayed at this time. Actually, in his opinion, this was a boring battle, because at this moment, his cultivation level was already at the 7 dragons realm. A 5 dragons realm brat was nothing to him. It wasn't even enough for him to take a second look. To actually put him in the same battle arena as him, this was really looking down on him. However, this wasn't his heavenly sage sect after all, so he could only grumble in his heart. Actually, you are really unlucky. Originally, I was only going to teach you a small lesson. However, at this time, you just had to create an arena. In this way, your miserable appearance will be known by others and you will lose face. However, I've always been a magnanimous person. Although you contradicted me, you're still young. I'll just punish you a little. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you too much. As for you, you can use all your strength. After this, you'll probably know that there are always many strong people in this world. You can't become a strong person just by bragging. This was his goodwill, at least from his point of view. Unfortunately, Chang Wuxin did not pay any attention to him. From the moment he decided to fight, he had focused all his energy on himself. As soon as Gao Ziyun finished speaking, Chang Wuxin had already made his move. This was because he had already discovered that Gao Ziyun had exposed a loophole. This fella had underestimated his opponent too much. He had underestimated himself. However, Chang Wuxin did not care about this. The mistake made by his opponent was cruel to himself. It had nothing to do with him. Since this fellow was so arrogant, then he would directly destroy his arrogance. Chang Wuxin's speed was extremely fast. After he exerted his strength, a bolt of lightning appeared under his feet. An arc appeared. The distance between the lightning and him wasn't far to begin with. Chang Wuxin suddenly exerted his strength and appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. Then, he directly pressed his fist down. A terrifying aura was emitted from the punch as it came crashing down. At the moment, Gao Ziyun only saw a flash before his eyes. Chang Wuxin's cultivation level was clearly very low, but the power that erupted from his body was actually so fast. At this moment, a powerful aura surged out, and that terrifying power had erupted to the extreme. A terrifying thunderclap exploded. At this moment, Gao Ziming realized that he seemed to have underestimated his opponent. However, he was not the kind of person who only knew how to talk on paper. At this moment, he immediately threw out a punch. Great Might Fist. A domineering aura appeared as this punch landed. The two forces collided directly. Chang Wuxin's body was immediately pushed back. At the same time, Gao Ziming did not have it easy either. The domineering power of that punch had already exceeded his imagination. As the fist landed, the terrifying electric current rushed towards his body, causing him to suffer greatly. Of course, he still felt a little relieved. After all, Chang Wuxin had already been sent flying. This meant that he still had the absolute upper hand. Unfortunately, he did not get to rejoice for too long. Chang Wuxin's shadow once again rushed towards him. The moment Chang Wuxin landed on the ground, he had already exerted his strength and rushed towards Gao Ziming again. The emergence of such an aura was simply unimaginable. His power erupted wave after wave, and the domineering aura did not stop. This was an extremely powerful force. The two of them continued to exchange blows. Chang Wuxin was really crazy. In terms of cultivation level, he was 2 cultivation levels lower than his opponent. However, he had no intention of backing down during the fight. At this moment, he was constantly suppressing his opponent and bombarding him with all his power. The fist force was like a huge wave that kept rolling. At this moment, such a violent power had already reached an extreme level. At this moment, his entire aura was constantly changing. On the other hand, Gao Ziyun, whose cultivation level was obviously higher than Chang Wuxin's, was actually being suppressed and had no chance to counterattack. The gap between them was simply too huge. At this moment, the spectators saw all of this with their own eyes. Ling Likong said, "Really powerful. It seems that the Sound of Thunder sect has produced another Qilin." Such praise coming from his mouth was already an extremely high honor. Zhang Daqian smiled and said, "Dao Master Ling is too kind. However, that kid is really not bad." Zhang Daqian did not seem to know what modesty was. The fight was still going on. In fact, there was still suspense at this point. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was obvious. Chang Wuxin was just seizing the opportunity to suppress Gao Ziyun. The ferocity of the Sound of Thunder sect's Thunderbolt art was already on display. The Thunderbolt art was indeed a headache to deal with. However, it was not that Gao Ziming did not have a chance. On the contrary, his chances were very high. Once Chang Wuxin showed signs of fatigue, it would be time for him to counterattack. Given the strength of his cultivation level, he would be able to defeat Chang Wuxin as soon as he counterattacked. Thunder Fist, Thunder Rumble. At this moment, Chang Wuxin seemed to already know this. At this point, he was completely using his strongest power. Gao Ziming gritted his teeth. He had just boasted earlier. If he was defeated now, and by a guy who was younger than him at a lower cultivation level than him, how would he have any face left in the future? Limitless chaos. He was also someone who had a strong grasp of the battle situation. He knew that he could only choose to defend. If he chose to attack now, he would only weaken his own strength and use his weakness to attack the enemy's strength. The thunder rumble and thunder fist exploded at the same time. He immediately used limitless chaos. An extremely violent roar began to sound. The power of this attack was not to be underestimated. It made his entire body tremble. However, at this moment, he was not worried at all. Instead, he was filled with joy. This was because he knew very well that this meant that the kid was about to be exhausted. It was also because of this that he made such a decision. He wanted to stake everything on this one throw and directly use his strongest attack. As long as he avoided this attack, he would be able to turn the tables. He had absolute confidence in his limitless chaos. At this moment, the powerful force was constantly bombarding him. Terrifying aura was rushing towards him wave after wave. Such a dense aura had already displayed an extremely violent power at this time. If it was any other Seven Dragons realm cultivator, he might not be able to defend himself. However, he was an outstanding disciple of the Heavenly Saints sect. This kid is really strong. No wonder he dares to boast so shamelessly. He really is a genius. At this moment, he had to admit that Chang Wuxin was indeed an outstanding genius. At the very least, until now, no one in the same realm as him had been able to force him into such a sorry state, let alone those whose realms were lower than his. Of course, this had to do with him underestimating his opponent. However, Chang Wuxin's strength and brilliance were undeniable. Moreover, he had already thought about it. If he was in Chang Wuxin's realm, he would not be able to do what Chang Wuxin did. However, he was still too young. After this attack, he was destined to lose. Finally, the violent power calmed down. Just as limitless chaos was about to lose its defense, the power had already calmed down. He was immediately overjoyed. Victory is still mine. At this moment, he could no longer wait and immediately launched a counterattack. Imperial Dragon Sword, break. When the sword rushed out, his sharp aura had reached its peak. This was an opportunity that he had waited for with great difficulty. How could he let it go? Chapter 1164. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Chang Wuxin laughed heartily and said, "You've lost." At this moment, his power directly rushed out, and an extremely violent power immediately blasted out at this moment. At this moment, lightning flashed again. Lightning Condensation Sword Technique. An extremely terrifying light appeared directly at this moment, and that powerful force directly burst out at this time, causing a terrifying sound to be heard. That was an extremely terrifying rumbling sound. The powerful force had already reached the pinnacle at this time. The terrifying aura continued to rise, and in the end, the lightning condensed into a long sword. At this time, Zhang Daqian was also very surprised. This kid actually mastered this sword technique? Obviously, he didn't expect Chang Wuxin to be able to do this. The lightning technique had always been simple and fierce. However, the lightning condensation sword technique was unexpected. He came from Su Yan, and Su Yan also cultivated the lightning technique. However, Su Yan was best at swordsmanship. Later, when Su Yan was in seclusion, he merged the power of the lightning technique with his swordsmanship and created this sword technique. Then, he taught it to Chang Wuxin. At that time, Zhang Daqian had also seen this set of incantations. At that time, he knew that this must be an extremely powerful method. Unfortunately, he couldn't continue to cultivate it because he was known for being simple and fierce all these years. He couldn't perform such a technique anymore. This was a technique that turned simple into complex. Moreover, it wasn't easy to cultivate this technique. However, he didn't expect that Chang Wuxin, who was still young back then, would actually succeed in cultivating this technique after all these years. This made him very impressed. Only a person with such determination could become a true expert. Obviously, Chang Wuxin had shown this at this moment. At this moment, Ling Likong also saw this. Combining the lightning technique and swordsmanship was really a technique that could turn something rotten into something magical. Of course, this wasn't the main point. The main point was Chang Wuxin. Previously, he kept attacking fiercely. Even Ling Likong felt that when he used the rumbling thunder and lightning fist, it should be his last attack. Of course, he was extremely sharp. After he used that attack, he saw that Chang Wuxin's breath was hurried but not completely panicked. He already knew that Chang Wuxin must have a backup plan. However, he didn't expect Chang Wuxin's backup plan to be so powerful. Gao Ziming was still too impatient. Previously, he had been suppressed by someone who was younger than him and had a lower cultivation level than him. He was already extremely unhappy in his heart. Therefore, when he thought the opportunity came, he immediately attacked. What he wanted was to defeat Chang Wuxin at that moment to prove himself. Unfortunately, he didn't Likong translation, Chang Wuxin's translation. Chang Wuxin was word. Chang Wuxin's translation, Chang Wuxin translation, Chang Wuxin's name Chang, Wuxin's Wuxin's. Wuxin was Chang Wuxin translation, Wuxin's translation, Wuxin translation. When Wuxin when Wuxin translation, Wuxin's Wuxin, translation Wuxin S's translation was Wuxin. Such a method could be said to be extremely brilliant. Gao Ziming's dragon riding sword was actually extremely powerful. It was a pity that he had been too impatient, so he had not condensed all of his power when he struck out. After all, he believed that Chang Wuxin was already exhausted, so he could defeat him with a casual strike. Chang Wuxin was Wuxin, so the power of his attack was naturally extremely violent and terrifying. Under such circumstances, the terrifying aura had reached a point where it couldn't get any stronger. The terrifying and violent power directly destroyed his imperial dragon sword, and that powerful force also directly impacted his body at this moment. This time, he lost. No, this is impossible. Even now, he still couldn't accept his defeat. He actually lost to someone younger than him and at a lower cultivation level. He couldn't accept this no matter what. At this moment, Ling Liakong's voice sounded, "A loss is a loss. Don't you even have the courage to accept defeat? If that's the case, what right do you have to become a disciple of the Sky Saints sect?" Ling Liakong's voice was very calm, but in Gao Ziming's ears, it only sounded like a kind of indifference and disdain for a loser. Chang Wuxin had used up all of his energy to unleash this attack. He snorted coldly and said, "I'll return to you what you said just now." Then, he left. Gao Ziming was even more furious. He had previously mocked Chang Wuxin for being short-sighted and insinuated that he was arrogant and didn't know that there was always someone better than him. But now, he realized that he was the one at fault. He was the frog at the bottom of the well. He couldn't even beat Chang Wuxin, a disciple of his, so what right did he have to criticize Su Yan? At this moment, he was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He didn't know why, but he raised his hand and wanted to kill himself. At this moment, Ling Liakong's aura shook and stopped him. At this moment, his expression wasn't good. He just said, "I just said that if you don't even have the courage to accept defeat, then how can you become a true expert? I didn't expect you to disappoint me so much. You want to kill yourself just because of a small setback? You've lost the face of my Sky Saints sect." Under Ling Liakong's aura, Gao Ziming felt so powerless. Reflect on yourself. It doesn't matter if you fail. I don't know how many times I've failed in my life, but if you want to kill yourself every time you fail, then I'm afraid there won't be anyone left in our Sky Saints sect. In fact, Ling Likong had high hopes for Gao Ziming. Although he was a little disappointed, he still gave him advice. When he heard Ling Liakong's words, Gao Ziming was immediately terrified and uneasy. He took a few deep breaths before he said, "Ziming thanks Martial Uncle for your guidance. Ziming will definitely reflect on myself in the future and won't do such a foolish thing again." This farce ended just like that. Lin Cheng brought them into the main hall of the Heaven and Earth Organization. Yun Wanqing was in seclusion, so Lin Cheng, as the vice sect master, naturally received them. After finishing their lunch, Lin Cheng spoke directly. "Dao Master Ling, I think you're such a busy person. If you don't have anything to do, you won't come to our shabby place. Please speak." He really wasn't good at communicating with people. Since that was the case, he might as well say it directly. Ling Liakong finally became serious. He seemed to be extremely hesitant, but after thinking about it, he decided to speak. "Vice Sect Master Lin, this is the case. This time, I came here in the hope that Sect Master Yun can follow me to the Sky Saints sect." After he finished speaking, Zhang Daqian had already spoken. "The Sky Saints sect is really overbearing." Back then, Zhang Daqian had a kind of admiration for Yun Wanqing. However, he knew that this kind of feeling couldn't be exposed, so he extinguished this idea. However, he still attached great importance to Yun Wanqing. Now that Su Yan was in seclusion for such a long time, he naturally felt that he should take responsibility. This was also the instruction of his master, Lei Wanjun. In any case, Ling Liakong had already violated a taboo by saying such words. He actually wanted to invite a sect master to the Sky Saints sect. Those who didn't understand would think that they were going to force Yun Wanqing to take her away by force. When Ling Liakong heard Zhang Daqian's words, he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhang, please listen to me. We have no choice but to do this. If there were other ways, we wouldn't dare to do this." So he began to talk about this matter. It turned out that 1 month ago, another Dao master of the Sky Saints sect, Hanyu Daozuan, went to the southern region, which was controlled by the devil cult. There, she encountered a very strange enemy. The enemy's strength didn't seem to have reached the Dao master realm, but he directly proposed to make Hanyu Daozuan his woman. How could Hanyu Daozuan agree? Naturally, she directly sent the lecher away. Although Hanyu Daozuan was almost middle-aged, her cultivation was very strong, and her appearance was naturally extremely beautiful. Of course, her strength was even more extraordinary. After a fight, the lecher was naturally defeated. However, after being defeated, the lecher left gracefully. Even though Hanyu Daozuan was powerful, she couldn't keep him. At that time, Hanyu Daozuan didn't take it seriously. After all, she had already defeated the lecher. In this case, the lecher wouldn't have too much trouble. However, she didn't expect that the lecher would appear again the next day. What's more, it was still blatant flirting. His behavior was even worse than before. At this moment, holy woman Hanyu attacked again. However, Hanyu Daozuan had already discovered that the opponent's strength was obviously much stronger than before. Moreover, he was clearly injured yesterday, but today, he had completely recovered. Although Hanyu Daozuan won in the end, it wasn't easy. Just like this, a few days passed. This lecher would appear every time, and his strength was getting stronger. In the end, even Hanyu Daozuan was no match for him. More importantly, in the last fight, Hanyu Daozuan was actually injured. If it was an ordinary injury, it would be fine. However, every time this injury acted up, Hanyu Daozuan would feel her body burning like a flame, and her entire person was filled with indescribable pain. Fortunately, at that time, another Dao master felt that something was wrong and went to help her. Hanyu Daozuan was able to return safely. However, after returning to the sect, not only did his injury not recover, but it became even more serious. Later, Hanyu Daozuan directly used a method to freeze herself. Chapter 1165. Female Literature. At this point, they had no other choice. They could only ask the Divine Secret Pavilion for help, but they were told that only the Heaven and Earth Organization's cloudy mist skill could resolve it. However, Hanhua Daozuan's injury could not be publicized, and it was impossible for Hanhua Daozuan to come to the Heaven and Earth Organization in his current condition. Therefore, Holy Flame Holy Master Ling Likong had to make a personal trip. How could there be such a strange person? Zhang Daqian's expression was solemn. He was also very powerful and had fought with a Dao master before, and his battle record was not bad. However, just like that person, who was beaten very miserably on the first day and was even seriously injured, had recovered on the second day and his strength had improved greatly. This was extremely strange, and even terrifying. Later, a Dao master was forced to such a state by him, so his cultivation was even more indescribable. Such a person was simply a monster. Lin Qing smiled bitterly, putting that strange person aside. Sect master is in closed-door cultivation, this. No one knew how long it would take for a cultivator to come out of closed-door cultivation. If it was a short time, it would be easy to deal with. However, if it was a long time, like Su Yan, what should they do? If it's really not possible, let me make a trip. Although my cloudy mist skill is not as good as sect masters, I have some experience, Lin Cheng said directly. Zhang Daqian also said directly, senior brother Lin's cloudy mist skill is indeed powerful. I have been seriously injured many times because of senior brother Lin's skill. Zhang Daqian had been fighting all the time. Although he was extremely powerful and good at fighting, it was inevitable that he would be injured. For example, when he encountered the demonic snake, he was seriously injured and almost lost his life. However, Lin Cheng still managed to save him. It could be seen that Lin Cheng's cloudy mist skill was also very powerful. At this time, Ling Likong smiled bitterly again. To be honest, Senior Tian Jizi of the Divine Secret Pavilion has already said that Sect Master Yun can't be saved unless it's Yun Wanqing, so, it was already inappropriate for him to continue speaking because he himself knew that his words were truly suspicious of being unreasonable. Lin Cheng had already explained that his cloud technique was very profound, and Zhang Daqian had also testified for him. However, he insisted on asking Yun Wanqing to go with him. Could it be that they were plotting something against Yun Wanqing? After all, no matter what, Yun Wanqing was a woman, and everyone knew that she was beautiful. At this time, Zhang Daqian's brows were completely furrowed. He didn't believe such words. After all, a jinx like Zhang Daqian didn't really believe in fate. He even felt that this was just an excuse of the Heavenly Sage sect. They wanted to bring Yun Wanqing to the Heavenly Sage sect. The Heavenly Saint sect was truly powerful. Their every move would have an extremely huge impact on the other sections. This year, the Heavenly Sage sect had finally calmed down. It was hard to guarantee that the Heavenly Sage sect would not have any thoughts of dominating the world. If they could take down the Heaven and Earth Organization, then no matter what, it would be extremely beneficial for them. The Heaven and Earth Organization was not good at fighting, but their cloud technique was extremely magical. The cloud technique used by a powerful cultivator could almost have the ability to bring the dead back to life. Dao Master Ling, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Zhang Daqian's tone was already extremely impolite at this time. Not only him, but even Lin Cheng's expression was already impolite at this time. The other party, a Dao master, came directly to the sect, and they received him well. However, the other party did clearly state that he wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. This was not justifiable in any case. Dao Master Ling, the Heaven and Earth Organization and the Sound of Thunder sect are naturally not as powerful as your Heavenly Sage sect, but we will not remain silent when the Heavenly Sage sect bullies us like this. If Dao Master Ling thinks that the Heaven and Earth Organization is easy to bully, you and I can have a fight first. At this time, Zhang Daqian's anger rose directly. He had given up on Yun Wanqing, but he would never allow anyone to hurt her. What's more, what happened just now was really too absurd. Not to mention whether there was really such a strange person, it was already absurd for the Divine Secret Pavilion to say that only Yun Wanqing could save him. Zhang Daqian had personally experienced Lin Cheng's cloud technique. He did not believe that Lin Cheng could not do it with his strength. Therefore, he would rather choose to believe that there must be a reason behind it. Brother Zhang, this matter is absolutely true. Therefore, I ask you to believe me. I don't have any malice towards the Heavenly Cloud sect. In fact, he was not a person who was good at negotiation, but he was the only one in the Heavenly Sage sect who was important enough to come here. Needless to say, Hanyu Daozuan, the other two Dao masters had already gone to the southern region to track down the strange person. Such a person with such strength must be extremely terrifying. Therefore, they could not let him live. The other Dao master had to guard the sect, so he could only come here in person. Well, there's no need to talk nonsense. Whether it's true or not, the Heaven and Earth organization will not agree to this matter. Humph, to put it bluntly, the life and death of your Heavenly Sage sect's Dao Master has nothing to do with the Heaven and Earth organization and the Sound of Thunder sect. Zhang Daqian had a bad temper, and this matter involved Yun Wanqing, so how could he calm down? At this time, he was already giving Ling Likong enough face by talking to him like this. Zhang Daqian, I, Ling Likong, have come here to negotiate with the Heavenly Cloud sect, not with you. Don't be too overbearing. At this time, his tone had also become cold. He was a Dao master. Although Zhang Daqian's strength was not bad, he was not a Dao master after all. Zhang Daqian was not qualified to talk to him like this. At this moment, the aura of the two people immediately became extremely dignified. Lin Cheng said helplessly, after all, this is the Heaven and Earth organization. It's not good to be like this. His tone was still very calm, as if this kind of thing did not happen in front of him. Zhang Daqian said at this time, Brother Lin, don't worry. If someone wants to be presumptuous here, Zhang Daqian, will not give him a chance to succeed even if I have to be smashed to pieces. By saying this, he was directly criticizing the other party. At this time, Ling Likong was extremely angry. Zhang Daqian, it seems that you really don't know the immensity of Heaven and Earth. If we were not in the Heaven and Earth organization today, I would really teach you a lesson. The atmosphere in the hall immediately became tense. It was at this moment that an extremely terrifying aura appeared in the hall. The moment that aura appeared, it directly suppressed the aura of the two people. At this moment, Ling Likong directly pressed his hand on his space-splitting sword. At this time, Lin Cheng said, Master Oriole, there's no need to do this. The two of them are just joking. After Lin Cheng finished speaking, a cold voice sounded, I hope so. If they are presumptuous here, kill them without mercy. At this time, Ling Likong was extremely surprised. Until now, he did not realize that there was such a powerful existence in this hall. But soon, he came back to his senses. Master Oriole. Legend has it that there was an Oriole guarding the Heaven and Earth organization, but it was just like Su Yan. No one had seen it in the past 10 years. But at this time, he finally learned that he did not even know about the appearance of this Oriole. Just from this point alone, he knew that the strength of this Oriole was above him. And according to legend, this Oriole was Su Yan's monster pet. From this point of view, Su Yan was really terrifying. He probably deserved to be the head of the 4 heavenly kings of the Dao Master. At this time, he also knew that he was too impulsive. After all, this was the Heaven and Earth organization, and he had a favor to ask of them. In any case, he should not have acted like this. At this time, a huge movement suddenly occurred in the sky of the Heaven and Earth organization. What's going on? Is someone attacking the Heaven and Earth organization? At this time, Lin Cheng stood up directly, and then his whole body was suddenly outside the Heaven and Earth organization's main hall. The other two people did the same. At this time, the sky above the Heaven and Earth organization suddenly underwent a huge change. The billowing sea of clouds kept rolling at this time, as if something terrible was about to happen. The endless clouds looked so solemn at this time, and the violent power kept rolling at this time. The power between heaven and earth changed like this, so everything began to move. At this time, the Oriole's figure suddenly appeared in the sky. "Don't worry, Mistress has broken through to the realm of Tao Master." As its voice fell, its whole body rushed directly into the sky. Breaking through to the realm of Tao Master. Hearing these words, Lin Cheng, Zhang Daqian, and the people of the Heaven and Earth organization were very surprised. Yun Wanqing was finally about to break through to the realm of Tao Master. The world was changing, and Tao Masters were appearing one after another. In fact, half of the reason why the Heaven and Earth organization could become the sixth major sect was because of Su Yan. However, some people in the sect were still worried because Su Yan was not a real member of the Heaven and Earth organization after all. But now, Yun Wanqing had become a Tao Master, so things were completely different. For them, there seemed to be an additional source of hope. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth began to condense and circulate. The huge aura was constantly changing at this time, and the endless clouds showed an extremely terrifying aura at this time. When a Tao Master achieved Tao, heaven and earth changed. Amidst the clouds, a beautiful figure was galloping towards the sky. She was extremely beautiful and full of a sacred and holy aura. Even a person like Ling Likong was full of emotions after seeing Yun Wanqing. Of course, it was only for a moment. The most important thing now was to see her survive the disaster. Chapter 1166. Female Literature. At this time, he already knew why the Divine Predictor of the Divine Predictor Pavilion asked Yun Wanqing to go there. It was probably because he had already predicted that Yun Wanqing would definitely become a Tao sovereign. That was why he was acting like this. Only a Tao Master needed to use the fog skill to save her, which already showed how terrible her injury was. At this time, clouds began to revolve around Yun Wanqing, and a powerful force began to condense outside her body. At this time, the clouds changed, and a terrible heaven's might directly rushed down at this time. The power of heaven's might was so terrible that even Ling Likong was shocked. It seemed that he had never encountered such a terrible heaven's might when he was going through the heavenly tribulation. Generally speaking, the higher the achievement of a Tao Master, the more powerful the heavenly tribulation would be. Or, the more people killed, the stronger the evil spirit, and the more powerful and terrible the heavenly tribulation would be. Boundless power directly condensed at this time. That violent and terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level at this moment. The violent aura directly condensed and finally turned into a cloud sword, and then directly rushed down. At this time, Yun Wanqing directly shouted. Her voice was extremely beautiful, and it was full of unimaginable fortitude and strength. Her power soared into the sky, and then directly collided with the power of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation rushed down one by one, and it seemed so domineering. Heaven and earth were ruthless. No matter how beautiful one was, it would not show any mercy. And at this time, such a powerful force had already reached the pinnacle of strength. The terrible power was really terrifying at this time. So at this time, the power was constantly erupting, and the terrible aura was like a huge wave, directly pressing down on Yun Wanqing. At this time, Yun Wanqing was the enemy of heaven and earth. That damned heaven and earth wanted to directly kill such a peerless beauty. At this time, Zhang Daqian was extremely nervous, and he wished that he was the one standing under the heavenly tribulation at this time. But he also knew that it was Yun Wanqing's heavenly tribulation, and he could not intervene. Even if he wanted to, he did not have the strength to do so. Although his realm was already extremely close to that boundary, he was still not qualified in the end. At this moment, all the powers in the world were roaring. The power of the cloud sword was directly destroyed by Yun Wanqing, but this was not the end. It was only the beginning. After the cloud swords, thunder and lightning descended. At this moment, the terrifying lightning was simply tyrannical. The previous cloud sword attack was simply too weak compared to him. Such terrifying strength continued to erupt at this moment. The thick power had reached an extremely hot level at this moment. The world was boundless, and the radiance was like a shadow. This was the heavens. Yun Wanqing appeared so weak in the face of such power, but at this time, she still gathered all her strength to resist. It was at this moment that the lightning suddenly condensed again. The terrifying power was actually several times stronger than before. Anyone who saw such power would be incomparably shocked. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. That terrifying aura had reached the pinnacle at this time, and rays of light flickered incessantly. Everything between the heavens and the earth had completely turned into an endless sea of lightning. How could this be? Ling Likong began to tremble all over. He was a Tao master, so only he could feel the horror of the lightning. It was clear that he had just become a Tao master, but at this time, the power of the lightning had already reached an abnormal level. Not to mention Yun Wanqing, even he himself could not bear such power. The same was true for Zhang Daqian. Although his sense of power was not as clear as Ling Likong's, he cultivated the thunder method, so at this time, he actually felt the anger of the lightning. At this time, the whole world roared directly, as if it was determined to kill Yun Wanqing. This was not a heavenly tribulation, but a heavenly punishment. Retreat, run. He only hoped that Yun Wanqing could hear his call, but even if she could hear it, what was the use? The power of the heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. How could they escape? He wanted to fly into the sky and help Yun Wanqing with his own strength. However, he could not do it. At this moment, under the heavenly tribulation, it was extremely difficult for him to fly 3 feet above the ground. He forced himself to do so, but he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, the Oriole cried in the sky, and such a cry directly resounded through the world. At this time, his power was stimulated, and he wanted to fight directly in the sky. He had already felt the danger of Yun Wanqing, so at this time, he directly rushed into the sky to fight with the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, his power was extremely strong at this time. At this time, a terrifying aura surged, and he released all his power. Compared with other Tao masters, his battle strength was obviously more terrifying. But compared with the power of the heavenly tribulation, how could it compare? The first heavenly tribulation fell again, and the terrifying aura directly rushed toward Yun Wanqing at this time, while the huge body of the Oriole directly blocked in front of Yun Wanqing. Boom, crackle. The horrible sound was about to tear the world apart. Between heaven and earth, everything could no longer be heard at this time, and only the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Even though the Oriole was powerful, his whole body was shaking at this time. However, the first heavenly tribulation was blocked in the end, and Zhang Daqian and the others breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Yun Wanqing was still alive after all. However, before they could exhale their breaths, another wave of energy surged down on them. The berserk power had reached the point of lawlessness. The surging power was truly terrifying to the extreme. Then, the second and third heavenly tribulation appeared. The powerful force came one after another, and it had reached an unimaginable and indescribable level. Even the powerful Oriole could not resist at this time and began to be injured. Oriole, leave. This is my tribulation, and you should not bear it for me. Yun Wanqing directly transmitted her will. At this time, she did not know why her tribulation was so terrifying. But now, she could not bear to see the Oriole suffer for her. She knew in her heart that although the Oriole was powerful, it could not resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. If this continued, the Oriole would die. The Oriole did not answer, because at this time, it no longer had the energy to transmit its will, but it had already responded with action. It would protect Yun Wanqing with its life. Finally, another heavenly tribulation fell. This heavenly tribulation was more powerful and terrifying than all the previous heavenly tribulation. The thunder changed and condensed into the shape of a dragon, a thunder dragon. Zhang Daqian cultivated the thunder technique, and his ultimate goal was to cultivate it into a terrifying heavenly divine dragon, so he could feel the horror of this power. With such a strike, both the Oriole and Yun Wanqing would die here. At this time, Ling Likong also had mixed feelings. Tian Jizi had said that only Yun Wanqing could save Hanyu Daozuan, but now, Yun Wanqing was going to die under the heavenly tribulation. Was this God's will to not let Hanyu Daozuan live? Just as everyone was thinking, a light suddenly appeared. That ray of light directly blocked the lightning dragon. The terror of the lightning dragon was already unimaginable. However, when the terrifying lightning dragon fell into the light, it disappeared without a sound. What? How is this possible? Ling Likong exclaimed directly. He witnessed the horror of that power with his own eyes and knew deeply how destructive it could be. Perhaps only those at the peak of the Tao Master level could resist this power. Moreover, that was bound to be extremely forceful. But at this moment, this energy vanished without a trace. How powerful must one be to be able to do this? Everything between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The thunder dragon disappeared, but the heavenly tribulation did not. It was just that the light that blocked the thunder dragon had disappeared, and it turned into a human figure. Su Yan! Zhang Daqian exclaimed. He found that the person who appeared in the sky at this time was Su Yan. Hearing this name, Ling Likong became more dignified. This time, in addition to inviting Yun Wanqing to the Heaven and Earth organization, he really wanted to see Su Yan and see what kind of person he was. It was a pity that Su Yan was still in closed-door cultivation. But at this time, he finally saw Su Yan. When his eyes fell on Su Yan, he suddenly felt a kind of disappointment. His first reaction was that this Su Yan was just so. There was simply nothing worthy of praise about him. He even felt that the Divine Secret Pavilion's calculation was wrong. He felt that Gao Ziming was right. Su Yan was just a person who fished for fame. But at the next moment, he immediately came to his senses. How could he have such a thought? It was simply stupid. Just a moment ago, he had just seen the extremely terrifying thunder dragon disappear in Su Yan's hand. He clearly knew how terrifying and powerful that thunder dragon was, but just now, he actually had such a ridiculous idea. No, it's too abnormal. I clearly can't feel any aura from his body. That's why I had such an absurd idea just now. But his strength is so terrifying. He knew that he was wrong, and he was ridiculously wrong. Su Yan's strength was absolutely terrifying. And it was much more powerful than he had imagined. Just when Ling Likong was shocked, Su Yan made another move at this time. He directly pointed his finger, and a ray of light immediately fell into the body of the sparrow.